better future always attracts a lot of problems, and that's how it's going to be in the BGIS 2026 as well. And welcome to the quarterfinals day one, where I'm going to be your host, Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's I Super Johnny. And as you guys already know, top 16 teams directly head on towards the semifinals, remaining 8 head on towards the wild card, and 24 teams directly get eliminated from the BGIS 2026.
I think that's the one thing that has everybody concerned right now, because we spoke about this during the beginning of round 4. 2 big skill leaps inside of BGIS. We're going to be round 3 to round 4, and then round 4 to the quarterfinals. Well, we are finally here, and all you have to do is try and avoid being inside of the top 24, because the journey from the quarters to the semis itself, it is going to be an interesting one. Unlike the rounds before this, now you have to fight on the overall leaderboard.
As you mentioned, pretty much avoid being inside of the bottom 24 if you want to stand a chance to keep on moving on, but also heading on towards the wild card. That's going to be a major cut as well.
Exactly.
So in general, now the competition is going to be even more brutal, knowing the fact that, of course, we've got the best of the best as well competing inside of the quarterfinals, and a direct slot towards the semifinals. It's already going to get even more sweaty.
Yeah, it is definitely going to get sweaty, right? Because you have finals in the name of the round that you're competing in, so you better be prepared. You better start preparing. We spoke about the polishing that was needed in the gameplay, in terms of the fights, in terms of the rotations, in terms of the strategies for a lot of these teams. And now it's finally time to put all of that effort, put all of those new strategies that you have come up with on display.
Exactly, and as you guys all know, as per the rulebook, Team Avanza have been disqualified from the BGIS 2026 due to 6.3.13 rule violation. And now to replace Avanza, we're also going to have Team BTD compete inside of this entire group.
Hey, congratulations for BTD, I guess. What a pleasant surprise to their day. But I hope they're going to be prepared to take on all of these teams that were kind of preparing for their matches of the quarterfinals, because getting that notification on the last moment that, all right, you're going to be there competing, it can get stressful. And BTD, of course, they would have been next in the line right after Avanza Esports. That's why they are here. So hopefully, again, it's about fixing those mistakes and making sure that you are playing to the best of your ability.
And speaking of mistakes, I am pretty sure a lot of these teams have made a lot of mistakes in the previous rounds as well. As we know, it started the journey off all the way from the grind, and teams inside of Group A and B had a major shot. Specifically Group A, they directly had a shot towards the quarterfinals. The top 8 teams are now going to be joining us as well.
And a few of those names are going to be like names like True Rippers, Autobots, Esports, God's Reign, Soul, K9 as well. We're going to have to wait till day after tomorrow to watch K9 in action. But today itself, we have a few big names from the community that are finally going to play their first few matches of the BGIS main event right after the grind. So it is going to be interesting to see how they compete with the teams that have the flow of momentum, especially the teams that are here all the way from the in-game qualifiers, because that is something that's going to be really interesting. A mix of well-defined strategies, teams set in their ways, going up against teams that are adapting on the fly. Because let's not forget, biggest difference between the grind and the main event matches is over there you play 24, here you only get 6 games to qualify for the next round.
Limited game, extremely limited games, and you need to make the most out of it. We've also got the prize pool distribution, and also, as you guys know, there's also Discovery Island available inside of the game. The more you play your classic matches, the more you stand a chance to keep on boosting the prize pool for this entire event. So far, we've reached the marker of 3 crore rupees, and you can boost it all the way up to 4 CR.
It will be exciting to see if we can actually hit that 4 CR marker. Come on, everyone. I mean, we're already in the quarterfinals of BGIS 2026. We'd love to see that prize pool hit the maximum possible value it can, which, as Necro mentioned, is going to be 4 crores. So it's very easy. All you have to do is just go inside of the game and play your classic matches. But it'll be exciting to see once we eventually make it to the stage of the grand finals, who these individual accolades go to, who will be the best IGL of this season, the best MVP, the MVP of the tournament as well. It is going to be exciting to see, are we going to see new faces or returning faces for those old accolades. But we have the point distribution, a thing that's as old as time itself. As I like to say, you finish the game with a chicken dinner, you get 10 points. You finish second, you get 6. You finish third, you get 5 points for placement. For 4th position, you get 4 points, and so on and so forth. 7 to 8, you just get a single point, and 9 to 16, you get no points for placement, but 1 point per finish, the most important thing inside of competitive circuit.
I know, right? We've also got the playing group on the screen, which is going to be Group A itself. And inside of Group A, we've got a lot of familiar names, including Reckoning Esports, Team Alpha, once again making it to the stage. Even Sinway is going to be part of it. Team Tamalas, Phoenix Esports. One thing is for sure, this group definitely does seem quite deadly.
Yeah.
With Wildfangs as well in the mix, it just gets even more intense.
I think that is going to be the thing with every single group that we see in the quarterfinals, because as you mentioned about this, you have Reckoning, Alpha, You have Red Force. We have heard a few things being said about them by Maisie, one of the commentators over on the Hindi desk. He has a lot of expectations from Red Force. We have Team Tamila's Phoenix Esports set the stage on fire when they played during the grind. Then Wildfangs did the same thing. You have Sinway, who have been improving day by day. Autobots, Mysterious 4, Naksha Esports. And then the wildest card of this group has to be BTD, as we just mentioned, just promoted to the quarterfinals. And then the other group playing today is going to be Group B. We have the 16 teams on our screens again.
And of course, the most awaited team is going to be Welt Esports.
Oh, yeah.
The way they performed in the past couple of rounds has been absolutely remarkable and iconic. They just dominated through anyone that stood against them. Genesis Esports as well. We are all familiar with their firepower. Wind God, Revenant X-Park, we cannot forget them either. Gods for Reason is also going to be another name. So all these teams that are currently participating inside of the quarterfinals, one thing is for sure, you cannot underestimate anyone. They've got the skill, they've got the firepower, they can make it happen.
For sure. As you were saying, I think you can't underestimate anyone. And there's one discussion because of this that has sort of come to the limelight. Again, it happens every single time we have a tournament, that which group in the quarterfinals is deemed the group of death this time. Because as you mentioned, Group B was stacked. Group C is the group, by the way, we are going to see later during the day. It has teams like OG, Evox, VST, Versatile, Oops. We just saw them in the last round. Quite phenomenal recovery from the side of Oops. You have God's Reign, Last Star Day, Soul, AX, Visista Esports, Kalinga, 4EC, Rapid Chaos, Troy the Million, Real from Past, 5 Comets, and CWE. Even this group is equally stacked. And then we have Group D left after this.
I know, right? Just to let you guys know, once again, Group A and C are going to be duking it out today itself. And of course, we know each group is going to get their chance on 6 matches in total. If you manage to place yourself pretty much in the top 4 of your own particular group, there is still a chance you might just move on towards the semifinals. But once again, at the end of the day, what matters is the overall standings of the quarterfinals, and you need to place yourself in the top 16 of the overall standings. Group D pops up on the screen as well, and let's not forget K9 Esports. Knight, this man was just all over the place, getting elimination points. He was just setting records. For godlike recent performance has been impeccable. Nebula Esports, a consistent run has been seen from their side as well. Mad Kings is also going to be another team to look out for.
Exactly, and then the teams that have shown massive improvements in their performance, as you mentioned, Mad Kings is going to be one of those names for me, along with Rising Esports and Meta Ninja. And then, of course, a team that for some reason can't be eliminated from the tournament, Esports Social, is there as well.
Always make it. They always know how to crawl inside of those rounds and always be there in the upcoming moments. And we've also got today's matches on the screen. Rondo is going to be played by Group A, and then the remaining 3 matches are also going to be played by Group C, which is going to be Erangel, Miramar, and Miramar. So at least for Group A, they're going to have a chance to start things off in a banger.
But Necro, I mentioned a thing just a few moments ago, the group of death. Which group do you think is going to be the group of death for you?
Group D, without a doubt.
Group D?
Yeah, I think Group D is definitely stacked. I'm quite stoked to watch that group. It is going to be extremely entertaining. But hey, we've also got playing groups on the screen. And as I mentioned, Group A is going to be the one to play the first couple of matches, which is going to be the first 3 games. And as we all know, since Avanza has been disqualified, BTD has replaced him. So I really would love to see what BTD has got in store.
Hey man, Group A, Group of Annihilation, they're going to be kicking off the journey today. And of course, as you mentioned, BTD is going to be one of the names to look out for. Along with them, I think Wildfangs. I can't forget the run that Spray God had in the previous round of the tournament. Absolutely incredible as an individual, but it would be nice to see the entire roster of Wildfangs perform the same way, because we all know they have the potential in them. Whether you talk about Kana, you talk about Goten, all of these players are quite phenomenal. And it's not just them. True Rippers, a team that kind of became synonymous with the word consistency throughout the entirety of 2025. This game was... well, their ability to close out matches with Chicken Dinner was impeccable for me. It was quite phenomenal to witness that in action. Can they keep it going for this year as well, especially in the quarterfinals? Because this is where I feel you have some of the top contenders for the trophy, and you're going up against them right here with the safety cushion in play.
And especially with the addition of Ronnie, it feels like now True Rippers, they've found that stability that was missing as well. But hey, we've got the caster predictions on the screen. I see Baby going with Wildfangs. I personally went with Reckoning Esports. I believe that Reckoning Esports is another one of those bangers that we need to look out for. And the other prediction from the Hindi desk is also on the screen. Maisie going with Team Tamilas. I'm not even surprised. That's his favorite team. Phoenix Esports coming through from Ankybot. Ravan going with True Rippers, and Sparrow going with Wildfangs.
I think there are 3 individuals that have gone with Wildfangs today. 3 or maybe 2, because Salty also went with Wildfangs. But I would like to talk about a team that I have picked. We haven't spoken about them at all, but I think you would like their name as well. It's Team Alpha.
Yeah, Team Alpha, they have been on and off. Let's be honest, right? The way Team Alpha has been playing in the past, there was that one round where they just barely squeezed inside of that top 7. They managed to place themselves on the 6th spot, tied up with the team on the 7th spot. But after that, Team Alpha's performance has been on a rise, which is a great thing. Another team that we need to talk about is also going to be Hig Boson. Yes, they're not currently in the playing groups, but Hig Boson is also another limelight that has been doing really good for themselves. Consistency is Hig Boson.
I think one thing that is common between both Alpha and Hig Boson was, as you mentioned, the start of their journey wasn't their best, but I think since they were able to, both the teams in fact, since they were able to pinpoint exactly what was going wrong, we saw a lot more conversion in terms of their finish fights inside of their matches. Both the teams, all of a sudden there was a spike in aggression, there was a spike in the number of finishes they were getting, and I believe that was down to clean communication, because Hig Boson in the initial stages, at least one thing was sure, that this team knows how to take control of the center of the circle. It was kind of opposite for Team Alpha, because Team Alpha started off on a very strong nose. Their first game, I remember they got a lot of elimination, and then there was a slowdown because they weren't able to hold their position inside of the play zone. So opposite strategies in play, but the journey is kind of similar. Now, since we are going to see Alpha perform today, I would want to see, are they or have they locked down a way to kind of lock down the play zone inside of the game as well? Because firepower, no questions, they are good, but their positions have always been questionable.
And let's be honest, there's also a few newer names on the block as well, right? Teams like Vajra Esports, Red Force Esports. We've never seen these teams on the live broadcast itself. But looking at their stats in the past, they have been incredible. Especially Red Force. Yes, the consistency has been there from their side too. Vajra Esports for me is going to be complete question mark. I do not exactly know what to expect from them. But one thing is for sure, these teams can definitely be a spanner in the works for the known names.
Hey man, we haven't seen any of these names, as you mentioned, Red Force and Vajra Esports in the past. So for Red Force, I'm going to take Maisie's word for it. He says he has a lot of expectations from the team, and I'm going to hope they do well today. For Vajra Esports, I'm just going to wait for the matches to begin.
I know, right? There's a lot more teams that do pack a lot of punch and potential. Before now, we've got a quick interview lined up with Roman. Let's see what the man's really got to say. Let's head on towards the interview itself.
हेलो एवरीवन, इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक और नए सेगमेंट में आप सबका स्वागत है। मेरा नाम है स्पीरो और मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं रेकनिंग के आईजीएल रोमन। रोमन, हाउ आर यू? हाउज इट गोइंग?
ऑल गुड स्पीरो भाई, आप बताइए।
रोमन, अभी तक का सफर रेकनिंग का कुछ अलग सा रहा है। ग्राइंड की शुरुआत भले ही अच्छी नहीं हुई, लेकिन अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर सेइंग कि लिवाई जब तक फॉर्म में नहीं आते रेकनिंग अच्छा नहीं खेलती। क्या सच में रेकनिंग बहुत डिपेंडेंट है लिवाई के ऊपर?
ऐसी डिपेंडेंसी तो कुछ नहीं है स्पीरो भाई, बस हाँ, अगर उसका कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाता है तो टीम में और 100% कॉन्फिडेंट हो जाता है कि हाँ अभी तो मारने वाले।
ऑलराइट रोमन, टीम में चेंजेस भी बहुत सारे हो रहे थे। 5th प्लेयर वो भी वापस आ रहे थे, कभी आप लविश को बिठा रहे थे, तो अब क्या स्टेबिलिटी है? अब क्या 4 प्लेयर्स फिक्स्ड है टीम में?
देयर इज नो 5th प्लेयर इन माय टीम। मेरे को बस जो थोड़ा इंटेंट पे लगता है कि हाँ ये मैप के लिए ये सही है, अभी सिचुएशन के हिसाब से ये सही है, तो बस मैं स्विच कर देता हूँ। ऐसा कोई नहीं है कि ये 5th है, ये
ऑलराइट, परफेक्ट। रोमन, राउंड 4 की लॉबी के बारे में आपका क्या ख्याल है? बहुत सारे नए प्लेयर्स आ रहे हैं, अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट देम?
मतलब मेरा BGS 2023 का कंपटीशन वापस ऐसा लग रहा है कि आ गया, क्योंकि 24 और 25 में थोड़ा सेम टीम से, लेकिन 23 में बहुत सारी अंडरडॉग्स आई थी जो लेके गई थी, और वापस 26 में भी अब वही हो रहा है। बहुत सारी अंडरडॉग्स आ रही है BGS।
यस, कोई ऐसा स्पेसिफिक नाम अंडरडॉग्स का जिसने आपको बहुत प्रभावित किया हो?
हाँ, हमारे ग्रुप में है ना एक टीम अल्फा करके, तो मतलब अब पिछले राउंड में वो लोग बहुत अच्छा करते हुए थे, तो अभी वो हमारे ग्रुप में, अभी देखते हैं कैसा जाएगा।
ऑलराइट, जैसा आप कह रहे हैं क्वार्टर फाइनल्स आज से शुरू होने वाला है, डायरेक्ट स्लॉट्स हैं। लैन इवेंट जो सेमीफाइनल्स होगा उसके लिए क्या तैयारी है रोमन? 16 ही स्लॉट्स हैं केवल।
110% वी आर कॉन्फिडेंट, बाकी तो भगवान के ऊपर है, जो होगा देखा जाएगा। 6 मैचेस हैं, एक भी हमें मैच अपना खराब नहीं करना है।
रोमन, कल ग्रुप ड्रॉ भी हुआ था, कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग टीम्स आपके ग्रुप में आई हैं, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे अपनी लॉबी को, कोई मैसेज अपने अपोनेंट्स के लिए?
मैंने तो ग्रुप ड्रॉ देखा और सीधा आरजी ही सुना, पहला टीम ही हम लोग आगे। बाकी हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे हमारी टीम में ग्रुप में थोड़ा अच्छा ग्रुप बनेगा ही बनेगा ऑब्वियसली। हमने जो टीम्स का सोचा ये हमारी टीम ग्रुप में आनी चाहिए और वही आई है, तो लेट्स सी अब कैसा जाता है।
कोई
हमारी प्रेडिक्शन तो अभी तक सही, एकदम एक्यूरेट गई है।
ऑलराइट, परफेक्ट। कोई ड्रॉप क्लैशेस का प्लान है या फिर कुछ अलग करना चाहेंगे रेकनिंग क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के अंदर?
कुछ नहीं, बिल्कुल सेम, ना किसी से ड्रॉप क्लैश, ना किसी से कोई बैर। हम अपना आएंगे, चले जाएंगे।
ऑलराइट रोमन, एक आखिरी सवाल. बहुत सारे फैंस हैं जो आपको बहुत समय से देखते आए हैं. टीम्स बदली हैं, नाम चेंज हुए हैं, प्लेयर्स वही हैं. कोई मैसेज उन फैंस के लिए?
पहली बात तो कि हाँ, हम लोग उतना अप टू द मार्क नहीं रहे हैं, लेकिन हम पूरा 110% कॉन्फिडेंट है कि इस बार BGIS 2020-26 में हम वो ट्रॉफी लेके जाएंगे.
ऑलराइट रोमन, थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. गुड लक फॉर क्वार्टर फाइनल्स.
थैंक यू सो मच फिरो भाई.
तो ये थे रोमन, जिन्होंने बताया कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस उनकी भले ही चेंज हुई हैं, बट रोमन अभी भी वैसे ही है. अग्रेशन के साथ वो सेमीफाइनल्स तक पहुंचना चाहते हैं. बट ये थे रोमन. अब मिलेंगे अगली बार किसी और व्यक्ति, किसी और चेहरे के साथ इनसाइड द लॉबी के अगले सेगमेंट में.
One thing is for sure, Roman had some choice words to share. The man said he's not going to be going for any drop clashes, wants to play his own game.
I have a lot to say about that. If that is going to happen, I'm going to say that I miss the old Reckoning Esports that used to take fight against teams like OG and Soul right off the bat on the maps of Erangel. That used to be fun, man.
Yeah, but maybe that was one of the main reasons why Reckoning Esports was not able to lift a trophy, because they were always just shy of a couple of points. I do remember Reckoning Esports were on the podium as well in one of the tournaments, so close to lifting that trophy, but it all just came down to those fights, and that's why Reckoning Esports pretty much were thwarted out.
Pretty much. I mean, they weren't able to lift the trophy, but they have done well in every single tournament that they played, and because of which I used to like the old roster of Reckoning Esports. Now, of course, the two key players having moved over to the side of Genesis are doing quite well for themselves. And Roman also did mention that he was swapping players based off of gut instinct, which is something I would like to understand a little bit more in detail.
Look, he's the IGL. He can do whatever he wants. True. If he wants, he can also get the coach on the playing floor. That's his call. You know, Roman is someone that has found a lot of success in the past, so we cannot really doubt the man as well. And especially with a man like Levi underneath your belt, you know the firepower is always going to be top-notch, especially for a banner like Reckoning Esports. But moving the conversation on towards Team Alpha itself, now we know they've got players like Adonis, Punisher, and these guys have been doing pretty good for themselves. But I just hope now the start is going to be fantastic on Rondo.
You did mention that 3 of their players had Alpha-like names, and they are playing like Alphas as well. Now the question is again, for Alpha, even Roman did mention that this is a team that a lot of Tier 1 teams are looking towards, so everyone's going to be prepared for them. Can you take on this challenge of the quarterfinals and seal a spot directly in the semis, or will you go through the wildcard stage?
Exactly. There's a lot of questions, a lot of mysteries around the quarterfinals. And you know what? Maybe it's time to unravel and explore all those mysteries. Let's head on towards the first game at Rondo. The planes in the skies once again for this map Rondo, and it's also going to be the first ever game off the quarterfinals in the BGIS 2026. What's going to be the outcome? I would love to see an aggressive game of Rondo, and even recently Team Tumelas has amped up the aggression.
Especially, I mean, with the teams that we have on our hands right now, this is going to be uncharted territory for everyone. You know the map, you have gotten some practice on the map, but taking on the undergods, it's not going to be easy. And especially considering the flight path, I think our prime fighting spots of New X Factory, Test Track, and Stadium are available for these teams to take. The off-drops, where we have seen a lot of fights happen, cities like Yulin, Mehran, and even Joutin, for that matter, are still in glidable distance. Of course, you are going to take your time to get towards those positions. But if you want to go for an off-drop, these are the cities where we might just see a few teams head towards.
A chance there might be a fight happening inside of Donchink as well, so anything can happen. And you can see the boys of Wildfang slowly and steadily gliding towards that spot. A few more teams with Wildfangs. Even New York's Factory now stacked up with too many teams. So one thing is for sure, we're definitely going to see that aggressive start we wanted to see. Phoenix Esports is also a part of this group. Salmraj and the boys definitely ready to dominate. And you can already see Smoker heading towards one of the recall towers near Mehran. While the remaining players of Phoenix Esports, if I'm not wrong, heading towards Test Tracks and New York's Factory.
Hey, but look at Wildfangs. It seems like a fight at the early stages against the players of Sinway Esports for them. It's going to be interesting to see how they survive that, but that beautiful splash of colors that has clustered up towards New X Factory and Test Track, it's going to be exciting to witness what goes around over there. But in the meanwhile, Anching, as you mentioned, Wildfangs, Goten, he's just hiding in the corner, waiting for the player from BTD to just get a little too overextended, and that's what happens around the stairwell. An easy pick, fine by the players of Wildfangs.
That's perfectly played by Goten. Getting the confirmation as well, not even breaking his sweat. The man's also got his hands on the S12K with the extended mag, by the way. That's pretty quick. Getting some good loot on the hats. And off the rip, you will see Wildfang just started to dominate. Spray God, Golden playing in tandem, getting those elimination points secured. The team in the front just completely scattered. And BTD starting to drop down dead. But the moment I say so, you will see one of the players actually fight back, and that's going to be Venom. Inflicting a bit of that pain and hurt back on the boys of Wild Fangs. But now BTD, they found themselves in the smack center between two teams. They're sandwiched. It's not the best possible position to be in. The man constantly wants to reposition himself, and there we go. A bit of a parkour move as well coming through. Venom, he finds another knock, and that's going to be the confirmation as well. Wild Fangs losing out on a crucial member.
I don't know if BTD are going to be celebrating. They just were able to secure 1 point from that entire fiasco. Wild Fangs on the other front. 3 finishes on the board, and Goten with the LMG does find another knock against the players of SGN. This is going to be a fight in the favor of Wild Fangs now. They have the numbers to work with. They have the players pinned. The only thing keeping them at bay is going to be the utility, the lack of which just forces them to struggle finding in that opening for themselves. But look at that finish feed. It seems like another big conflict. It's going to be between Team Alpha and Team Tamilas taking place in Neo X Factory. And Team Alpha, they found the upper hand. Aim God, position compromised. The damage from the nade. And in fact, the spray from Punisher, enough to knock him down.
Yeah, the utility's doing some promising damage. And Punisher, man, the game awareness, it's top-notch. And just like that, getting the knockout as well. Solid stuff from Team Alpha.
Yeah.
The game awareness was on point. Punisher knew exactly what was going on in the front. Played to perfection. But now you've also got a team like Wajro knocking on your doors. How do you get away from that? Nade's been cooking as well. This one's got to find the proper mark. S12K up close and personal is always going to find that advantage. And now Hunter, he should be able to find the first knock too. That's going to be the retaliation from Wajra. And just like that, even Team Alpha gets wrapped up.
Yeah, I thought they would be able to secure this fight, but Vajra Esports, they had the compound surrounded and no escape available for the players of Team Alpha. But now Vajra, they have to force a quick reset. There are going to be Phoenix Esports and Blind Rippers in the nearby vicinity, but conflict between the two sides, forcing both the teams to deal with each other first, rather than just instantly charge for a third party. Blind Rippers right now, I think a little bit of distance between them and the players of Phoenix Esports, keeping them safe, but you will have to take on them eventually, especially in the next 3 minutes at least, when Phoenix and both Blind Rippers are going to be forced to make their way towards the play zone. But Somraj moving up a little bit further ahead, scouting the players of Vajra Esports. He spotted out Spartan. Still a little bit of hesitation in taking those shots. Finally pulls the trigger, finds the knock, spots the second man behind some cover, but Phoenix Esports, they found the upper hand.
Phoenix, as of now, still trying to find that thread. Not really doing anything that serious yet. Waiting for the right moment. And maybe that's going to be present. As of now, you will see the two players as well moving in tandem. That's going to be Viper and Simp. Playing with each other. Slowly and steadily making that move. But one man from the side of Wajra as well, he split apart. That should have been a knock. But unfortunately for Phoenix Esports, they're starting to drop down. It's not a good look at all. 2 men players already taken care of. Wajra, yes, there is a bit of a casualty. That's going to be on the name of Smoker, but that's still not going to be the big difference maker.
A little bit of distraction from Hunter and Phoenix Esports. They drop like flies. Viper still knocked out. It's going to be a difficult recovery for them, especially with Blind Rippers in the backlines knocking on their door. You have Signo. It's closed a lot of distance, but Vajra Esports, they won this finish point. Spartan moving in. Hunter on the flank. Shouldn't be too difficult for Vajra Esports to walk away with at least, I have to say, 6 or 7 eliminations over here, but Blind Rippers, they're just hiding in corners.
Somraj started Dustin taken care of. And just like that, Phoenix Esports, they were not able to squeeze a lot of value from this first recall.
Yeah.
That's definitely got to blow. But everyone's once again back on track for Phoenix Esports. Now it's time to focus on the future. And that's going to be placing yourself in a good spot inside of the circle itself. Still all the way back in the blue. That's going to be doing the constant damage as well. While Vajra Esports, they're constantly taking fights even against another team that stands in the front. And that's going to be Blind Rippers. Utilities exchanged from both the sides, but the nade's not exactly on the point yet.
Vajra Esports have been absolutely incredible in the early stages of the game. 6 eliminations secured by them. But now trying to make this push on Blind Rippers. Johnny is live. He's alive for now, but too much pressure, I believe. What's Ray Esports? Look at them closing in the distance. They've made it all the way towards the stairwell now, taking control of the roof. Johnny running for his life. Sliver of HP still remains. He still has the ability to fight, but I believe the weapons in his hands not really allowing him to be aggressive at close angles. Switches to the S12K. Doesn't matter. Goes down instead. 8 eliminations on the board for Vajra Esports.
Wow.
Man, oh man, Necro, I think their job on Rondo is already done.
I know, right? Not even burning through a single recall yet.
Yeah.
That's really impressive. Vajra Esports, what is this? The rookies on the block now starting to dominate. This is what you love to see. New faces really doing good. For Mysterious 4, that's not the ideal start they wanted to have. Losing out on a crucial member, Red Force. A team that we're seeing for the first time on the screen. This is definitely going to be interesting. Slowly and steadily, they themselves now starting to close the grip. It's not been a fantastic start, but getting 2 elimination points off the rip, it's not bad either. At least you've got something on the board.
Pretty much, I agree with you on that. I mean, two eliminations at the start of the game, it's not too bad. Especially for a team like Red Force, because you see where Checker is from the side of Red Force, still present in the city of Yulin. His team is going to try and control the center here, get as aggressive as they can, because it's still stage 2. You have recalls available till about halfway mark of stage 4, so opportunity for the early aggression still there for the side of Red Force, and they have to put it to full use, because look at that beautiful cluster of teams that surrounds them. So much opportunity to secure a lot of early eliminations. I mean, 2 isn't bad, but then you're forced to play for survival. You have to be in a position like Vajra Esports. 7 to 8 eliminations before stage 4 hits, and then you just keep your head down and play for survival.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though. I mean, if you are a team like Red Force, that separation, I'm not really a big fan of it. But finally, now they're calling the man back, and now they're going to be playing United. So that's exactly what needs to be done, especially you're in the Smack Center.
Yeah, but I mean, there was a recall tower in Yulin. Could have just recalled your team if they were eliminated now.
Yeah, but that also means compromising on a good position inside of the circle. And I'm pretty sure that's not what Red Force wants. They've also got a compound to play with in the Smack Center. So for Red Force, they're already set.
If the team stays alive in the center, sacrifice the guy on the recall tower.
No. That does not work that way.
Hey,
do not
man,
do it.
It's the first game. I think a little bit of risk-taking opportunity is there for...
What do you mean? Quarterfinals is filled with a lot of risk. 24 teams are getting eliminated.
Yeah, pretty much, but you can still survive in the top 16 if you do end up securing like 10 eliminations on Rondo and a top 6 maybe. I'm hoping for the top 6 at least for Red Force from here.
Let's see, man. I'm pretty sure these teams do not even want to be part of the wild cards.
Yeah, no one
just want
wants
to
to
directly head on towards the semifinals because we all know. Usually the wild cards, they will be extremely dirty.
Yeah.
Do not want to be part of it. Brutal is also going to be another statement that we need to get for a round like wild card.
Sweaty as well, another one.
Yeah.
Because I think wildcard stages are going to be the most passive stage of this entire tournament. You are not going to see a single player peak, even on Rondo.
You can't say try hard. That can also be another term used to wildcard. But oh no, Vajra, I'm not a big fan of what Smoker's doing. What are you doing, my friend? This territory is filled with too much risk. And BTD, they did not even go for the peak. That was supposed to be a free elimination point for you.
Exactly what was going through my head. Like, why did you not try and nade him out? Or why did you not try and push around the corner? Try and just straight up pick him off. That would have been a free frag for them. Smoker was isolated, but unfortunately for BTD, now the remaining players from Vajra Esports are going to be there. But talking about BTD themselves, replay of the early fight against the players of Wild Fangs. That move from Venom was in one flow. That jump shot from the shotgun. Quite beautiful, but not a lot of value from that, to be honest.
It definitely was pretty nice.
Yeah.
You can call that heroic knock. But BTD, as of now, the position they've got definitely does seem pretty okay. It's not the best, but at least they're inside of the circle, so they're safe. The next zone, though, that's what's going to matter the most. If it's going to shift away from BTD, that's going to be creating a lot of problems. Looking at what's happening here. Yeah. Wild Fangs, those shots were taken, but no proper connection.
Still, Spray God committing to a spray out into the open like that. A little bit too much risk for the players of Wild Fangs, I have to say. But Let's see if they succeed. Decent spot inside the circle. Now the next shift has pushed them towards the northwestern quadrant. So things are going to get tricky if the circle stage 4, stage 5 does not stay on them. If it moves away towards the southwest, then it's going to be a big trouble in paradise for the players of Wild Fangs. And I think taking that into consideration, we see them early on the move. But Mysterious 4 on our screens. A spray committed to the players of Vajra Esports. No contact found though.
For Wild Fangs, it's quite funny. They only have one cure to every single problem they've got. It's the firepower and the mechanics. Simple. If you find yourself in a bad spot, use your firepower to get out of it. If you want to pull off a good rotation, use your firepower to get out of it. If you want to win the tournament, use your firepower to win the tournament.
Hey man,
they don't use a lot of brain.
It's the simple, it's the one-trick game plan that you have to master, right? Just brute force your way through whatever hurdle you're facing. As you mentioned, just like firepower. Just shoot first, ask questions later, and then we're going to do a head count in the end after the fight as to how many players we are left with.
So I still remember, it was like a couple of days ago, I was casting with Salty, and Sensei got eliminated all by himself, and Salty mentions, it's fine, they still retain 100% of their firepower.
Oh, man.
He did him dirty like that.
Yeah. I mean, we're all wondering if Sensei is going to be joining us on the commentary desk as well.
No,
everyone's
man.
waiting to see what happens to wildcards just so that can happen.
Listen, I'll feel bad for Spray God. He's been trying his best, even Godin. The man's constantly there in the forefront, giving it all he's got.
Hey, Necro, we feel bad for Sensei as well, you know?
Kind of, at this point.
Nah, honestly, man. I mean,
look, he's got pretty great viewers on his own channel, so I feel like he's sorted for the future.
Not just that. I think the fact that every single player that has played with him in the past, even from back in the days when he used to play with the lads of Hackapunk and Fierce, right? They've all gone to build their own legacies. All of them have gone to achieve greatness. And Sensei, for him, being an IGL for some of the greatest lineups in the community, I think the one thing that still remains is getting his hands on a trophy. So, yeah, I mean, he's my boy. I want him to lift a trophy, but it's going to take a lot more than this. Right now, Wild Fangs being picked apart by Victor Service, and my goodness, are all of them gone? No?
Yeah, I mean, the way VS really rotated, filled with a lot of risk. Venom as well, just getting confirmed like that. VS, questionable mistakes and questionable decisions being made. I'm not even sure what exactly VS was thinking when they actually thought of rotating towards that spot. There's no way they thought that was safe. And now looking at the boys of VS, they just don't have anything to retaliate with. No proper man number, no proper firepower left. It's just Scary Jaw standing.
Look at the raid on Necro. I mean, Reckoning Esports, all of a sudden with this Stage 4 shift, find themselves sitting smack center, and it's an open field that surrounds them. Majority of the teams in a situation like this, intention becomes pretty clear. When you find yourself a team pushed towards the edge or outside the play zone, you're going to try and get yourself a compound towards the edge or maybe a ridge to work with. Pushing towards the center right now is basically you signing your own death sentence. But Team Alpha, they were trying to make their way towards the edge, and well, they get caught off guard by a few individuals from the side of Mysterious 4, Naksh Esports, and it seems like the Alphas are going to meet the end over here. Coffin, he's the last man running for his life. A spray from Goku, just one more shot to the body, no. And he doesn't find contact. Coffin is still going to be in this game for a few more moments.
Everyone's crumbling, including Mysterious 4 as well. It's not looking good for anyone that's currently inside of this action. Be it Team Alpha, be it Mysterious 4. Everyone's cracking under that pressure. For Team Alpha specifically now, just one man Coffin standing. And that's the crazy part. Before the day even started, we mentioned this. Team Alpha, for them, consistency has been an issue. Yeah, in some rounds they did pretty good. In some rounds they've also choked. And now it seems like, at least as of now, the start's not going to be that great. But at least he's played his job. Destroying that game for Mysterious 4. Now it's not going to be that easy of a recovery for Mysterious 4. They need to keep on moving with their journey.
I mean, at least they have a few finishes to work with. Let's see if the recovery comes through and they are able to survive till the top 5 of this particular match. But on the other side of things not looking good for Aura Esports as Shockwave gets taken out. And I believe Aura, along with the side of Team Alpha, have been eliminated from this match. Next, switching perspective, moving forward to the players of True Rippers who have, well, True Rippers versus Blind Rippers. Who would have thought? Who's the real Ripper over here?
Technically, if you think about it, being a Blind Ripper It's not going to get you anywhere.
And their name is literally True Rippers, Necro. That was a rhetorical question.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. If you're blind and if you're ripping, what are you exactly ripping? But if
Whoever's
you're
in front
true
of you.
rippers, you are truly ripping. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to names, that's how it makes sense.
Well, let's see which one of these teams is going to let it rip instantly. Because the countdown, it's down. We have Zuxi in the back lines knocked out. So True Rippers, they have a 3v1 upper hand in this fight. But BTD, do they have a line of fire? It feels like they should have a line of fire to third party that fight.
Yeah, but I don't think BTD is actually going to try to do anything about it. And for Blind Rippers, they're already starting to get ripped apart. Look at these utilities. That man inside of water lines, he's completely useless. He just can't do anything. Nade's being tossed as well, constantly against him. The Blue's going to be on the move as well. Blind Rippers, you got to be on the move right now. As Team TMLS, they make the pounce on top of the boys of RFD. This is going to be interesting. Red Force, they found themselves in a real bad spot. And for Team TMLS, this three-man squad, they need to find proper value. At least the fight's taken down to a proper 3v3. The moment I say so, 2 players drop down for Red Force, and now it's taken down to 1-on-2.
Kraxy's the last man left alive. And now he knows that a revive is on the way for the players of Team Tamilas over here. But Trax lost his teammate and no recalls available. 4 eliminations on the board. Are Team Tamilas aware of the last man still hiding indoors? I think they are. A lot of utility is being lobbed towards Trax to try and pick him off. But it is going to be the shots from the flanks. True Rippers, my apologies, Team Tamilas still falling. And Red Force, this is going to be a saving grace for Trax. Now, 1v2, he knows the players from Team Tamilas can't exit the compound. So he runs indoors, trying to see if he can find a line of fire. But the scaffolding around the stairwell, it allows Team Tamilas to keep Trax at bay. So the reset for Team Tamilas is going to be a good one. But look at the radar. Autobots are already eyeing this compound. And no matter who comes out on top, Autobots will have a line of fire to work with.
Team Tamilas still going for that revival on the fallen player. Maybe Reaper's going to be back up, and there we go. The man is patching himself up once again, and look at what's happening. Oh, this man single-handedly mowing down the lots. The Molotov as well was doing a lot of damage, but eventually he's done his job, taking down 2 players all by himself. Utilities from the side of Autobots as well now starting to sail in, and Autobots knows for True Rippers, or Team Tamilas actually, there was only that 1 man standing, which was Reaper, and even he gets ripped apart.
Yeah, beautiful tracking by Autobots. They knew exactly where he was, because ideally in the midst of the chaos, sometimes you get confused and just start throwing out Hail Mary nades to try and claim that finish. But Autobots clean up very nicely. On the other side of things, BTD finally in the midst of the conflict between Blind Rippers and True Rippers, but BTD are getting picked apart. You have Varad, the last man in the back lines, and yeah, it's not going to be too easy for him to survive over there. His position is compromised. He's close to the center of the circle, but he is surrounded. Look at that radar.
Oh, look at Sick now. Blind Ripper. Inching in slowly and steadily. There we go. Shots taken from True Rippers, but none of them properly connect. 1 man from the side of Blind Rippers just out in the open once again, and Blind Rippers, they're just getting slowly and steadily shredded. And they just can't do anything about it. Dropping down a man after a man. Johnny's knocked out. You can see Sicken out just trying to hide behind this little bush. And I highly doubt he can do anything with this play. Hydro is the man extending a little bit more forward because he wants to eliminate the final man as well. But is that going to be possible? That's the question. The off angle's being created now. I'm pretty sure the man from the sidelines is giving the constant pings as well. But it's not going to matter. Blind Rippers anyways eliminated from the game.
They did not hear Hydro come in for the flank, and there's a big mistake. True Rippers, 6 eliminations racked up now finally. But on the radar, you could see the players of Vajra Esports also trying to see if they could get a line of fire for themselves towards all of this commotion between True Rippers and Blind Rippers. But finally, the fight has come to a conclusion. True Rippers still survive on towards the southeastern edge of the circle, and Vajra controlling the eastern edge. You have Reckoning Esports pushed up north, Autobots towards the northwest. Sinway, they kind of control the southwestern edge, but I think Sinway's position is quite nice. They're still inside of the play zone, not on the actual edge, and BTD's last man still waiting to see what lies ahead in his fate, as he's the last survivor for his team. But Reckoning Esports, now from their POV, we see the entire open field. They can see towards the eastern edge. The players of Vajra Esports, Levi just checking their position to see if he could potentially find a knock, but The cover fire from Vajra Esports just denying him the opportunity, but yeah, Reckoning Esports, if they play their cards right, this could be a chicken dinner for Reckoning Esports right off the bat.
Seems like it, but the way Reckoning Esports is placed, even that's creating a lot of limitations.
And no numbers.
Yeah, no proper cover to play with. And splitting apart is also going to be a death invitation. So what do you exactly do if you're Reckoning Esports? With just a two-man squad, this is going to be a tough pill to swallow. And this is what I exactly mentioned as well. I was never a big fan of Reckoning Esports' split. They had a 2-2 split going on even inside of the late game, and I knew someone's going to slam their vehicles on that compound, and that's what exactly happened. Reckoning Esports completely caught off guard, defending a 2-on-4 is impossible. And as of now, these two remaining players, they've got a lot of burden on their shoulders. True Ripper's constantly tossing utilities against Vajra, and even Vajra's taking a lot of damage from the sidelines. There's BTD in the front. They're trying to pull off a safe gameplay. Sinaway as well from the side, just constantly hammering in, getting those individual knocks.
And with the teams from the grind directly made their way towards the quarterfinals, doing quite well, Autobots and True Rippers. True Rippers, though, bad positioning. They had one of their players knocked out. Should not be too difficult for them to recover, and the revives are coming through for True Rippers. Reckoning Esports on the other side. It's going to be tricky, man. I mean, Sahil has pushed up front, but Levi can't really do anything. His position is going to be compromised if Sahil gets up to try and provide cover for Levi. Then he gets knocked out. So very precarious play is going to be there from the side of Reckoning Esports. Sinway on the other side, as we mentioned, that numbers advantage that they have to work with. They can also potentially walk away with a chicken dinner in this game, along with Autobots, who actually did quite well for themselves as far as we talk about their ability to close out matches with chicken dinners during the grind. Can they repeat it in quarterfinals? I mean, they have made it to the top 6 with all 4 players intact.
I mean, as of now, for Autobots Esports, even their position is not too good. There's a chance they can be focused fired. And you definitely do not want to be under focus. But looking at Vajra Esports, man, it's been a nuclear start. 13 elimination points so far secured already. And if they get away with a chicken dinner, it's going to be a dream start for Vajra Esports. Imagine starting things off with already 25 plus points. Who wouldn't want that? And Vajra is just consistently spamming away. They've got enough resources to do it as well.
It's going to be interesting to see Vajra Esports if they can close out this game, because look at where they are. They're going to run into a sandwich the moment they try and push this ridge. Unless they create or modify the terrain a little bit, have those deployable covers still available to try and find some space close to the center of the play zone. All right, smoke's being lobbed out, it seems like, by the players of Vajra Esports. A little bit of breathing room will be there for them to work with. Yeah, we've seen Spartan try and break off Sahil's ankles just a few moments ago with that spray. Precision put on display, and of course, has been quite phenomenal for his team this entire match. 6 eliminations for Spartan 9. I don't know which reference to give, be it one of the most legendary Spartans that I am aware about, or maybe just the God of War.
Sinaway, though, looking at their position. Sinaway's now starting to get real desperate. You can see them constantly taking those pop shots against Autobots Esports. And as I mentioned a while ago, too, taking too many shots in the field, it also means attracting a lot of eyes on you. And that's not what a team like Autobots Esports want. But already, Sinaway's attraction, it's towards Autobots Esports. Heavily taking those shots, Autobots Esports dropping down a men. 2 men already knocked out. Vajra Esports constantly shooting those nades as well. But none of those nades actually find a prime connection. And that's why Reckoning Esports is still safe. But Reckoning, they've already made the bounce against Autobots Esports. And Levi, the man's busy switching his weapons.
Pretty much, and oh no, Sahil! Oh, I thought that nade would get the job done, but Sahil still alive with about half his HP now. The bandage is being put to use. Sinaway forced towards the edge, but Autobots, these nades are going to be deadly, and they're just down to Lobster. Pro also falling down. Autobots in a world of hurt. Sinaway just turning the tides and now taking control of the entirety of the western half of the play zone. This should be their fight to win. But the nade, it ricochets off the deployable cover and takes down Ninja. Oh no, that has to be comedic.
I know, right? What was that nade? Definitely a massive blunder. And now for Autobots Esports, that's going to be second lifeline just granted to them. And Lobster, the man's currently shrouded inside of the smoke. He needs to make the most out of it. And I'm pretty sure he will try to squeeze in the most out of it as well. So for Cineway Esports, getting the two-man squad back upon their feet is probably going to be the most thing that they want to do. And already those two players are back up. Backing away to safety slowly and steadily. They don't even have a lot of HP to play with. They need to pass themselves up as soon as possible. These nades, they're getting really close. That one definitely does do a lot of damage. But things looking good and dandy as of now. For Cineway Esports, the fact that they've got all the 4 players standing, that's the most important thing.
Oh, but I think Lobster is going to do them dirty again. On the other side of things, True Rippers, I think, finally running out of patience over there. Have lost Hydro. He's knocked out one more player from the side of True Rippers, just getting finished off. We're down to just last 2 players surviving. And this sandwich, Ronnie's position compromised at the hands of Cineway and Vajra Esports. Putting up a lot of pressure on Jelly, who's trying to bring Hydra back into a fighting position.
Oh no,
but Jelly also getting taken out. Shots fired from Vajra. Smoker finds the knock for his team. And Cineway, they're taking away those points, by the way. They picked up the point for Hydra. Jelly's point still gets secured by Vajra Esports. But even Vajra Esports are down players. What am I seeing?
Exactly. They lost out on a couple of players in that fight against True Rippers. It was not a positive trade for them. 2 players are knocked out, at least from which one of them is back upon the feet. So it's all good in the hood. But as of now, Vajra Esports, they need to focus fire against Cineway Esports. That's going to be their biggest foe and the biggest competition. For Cineway Esports, all the 4 players still standing, and they've also got a great map control. While on the opposite side of the spectrum, looking at Vajra Esports, it's not the best possible position to be in. Pinned behind that little deployable cover, and eventually, Cineway Esports just constantly inflicting that pain and hurt. Catching one of the mans out in the open. Vajra Esports, it's not that good of a spot to be in.
Yeah, and because of that, I believe Vajra Esports, their fate is sealed. Cineway, too much map control to work with. And as the Stage 9 blue collapses upon us, we're down to the last 8 players. Final 2 teams of this game. Cineway taking on the lads of Vajra Esports. Look at that utility that blocks their way. Smoke and Sparta already fallen. And Cineway now in a 1 versus 4. And they just burn the opponents alive. Cineway Esports, what a phenomenal way to close out their first game of the quarterfinals. A massive winner-winner chicken dinner.
Vajra just denied all the points to Cineway. Yes, they did. They Molotov themselves to death.
Wow.
They denied all the points because they knew there's no freaking way they're going to be able to win that game. So they denied all the 4 elimination points in the final few moments.
Hey, I mean, we spoke about this, right? From here, you have an opportunity to directly skip the wildcard stages and head towards the semifinals. And I think we were talking about this before the show began, that it kind of brings you into a position where you have to finish in the top 3 of your group.
Yeah.
Well, if you deny points, you might just end up finishing in the top 3 of your group, especially considering the kind of aggression we saw from Vajra Esports.
Yeah, nothing taken away even from the side of Cineway, right? It was still a solid game.
Yeah.
Getting 9 elimination points out of that one, that's definitely going to be affecting their standings in the overall in a good way. And now looking at for Cineway Esports, they've already started things off in a really good manner. Vajra Esports, even though they were not able to secure that game, they're still going to be on the first spot in the standings.
Oh man, I mean, here's a little bit of a recap of how things went down. Ninja did find a knock towards the end, but Cineway, they might just be upset about this, that Vajra has denied them points. Look at this, the Team Molly comes through. Spartan is like, yeah, we're not fighting this, buddy, we're just going down ourselves. And then Rex, what?
All 4.
Oh, it's so smart, they got a revive onto Rex and then just self-mollied.
Yep.
All 4 points towards the end just denied, and Cineway, they end the game with 19 points in total. And Vajra, I believe, had about 15 or 16 eliminations?
They had a lot of elimination points. No, the last time when I saw them, they had 17.
All right,
so
yeah.
even though Vajra was not able to secure that game, they're still going to be on the first spot in the overall standings, which is really impressive. But even for Cineway, it's a great start. Nothing taken away from that. The way Cineway was able to capitalize in the late game, yeah, it was a little bit of a blunder against Autobots Esports.
Oh, yeah.
It really went down south. But luckily enough, they did get the recovery pretty quick.
Man, if I was Cineway, I would be really upset right now and ready for the next map of of Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, Sinway is definitely going to be salty after that one, but the way Vajra Esports as well played that's really smart. Denying the points. Now, a lot of these teams will actually try to convert that 4-on-4 situation, but Vajra just knew they don't have the positional advantage.
Hey man, talking about smarts and talking about realizing where the opportunity lies to maximize the result, BTD Esports, we haven't talked about them a lot. I mean, to be fair, they are kind of outshined by performance from Sinway, but the performance from Vajra Esports. But BTD could have been taken out very early in the game, if you remember.
Yeah.
But all thanks to that last player, Varad, I believe his name was, they were able to finish in the top 4 or the top 5.
Yeah, but the question is, how many elimination points did they actually have?
Just 2.
So that's not going to be massing up to a lot of points from BTD, but at least you can't say what could have been a 0-pointer. At least they got a few elimination points and a few placement points to back it up. So at least something is there on the board. Looking at Vajra Esports' Spartan, that man's going to be the MVP of the previous game, getting 7 finishes and 8 knockouts. The conversion rate is definitely incredible. Looking at the damage as well, 11-13 damage dished out. Incredible stats from Spartan. Even Rex Boy is going to be there from Sinway, getting 5. Hunter as well from Vajra once again, getting 5. Godin from Wildfangs, and Smoker as well from coming Vajra. Now, once again, as I mentioned, for True Rippers, it was a pretty good game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Vajra Esports from the start of the game, from the first fight we saw them in, which I believe was at Neo X Factory when they came in for a third party. They were just phenomenal and on point. But we have the point standings at the end of game 1 on our screens, and Vajra Esports 23 points to their name. Sinway ending the game with 19. True Rippers with 12. Mysterious 4 Nakshi Esports got taken out super early, but thanks to the elimination, they have 10 points. While Fangs finished on the 5th with 9, Autobots with 7. And this is why I was giving praises to BTD, because instead of getting 0 or just 1 point, they get 6 points. It's still a position from where in the next coming matches, potentially you can catch up to where the players of True Rippers are.
Rondo is usually supposed to be that massive burst of performance, but a lot of these teams have failed to deliver that burst of performance, and now the recovery needs to be there in the upcoming games of Erangel. If they fail to get the recovery, then we know there's a chance they might be heading on towards the wild card, or if they are not going to be doing that either, then there's a chance they can be eliminated in the bottom 24.
Again, the rules are simple. You get 6 games to perform, and from what we have noticed in the previous round, the cutoff, at least for the top 7, was about 35, 30, 40 points-ish. For the top 6, it went up a little bit. Now we're talking about top 3, man. It is going to be, at least I have to say, like 70, 75 points. What do you think?
So consistency is going to matter a lot more now. It cannot just be that one burst of good performance and you're instantly going to be back inside of that top 7 or top 6. No, now the top 3 and the top 4 move on. So you got to have that consistent performance to be there around the top dogs.
And just to clarify one more thing for everyone, because we are talking about the quarterfinals and this is a new format compared to how it was last year. We are saying top 3 just so you can eye your particular group. Let's not forget that for the quarterfinals, for promotion, there will be an overall leaderboard and you need to finish in the top 8 bracket to get a direct qualification. Otherwise, you're eyeing out for the wildcard stages, and if you're on the bottom 24, well, bye-bye.
I know, right? Top 16 is going to be the way to go for you guys. If you do not place yourself in the top 16, or if you manage to place yourself anywhere between 17th till the 24th spot, then you head on towards the wild card. But the remaining 24 teams, they will be eliminated. So there's a 50-50 chance of you making it, because 50% of the teams will be eliminated from the quarterfinals itself. If you're good enough, you are going to be qualifying.
Yeah, pretty much. You have to be good enough. You have to fix your mistakes as quickly as possible. But this is just start of the journey. Maybe we're putting too much pressure on these teams. Let's go on a short break, and we're going to be back with Erangel. After what just happened in game number 1, as Necro mentioned, of course, a team like Autobots is going to be salty. Sinway is going to be salty with the players of Vajra Esports as to why you deny us those points. And, well, to talk about all the saltiness, we have gotten Salty himself with us for game number 2. Did you enjoy the action in that game 1? I mean, for me, it was entertaining. Vajra Esports, icing on the cake.
Absolutely. I think the stark contrast in two different teams. I'm going to call out two teams. Vajra Esports, somebody who's dreaming of potentially making it to the LAN finals for the first time, versus someone like a Phoenix. You've had Somraj dominating the stages of BGIS, absolutely getting thrashed in the early stages, and Vajra just doing so well. I feel like this is what the underdogs bring to the storyline and the scene as well. But you guys, ladies and gentlemen, you can actually add a lot to the scene. Make sure to play your matches inside of the Discovery Island. Just unlock and explore all of the places. Make sure you get the points and contribute to BGI's 2026 prize pool. Johnny, I think we have got a little bit of a source on how much the prize pool has risen up. I think it's around 3 CR right now.
Gone over 3 crores right now. It's over 3 crores. And our milestone at the max is going to be about targeting 4 crores, right? So just play the matches. Just play BGMI. And also, while you're at it, while you're watching us, make sure to like the broadcast and also subscribe to Krafton India Esports' YouTube channel, because we did release a roadmap for the entire year. So I would like to remind you, there are a lot of tournaments that are going to take place right after BGIS. We have open for all events as well happening, and all of these updates about which events are happening, what the dates are, where the LAN venues are going to be, you can find on Krafton India Esports' social handles, and that includes the YouTube and the Instagram, and of course the official website as well. But that is enough of self-promotion for us. Let's start talking about the action itself, because Rondo gets extremely chaotic. Amongst chaos, Sinaway did well, Autobots kind of did well, True Rippers did well, and the outlier in the mix was Vajra Esports. Can they keep this going in Erangel?
It's going to be a little tough, but again, we do have the highlights in front of us. And you mentioned a lot of teams, Johnny. One outlier I will love to mention has to be Team BTD, to be honest, because imagine this, you have no idea whether or not you've qualified to the quarterfinals, and then all of a sudden you get a text that, alright, fine, just get ready, because in 30 minutes you're going to play your matches. Now, that is not a situation, but being an athlete, you're supposed to be adapting to everything, and I feel like BTD with 6 eliminations, yes, for sure, it wasn't a performance to kind of boast about or something like that, but I feel like it's a good start at least for Team BTD, and they can build on from that point on as well.
I think, imagine a moment, because I think all of us are like this, every gamer is like this. When you're done with something, when you know you have kind of lost it, you take a backseat, you relax, and you start enjoying the action. And all of a sudden, to go back to that state of mind, like, alright, we're going to be playing the quarterfinals now, and this is our second chance at glory. We have to make this count. And from that game 1, I love the fact that BTD wasn't going to let it slip. Even with that last man still in the fight, they just chose to play for survival. And 6 points on Rondo, it kind of looks bad, but going into Erangel, they're not going to be starting 16th. They're going to be starting on the 7th position. So that is a saving grace for them. Now if they drop a big 20 bomber in Erangel itself, that pushes them in the top for the top 3. So what more could you ask for? I think this is kind of a decent start. It's not the best, but it's also not the worst.
Absolutely, but then the same can be said for teams like Reckoning Esports, for True Rippers, for Autobots. It seems like all the teams who came in from the grind itself, Johnny, we were contemplating whether or not form is going to take a hit, considering you go through a massive gap in between grind and the quarterfinals. When you come in directly to play at this stage, there's always going to be that added pressure, the added I don't even know what to call it, maybe the reflexes or something like that, it gets slowed down. But it seems like all the grind teams have prepared well, and majority of them, apart from Phoenix Esports, had a fantastic start.
I think on that note, it takes me to a recent interview that we had with the coach from Revenant Xbox, where he kind of was asked about his team taking a vacation, a few days break right after their matches for grind were done, and he said this perfect thing that kind of fits to all the rosters that you spoke about, especially the rosters that were there from the grind, that these players players have been playing the game for so many years that just 4 or 5 days off away from the break is not going to make them completely forget how to play. But the question is, did you use that opportunity to study up on the rest of the competition? Do you watch the matches from round 1 till round 4, and were you prepared for what these underdog teams were bringing to the table? Something new, something that they themselves might not be aware of, but because you have all that experience, you notice this one play that you could add to your playbook and it gives you an edge. But talking about things giving us an edge, we have Red Force looking for an edge, and they have a substitution where Trax is going to be subbed out and MD17 is going to be stepping back in. I like that name, MD17, because WD17, I believe, is something that is used in motorbikes.
Yeah. I mean, on that note, I'm also very surprised that Red Force Esports actually went through a substitution just after one game itself. I'm not even sure if Trax was there just for the map of Rondo, or is it MD17's speciality to play on the map of Erangel. You never really know, but I love the fact, in fact, even Roman mentioned this on an interview before broadcast today, that he does not have a fifth in his team. He always likes to play with 5 players, and he will be able to sub in and sub out anybody at any point in time. And I feel like that is a lot of liberty for an Erangel to have.
It was, and this was a conversation that even me and Necro had right after we heard that interview, that alright, you're just saying that you're going to sub in based on what you feel like, but can you please explain that gut instinct? Because I know for a fact, professional players, and especially the IGLs, are extremely smart and extremely well-versed with what they say during interviews. They're not going to let go of those cheeky little calculations that they do in the background. That, all right, maybe because of this one thing, we sync up better with this one man on Miramar because he's good at long-distance vision, he's good at scouting out open positions, and he does that by himself. So those minor little details can change the way a team plays. But hey, that is all just speculation. It's time to witness the action from Group A. Here we go towards Erangel.
And here we go. The Big Bird goes back up the skies once again. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are flying. And we are flying over the lovely green lush lands of Erangel. It is going to be lovely for sure, because the flight path, it does give us a little bit of entirety of the map, to be honest, to play with. Just cuts across from the center of it. You start off from Stolber, we end at Ferripier and Primorsk. It is going to be a long flight path for sure, and majority of the teams will go to their drop locations. But on the map of Erangel, certain questions do come up. Where will Wildfangs land, of course? Do they go in any early skirmishes? Because that has been their approach. And, Johnny, to also remind you, Vajra Esports, who's just absolutely dominated in the first game, can they replicate that performance on the map of Erangel?
I want to see something. Has anyone taken a lesson from TKM? The Knights Mob, if you remember, used to be a team who witnessed during the grind, and they kind of figured that Wildfangs are very weak in early game drop fights. So is anyone going to use that to their edge, just drop clash Wildfangs in a flight path like this? Because you think about it, gliding towards Milta is impossible. You have to drop for that Trident roadways, get a vehicle, and then move towards Milta, or maybe just head towards Shelter, look for a vehicle there. But Wildfangs, they find themselves quite close to Sun God and Autobots, so there is a possibility for them to take a fight early. You were talking about Vajra Esports. They take an exit towards Primorsk, and it gets them very close to the circle itself, because we have a hybrid circle towards the west of the military island. This game just got a whole lot intense at the very start.
It's going to be too interesting. Where does the circle land up on? It's going to be a big question for now, though. Victorious Summers, Venom, has always been an IGL, but this time under Oasis leadership, it seems like isn't really faring up too well for him. All by himself in the waters, Misty's Force Naksh. Goku, in fact, is still searching for a player. Is he searching for a player? Because I'm pretty sure he's got a boat up front, but I think he's looking out for Venom. And Venom, look at him. He's just hiding over there in that one corner, and nobody has an idea where exactly this man is. I love this.
Hey, man, well, that man had a position to hide behind, had the bridge to work with. A team that did not have anything to hide behind was Wildfangs. And 2 of their fangs have been pulled by the Autobots, as Goten and Sensei have completely been finished off. Great start for Autobots, but An awful, nightmarish situation for the players of Wild Fangs, but Team Tamalas, oh no, Signo, you sick man! He was hiding inside that building for so long and Aimgod just falls in his trap! Oh, Team Tamalas. He saw that Buggy and he knew what was about to happen. He tried to back away, but Buggy's reverse gear isn't fast enough.
No reverse gear is actually going to be that fast enough once you're in that compound without information. There's absolutely nothing that you can do. And look at this, Blind Rippers, they're actually going and sticking true to their name. He was in the blind spot and he ripped his soul out of him.
Yeah, that was such a hilarious prank. But to be honest, I don't think Signo expected anyone to show up towards that compound isolated, because it's a position just towards the side of the military bridge. So you're going to make a quick rotation with your entire team. And then as a unit, you try and clear those clusters. But yeah, big punish coming through. And another punish for, Stoic, as Red Fangs, Red Force can't really do much. Stoic, living up to his name, was absolutely stoic towards the edge of the building, not moving, not reacting, and just keeping everything all to himself. Yeah, Vajra Esports, they find an easy pick on him.
It almost seems like Vajra Esports, they've unlocked heavenly weapons. Vajra does refer to a heavenly weapon inside of the Mahabharata, ladies and gentlemen, but it seems like here on out, their performance has taken us by storm, to be honest. Nobody was expecting an undergod team to just come out of nowhere and dominate like that on the map of Rondo, but this time Phoenix Esports, they are looking to make amends, and of course on their targets will be Team Alpha. Punisher though runs away from the situation, understands that there's too many men surrounding him. The vehicle is still going to chase him out, but look at this coffin from the sidelines, takes down 5, but that is the first shot being struck towards Phoenix Esports, and Somraj needs to find a way out. Viper is out in the open, not a lot of covers for this man. Smokes need to be deployed. Smoker looking to find the retaliation, but Team Alpha, they get away, Johnny.
I don't understand what direction the players of Team Alpha are running towards, because they are looking to cross the bridge. But Phoenix Esports, that overcommitment has resulted in 2 of their players falling down. Somraj and Smoker still fighting for their lives, and Adonis, he's all the way towards the watchtower, but from the backlines, it's going to be Somraj. Impressive cover fire, takes down Adonis from the side of Team Alpha. Now Coffin, last man left alive, gets picked off, and Phoenix Esports, incredible recovery from a fight that I felt was lost. But what is going on with Team Alpha is going to be my question. Alright, you found a knock onto Viper over there, a player that was overextended, but the target was supposed to be to cross the military bridge.
Yeah.
They just started circling that compound. They started circling that watchtower for no reason, and that punish was bound to happen.
Absolutely. I feel like it's the lack of experience that we're talking about here. And understandably so, they kind of chase the wrong targets, not the circle. This time, Team Sun got Nika on the other side. They are chasing the right targets, because right up front is going to be
True Rippers.
Lads from True Rippers. Shots are being taken, and I'm pretty sure that boat isn't really going to survive for long. Boats usually have the lowest of HPs out there. Ronnie has been knocked out. The rest of the 3 players do cross on over, but it's not the best of outings. As soon as you come out on land, I'm pretty sure the scopes are going to strike, and
I don't think...
What is this man doing over here, Blind Rippers?
By the way, in that spray, I don't think the players from True Rippers were even rendering. They just sprayed at a few pixels they could still see of the boat and committed a lot of ammunition. So Sun God, I'm going to be worried about them, because what happens once you cross over towards the southern side? But as you were talking about Signo, it seems like he's been watching something that Icy Baby really loves. Tips and trick videos.
Tips and tricks. And then you've got Johnny's live as well. I like their formation, to be honest, Blind Rippers. 1 man on the bridge to try and deal initial damage. And then from the sidelines, from the hilltop as well, you can get those shots fired.
Yeah, the last time I saw someone do that in a Battle Royale game was before Esports even existed in that country, by the way. In a competitive Battle Royale game, not in like normal
Be
matches.
on top of the bridges?
Yeah. It's
Wow.
very risky. In BGMI, it can be extremely risky if you get caught off guard, because you have no escape options if you think about it. You drop down, you get knocked out. You take a swan dive, you're getting shot at, and they know exactly where you are. And it will be at least 2 seconds before you are in a position to swim away.
Well, we'll find out if Blind Rippers can recover from that situation. I think the gatekeeping measures have to be halted, because no more rewards to be found over there. Not a lot of teams are yet to cross on over. But having said that, I still feel there are a handful number of teams who are yet to reach the military base bridge. You've got the likes of BTD, who are still around that Pochinki school region. You've got M4 Naksh, who is up top towards the northern hemisphere. It doesn't really make sense, to be honest. And then, of course, you've got Victorious Summers as well as Aura Esports as well. They are in the respective drop locations yet to rotate. Can be a little too late, but having said that, look at this. From the grind, it was Pro from Autobots who was lifting majority of the heavyweights. So for Autobots, historically, it's been Lobster, Johnny.
Yeah.
But finally, I think Lobster's shoulders have been given a little bit of a break. Pro was the one who was doing majority of the tricks.
Sure, man. I mean, it is nice to see all of these other players to also step up because right now the roster that we see for the side of Autobots, personally for me, it's phenomenal, man. Ralphie and Lobster, they've been good. Arib and Lobster have been sticking around together for the longest of time. So this iteration of Autobots, it can turn out to be big difference maker in the competitive circuit, especially for the finals. But Phoenix Esports, they fall casualty to what I feel is one of the I don't know what to call this play. It's a one-off situation. Signo on top of the military bridge has found a pick against one of the players from the side of Phoenix Esports, but
can we call this a one-and-done angle?
It is a one-and-done angle, but the thing is, once you see someone do this in the competitive game, imagine, first you were paranoid about cross-river team camps, then they came with an update that added these side alleys, these catwalks to the bridge itself. Then you got paranoid about those. Now you have to be paranoid about some dude sitting on the top of the bridge just doing absolutely nothing for the first 5 minutes in the game, and then all of a sudden you think that the village next to the bridge is empty and then you get taken out.
Yeah, that sounds like a very sad script, but sad for Vajra Esports as well. Smoker gets taken out. This time it seems like a little bit of a revenge arc coming in. Red Force Esports. Now that was a good strike, to be honest. Second finish on the bag. But Vajra isn't really done. Hunter OP from the last game was absolutely fabulous. This time he's going to lack that amount of firepower and his teammates' support. But he understands where the players from Red Force are. If he does manage to connect, I'm pretty sure a couple of knocks, maybe a couple of finishes might just be on the cards. And then, of course, you've got the M249 has been spotted. I'm pretty sure information will get found. And he gets executed.
Before we could notice in this game of Erangel, Vajra Esports almost on the verge of getting taken out. Hunter finished off, and Red Force are doing quite well for themselves. But Spartan, position compromised, and here comes the wrap around the broken wall. Spartan 9, he's running for his life, and well, oh no, gets shot in the back by I-11. Red Force Esports, they get a squad wipe going. Well, not a squad wipe exactly. I think one of the players from Vajra Esports was picked somewhere else.
It's still completely fine, but for Red Force Esports, I feel like now, moving from the mosques to the military base bridge, it's going to be a tough task for them. They can certainly use a boat, maybe, if that is available, but going in from the bridges, it's such a deadly task. Have a look at this, though, Team BTD. This time, we're looking to stop Sinway on their tracks, but Sinway are unfazed by it. Don't really care. A lot of shots do manage to connect Nishant Jod from up here. A bit of damage was there. Ninja still managing to sneak past. And majority of the bullets, they do get struck upon those iron bars from the bridge itself. It seems like Team BTD weren't exactly planning this move, to be honest. Now they themselves will have to cross on over. I'm not really sure what Sinway is planning on the other side for them.
Yeah, I think Sinway is going to keep moving forward, considering the bridge has taken one of the most awkward shifts for a military circle. It moves towards the southwestern edge. There's this hill close to the players of Team Tamilas. I think that has to be the prime spot, just a little bit north of their position, and that is going to be a prime spot for a lot of these teams. But by the way, a surprising thing just happened. Blind Rippers have somehow managed to get Signo back, so he has kind of figured out a way to rejoin his team, and they're holding a nice spot to work with where the players of Sinway are headed. On our screens, we have a team using a hovercraft to rotate. It is going to be the teams from Team Aura Esports, in fact, and they're moving along the western edge of that military island. Should find a safe landing spot for that hovercraft as well. But Sinway, we just saw them cross the military bridge in a fray as shots were fired towards them by BTD Esports, and now it seems like they're spotted out by Phoenix as well.
Phoenix themselves have a lovely Lovely position for themselves. They're right at the edge. They've got a couple of compounds as well. If we do talk about their players, Viper was one of those players to watch out for. Not just inside of the round 4, which are the stats. 14 eliminations, 9 assists inside of the 6 matches that he played. But even inside of the grind as well, it was Viper from Phoenix that we were constantly talking about. It's always understandable from Somraj. Even if the start's not really the best, he does find a way to make a comeback, bounce back on the overall standings this time as well. 4 early eliminations on the bag, and now they hold a beautiful spot. But how far can they go on? Big questions elsewhere. Red Force Esports, they are on their merry run, but it's going to be a long journey for them inside of the circle. They will have to leapfrog multiple teams at once. There's BTD lying in wait. You've got Mysterious 4 as well. Leapfrog all of these teams, cross on the bridge, and then finally the circle awaits you. It's going to be a long journey, Johnny.
Yeah, it's going to be a long journey, but the most important thing of this journey is going to be crossing that military bridge. If you can't succeed, then this is where things come to an end. And as you mentioned, for the players of Red Force Esports, I think it was that delay that happened due to a fight against the players of Vajra Esports that has resulted in them falling into this trap now. Mysterious 4 taking shots. Goku finds no contact, but luckily for him, somewhere, shots do find contact onto... How was that not secured?
I think the last few bullets just connected over there and absolutely took down the player. Mysterious 4, I'm pretty sure even Goku must have been surprised by it, but nonetheless, Sketch is going to push up. What just happened? You see a player standing right in front of you, potentially think it's your teammate, then identify it's your enemy. I'm not even sure what's going on, but certainly a comedy of errors is just happening.
Yeah, panic confusion happening for Red Force and Mysterious 4 as well, because they went for a 2-2 split play. But hey, there was a third team in the mix, wasn't there? And it seems like as Red Force and Mysterious 4 Nakshi Esports clashed against each other, BTD took full advantage of that swing and forced their way across that military bridge. Here they are on the edge of the blue, and they will have an opportunity to gatekeep both these lineups. But moving towards the northeastern edge of the play zone itself, we have Reckoning Esports going up against Victorious Somus. Now with the waist knocked out, Scary Jord, Venom and Mafia still alive. Can Victorious Somus recover in an open spot? But going back to Mysterious 4 Nakshi Esports, BTD, they are falling apart. And Mysterious 4, they are going to be grateful for these elimination points. BTD, it seems like they backed off a little too much for their comfort.
But Fragger gets taken down, knocked on by the play zone itself. This is not good news for them. BTD, in fact, the last remaining player just ran away from the situation because Phoenix Esports from inside of the blue, it seems like they are doing an extremely fabulous job gatekeeping these lads. Simp, now you are supposed to connect that, and I finally feel like he's about to do it as well.
Yeah, he almost found that knock, but I'm pretty sure if Somraj goes back and watches the demo of this game, he is going to call Simp for a few questions, like what happened over there, buddy? But that is fine. Phoenix, they are still doing quite well for themselves. 5 eliminations secured. Decent position to work with towards the northern edge of the safe zone itself. Not a lot of threat once they're trying to push directly down south. Just one team blocking their way. But BTD, my oh my, the risk that has been taken. A rush, a mad dash for the center. And well, they are going to pay a heavy price for this. This is why it was surprising. Nishant and Venom, they just wanted to move, get to a safer position, just like they did in the map of Rondo. But this time, guess what? You were a little late to the party, and the punish comes through. BTD get eliminated from the game on the 13th position.
Yeah, but good news for Cinema Esports as well as Reckoning Esports approach their fortress. They're completely out in the open at the edges of the military base. It's not really the best of positions to hold. And have a look at this. For Reckoning Esports, it seems like problems just escalate because Victorious Summers, we've been exchanging shots for a while now. Victorious Summers inside of a vehicle. Sahil, you're not supposed to miss those shots. And he gets taken down by always Victorious Summers. This is a massive fight which they won, courtesy to which they get so much access to space. But from the backlines, it seems like they're not done yet. Blind Rippers are going to be the next on target, and shots have been connected as Signal is going to be falling.
What a brilliant Hail Mary attempt from Victorious Somus. And as you mentioned, their prayers are answered. A decent control towards the northeastern quadrant of the current play zone. And it gives them a little bit of a ridge to work with. Maybe try and put pressure on the players of Sinway from the backlines, who are kind of busy dealing with blind rippers themselves. Rexboy overpeaks for a little bit of spray, takes damage from the flank, and finally, I think the eyes of Sinway have opened up. They realize that, okay, threat from the west in the form of Phoenix Somraj, and threat from the east, it is going to be Victoria Somas.
My oh my, Ninja, have a look at that spray coming through against BDD, just taking down both the players even before the vehicle had exploded. But, Johnny, there's actually a very interesting split that you've got to notice right now. Sinway Esports, they're doing something different over here. 3 players up on the north of that highway, if I would assume it is. And then, of course, you've got Mokshu, who is in the southern edge of the circle. I feel like there are going to be a lot of threats coming in from the shorelines, and that is the sole purpose of which Moksh has been placed over there. But my question is, can that lone survivor hold on to that angle for a while? It seems like he's being taken down. This is exactly the problem I was talking about, but anyway, they still have got 3 men up and alive.
Yeah, he gets run over, I believe, by one of the players from the set of Autobots, but yeah, I don't think that would matter too much for Sinway Esports. As you mentioned, that was an insurance policy for them in case the circle took a drastic shift towards the open positions down south, but now they're going to have to brute force their way. If that happens, on the other side of things, Victoria Somas, they have the players of Blind Ripper spin, but I don't know if they can get a lot of value out of it as well. Blind Ripper is still in a decent position inside of the play zone, but talking about True Rippers now, they find themselves up against the players of Aura. That nade looked good, but this one could be better. A lot of utility in the hands of the players of Aura Esports. And eventually, I believe True Rippers could be knocked out of here. Damage trade comes through. Hydro somehow still standing. And Aura Esports still looking for an opening. Jackson has 4 nades left. Smoke lobbed out. Aura Esports, they are more interested in creating cover for themselves. But if one of them gets knocked out, because they've drawn too much attention, then it might just be done for. And look at what is happening to the players of Aura Esports.
Yeah.
It is going to be the third party from the backlines. It's the last surviving player from Mysterious for Nakshi Esports. That's picked off 2 from the side of Aura. And Jackson is now just forced to push towards True Rippers. That's all she wrote. Aura Esports eliminated on the 10th in this game.
They just took too much time taking shots against True Rippers. I feel like from a position where they are, nades should have actually been exchanged and connected as well. Jackson did that. Jackson was phenomenal inside of the previous stages, but this time,
Or someone turn around and take shots on Goku from Mysterious 4.
yeah, maybe as well. But to be honest, I think Goku has managed to keep himself hidden. I think even Autobots, Esports and True Rippers have no idea that there's an outlier over there. Meanwhile, talking about Autobots Esports, bro has been knocked out. Arib is doing good job from the backlines as well. Second up being found with the shotgun. He's still trying to clutch it around, moving around, and he finishes off the entire team. Autobots Esports, now that is what you call a clutch.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal fight coming from Arib. And especially when the players from Autobots really needed it as well. But now the question is, can he be the saving grace? Because Autobots are pinned towards that southern edge. Especially we saw shots being fired towards him from the players of Wildfangs as well. But hey, here he is. A man who has just caused the elimination of a team just a few moments ago. Aura Esports now eyeing the players of Autobots. Lobster, does he know? I don't think so. Lobster shows up looking for the loot. He picks up the nades. And that could be the opportunity for Goku to find a knock. But Lobster finally realizes that this is going to be the end. There it is. Another crate in the water. And Lobster, yeah, I think he needs to go and check whether he can find some 7.62 ammunition over there.
If it was me in his position, Johnny, it wouldn't have been a battle royal anymore. I would have actually felt like it's a jump scare game because I was not expecting a man laden with grass and wearing a grass suit coming out of the waters like that. That is just predator stuff happening. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on the eastern edge of the circle. It seems like Victoria Summers, they are battling to find some space, this time taking shots against the lads from Blind Rippers. One of the players has been knocked out. It is Zaxi, but completely out in the open. I am actually concerned for Victoria Summers and their position, Johnny.
Yeah, me too, man. Just pushed on the edge. They have been trying to focus fire the players of Blind Rippers for so long. And that's just kind of ruined their timing of it all as well. But Victoria Summers now, The question is, because even Owace, if he overextend a little bit towards his left, then he's going to be in the line of fire of the players of Phoenix Esports. Even that is going to be concerning. And then there's Sinway as well in the mix, who can put a lot more pressure on Victoria Somas. But on the other side of things, Wild Fangs. All right, now this is going to be a brilliant turnaround from Autobots, because I felt Autobots would be done for based on the line of fire that Wild Fangs have, but Autobots have picked off one individual from the side of Wild Fangs and now find themselves 3 versus 1 with the upper hand against Kahana, the last survivor. They see him move, the nade goes out, and there is the end. The final nade in the coffin, the final nade in the coffin. As Wild Fangs finished 7th in this game, we're down to the top 6. 18 players still alive.
Yeah, but 10 eliminations for Autobots elsewhere as well. Sinway Esports just come in, arrive to the party and take down Phoenix Esports. But even Sinway unsafe. Shots coming in from the backline. Sinway Esports have been eliminated as well. That push wasn't really calculated and the third party was not even taken into account. It was, of course, Victoria Summers. We've been eyeing them for a while now. And Victoria Summers, Johnny, we've been talking about this.
Yeah.
This is a team that was devoid of space, trying to battle against the blue. But now have a look at this. They are in a commanding position.
Exactly. I was just about to say, like, did Owace somehow order the players of Sinway to step out and go after Phoenix Esports? Because those were the 2 teams that could have picked off Victoria Somas and Blind Rippers, but they clash against each other. And Sinway eliminated earlier on. Phoenix Esports eliminated just now. Opens up the center of the map for both Team Tamilas and Victoria Somas, and in fact Blind Rippers themselves. Autobots in the mix, looking to be consistent. Autobots, by the way, were part of the top 4 in their previous game as well. So if they do actually manage to secure a chicken dinner here, that propels them all the way to the top of the leaderboard. And phenomenal run on Erangel, by the way. 10 finishes secured already. But also props to Team Tamilas. They were the team to lose the first player in the game, if you remember. Aim got the way he went down to a trap that I believe was laid by Blind Rippers themselves.
Signo.
Yeah, Signo, the man with the shenanigans. He's a sick man. First hides in the room, parks a buggy as a prank for Team Tamilas, and then climbs up the military bridge and causes chaos for Phoenix Esports. By the way, he just got 1 point off of those shenanigans. He got 1 player from Team Tamilas, that was it.
Entertainment cannot be valued by points.
That is
Johnny.
true.
I feel like the amount of fun that we've had watching this man, I don't really want to give him points for that. I think I'm going to give him entertainment points. But nonetheless, enough about the banter. I feel like Autobots Esports. Now, imagine this, Johnny. I think this crew has been sticking together for so long. It's almost second nature for them to actually communicate right now. And I feel like because of that communication, Autobots Esports have been so consistent. I mean, ever since Showdown, I've never really seen ABC just go out of form, and this time as well.
But focus fire on the players of Victoria Somas, and I think this might be the end of the journey as even Team Tamilas turn their crosshairs towards Victoria Somas. And now finally, Blind Rippers realize this is their cue to move out. Nades being lobbed. Mafia takes a lot of damage as Scary John is forced to run out into the open. But Team Tamilas, superior positioning from 2 moments ago results in Blind Rippers just blindly rushing out and falling apart. They're eliminated fourth. Victoria Somas, they make it to the top 3, but that is going to be the end of the journey as well, as the final clash is going to be between Autobots Esports and Team Tamilas, and Mr. IGL becomes the first man from the side of Team Tamilas to fall. This is a team that we all wanted to see how they were going to perform after their drop in performance in the grind, and them finally making it here all the way towards quarterfinal. But what a beautiful turnaround from Team Tamilas in this game, I have to say. And Autobots as well, looking very consistent in the quarterfinals already within the first 2 games.
Absolutely, but it's a 2v3 situation. Majority of the favor is going to be in the side of Autobots right now. They've got massive map coverage. They've got the high ground advantage as well. Team Tamilas, as soon as they come out of this ridge, I'm pretty sure those heads are going to get blown off. But Reaper does have the advantage of the ghillie suit right now. But can he use it? Autobots, meanwhile, lying in wait. They understand that the circle is going to engulf Team Tamilas first. So the ball is going to be in their court. The majority of their positions have been revealed, I guess. Reaper over there has been spotted. Fox OP as well. So as soon as these lads bring their heads out, I'm pretty sure Autobots are going to strike it first. Potentially a 15 finish chicken dinner is on the cards, but Team Tamilas, can they flip the script?
I mean, right now it's just all down to that first shot, headshot potential, and who finds the contact with their weapon. The M4, the AUG combo for Team Tamilas. For the side of Autobots, I think it was Arib who was carrying a P90, and personally, from my side, a lot of hate towards that weapon. Yeah, don't even feel the recoil at even long-distance sprays, man. What is that? So, if that weapons come into action, I think Autobots automatically win a game if Team Tamilas try to rush them down. So it's very important that, as you mentioned, with that ghillie suit, Reaper finds an opening, but Fox OP, oh no, this could be brutal. He's been spotted out mid-rotation, and now Autobots know exactly where Fox OP is.
Shots from multiple angles. Fox OP has been absolutely cornered, and now the nades come in as well. Autobots are looking to clean this up as soon as they possibly can, but Fox OP is still looking to put up a fight. Reaper in the back lines. It's not giving his life away easy because nades coming in from Team Tamilas. It seems like they're in for a fight. Fox OP this time doesn't really find a connection, but Reaper has been absolutely loaded with bullets. He's barely surviving over there. If the vehicle explodes, he is done for.
By the way, even Reaper has a P90 and Autobots, Ralphie is going to be the first man knocked out. This is going to be the opening that Team Tamilas were hoping for. But Reaper's position compromised as Autobots go for a revive. Lobster on the flank looking to see if he can keep Fox and Reaper at bay. Autobots, the reset comes through. Nade in the hand of Reaper, but they do not realize Lobster is still there. But the nade finds 2 knocks and Fox OP. He's going to be the man securing the knock. It's down to a 1v1. Fox, he does not have any HP to work with, needs to go for a reset, and Lobster is pushing up with the nade. The reset on the HP comes through. A 1v1 to close out the match. Half the HP bar goes away as the nade dishes out splash damage to Fox OP, and he's pushed towards the edge of the blue zone. Lobster knows exactly where he is, and the Lobster that never dies secures the chicken, and for his team yet again. This man has been on fire for I don't know how long, man. Autobots, phenomenal start to their journey in the quarterfinals.
What a match did we just witness, and what an ending was that. The turnaround coming in from Team Tamilas, the fight back and the spirit. This is exactly what we are here for, to be honest. But then again, Autobots with that massive advantage. I saw what Team Tamilas tried to do over there, Johnny. The nade flying in, one man looking to distract him with the vehicle as well. I feel like this is the combination, these are the combos that you're supposed to be using inside of the game, to be honest.
And that turnaround was so quick as well because the nade wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
The splash damage from the nade was enough to just make sure that Fox just went and blind fired those 2 men and they were down on their knees. But then again, it was... I think Autobots, I would like to think that they prepared for this.
Yeah.
I would like to believe that their strategies are so clean that they sent Lobster out on the flank already prepared that, alright, either you deal with Fox or you just stay there, because in case they push us 2v1 or 2v2, then from the flank Lobster has a direct line of fire for this. Exactly this. Just dish out damage to Team Tamilas and make sure either they are prepped or they are getting knocked out in that fight. And Autobots... What a phenomenal performance in this one. Lobster, Ralphie, Arib, Bro did quite well for himself in the previous game, so we're not going to discount him as well, but incredible stuff, man, from Autobots.
Absolutely. Consistency at its absolute best. 15 eliminations coming in from Autobots in this particular one. Lobster, Ralphie and Arib, just like you mentioned, 4 eliminations shared. Not really a lot of knocks, to be honest. I think Autobots Esports have rather been a little more wise and a little more efficient than just being diving into battle one after the other. Yeah,
but while Autobots, I think, kudos to them, they rotated towards the southern edge early and were able to hold their position quite nicely over there. One team that was there in the top 6, I have to give special praises to. That's going to be Victorious Somas, because Victorious Somas was outside in the blue till about midway of stage 2 blue zone when it was closing in, and by stage 3 I think they were able to find a decent spot towards the northeastern edge of the play zone, stage 3 play zone. So that long rotation, being able to survive those conflicts, keeping your head down when you really needed to, and in a move of desperation they kind of try to pick a fight that they were supposed to lose. So can't really blame them for that as well. But again, goes on to show that if you have experience, you won't panic. Even if you know that, all right, things are getting stacked against us, we stay patient, we wait for the opportunity, and when it presents itself, we are going to secure a few extra points.
100%. And I think I'm also going to bring up the same points for Senway Esports as well, because I feel like that has also been a team that has been consistent. But talking about consistency, man, oh man, the MVP of the last game, it is going to be Scary Jord from that matchup of Erangel. 4 eliminations, 850 points of damage, 4 knockouts, 1 headshot, and of course a survival time of 25.54. I feel like for Victorious Summers, it was about a game where they gain a lot of finishes, gain a little bit of momentum, and I'm pretty sure the chicken dinner is just waiting around the corner. But majority of the top players, they're from Victorious Summers, they're from Autobots, and then of course they're always going to be from Team Tamilas. Fox Soapy. It's been a brilliant performance coming in from Team Tamilas, to be honest. I feel like the turnaround was massive. From being the first team to have being a man taken away from your squad to actually taking it home and potentially fighting for the chicken. That was a long journey, but the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, Autobots at the top, 25 points for them. Victorious Summer second with 14 and Team Tamilas on the third with 13 points.
I'm glad you brought Team Tamilas into this discussion as well, because end game from Autobots was phenomenal, rotations mid game from Victorious Summers were phenomenal, but Team Tamilas losing out, as you mentioned, first team to lose out on a player, but the first runner-up of this Erangel as well. This is a brilliant turnaround. Phoenix Esports, 8 points. I would like to see the overall leaderboard to see where Phoenix Esports are. But I think the biggest reset from this particular match has to be Vajra Esports, who did quite well for themselves in that previous game of Rondo. But now this is a big fall-off. In Erangel, they just get 1 point.
Yeah.
And also, Salty, a question. What has gone wrong for Team Alpha? Today, it seems like they're not having a good day. Rondo was a horrible performance. Erangel, it's the same thing. It's again bad.
It's very surprising, to be honest. I'm pretty sure it's the pressure, the nerves, and the stages of the quarterfinal, the pressure of the quarterfinal stages. It does take a toll on a player, to be honest. But having a look at the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Autobots up top. You've got 32 points, leading the charts. Anyway, on 26, Vajra on 24. They still have a little bit of leeway, Johnny. So I think they can potentially play their game out. The next one, a little free of all the pressure they have on their shoulders. Victorious Summers, M4 Naksh, Team Tamilas, True Rippers, all of these teams are going to be in the high 10s, 18 to 15 point mark. And then, of course, you've got Blind Rippers to mark out the top 8 with 11 points. Not really sure if Blind Rippers are going to be able to hold on to their position, because Phoenix and Wildfangs are chasing them hot on the tails.
Yeah, I think from here on out, even if Aura Esports get a decent performance in the upcoming Erangel, they should be able to catch up as well. So it's not too difficult, but again, it's the quarterfinals. It was never supposed to be easy either. So you have to perform kind of the way Autobots are playing right now, being very consistent inside of the top 3 consistently in the first 2 games. Now the question is, can they do it 3 times in a row? Are we going to see Autobots again finish in the top 3? And if that happens, then it is going to get a little bit more chaotic, because again, big chunk of points to the leader of the overall leaderboard, and everyone else is going to start to suffocate a little bit more. I think that is what we saw happen on Erangel as well, wherein we saw a nice little spread of finishes, and I think that trend might continue going into the upcoming Erangel. But big names at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. You have teams like Team Alpha, who are stuck in the bottom 3. So important match for them to actually start to bounce back. Do not leave anything for tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure since Rondo and Erangels are gonna be done and dusted at the end of their matches today, tomorrow no chance for comeback. But of course, like I said, one more match still remains. It is gonna be the map of Erangel. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back after a short break. One match still remains for Group A before they complete today's set of matches. And of course, to continue over that, I think I've brought Mama and IC Baby 1 2 back on the panel. I'm actually very happy to discuss the last game about him. It was a little bit of an affair where Autobots and Team Tamilas were duking it out. I almost saw that Team Tamilas is potentially going to run away with the chicken, but Autobots finally secured their game. I want to know your thoughts about this particular team, Autobots, and their consistency. Do you think this is going to be maintained throughout the quarterfinals?
You know, I'm really happy that Ari was able to do a little bit of a clutch situation as well. We've seen how Lobster and Ari plays during last year's performance. It was a little bit lackluster during the grind phase, and now to see when it matters the most, okay, I'm glad they're back.
They certainly are back, ladies and gentlemen, but it seems like the Rebel Rogue Fox is back as well. It is my crush when it actually comes to the outfits and the set of skins that you are going to be available inside of the game. Make sure you get your hands to it. How are you going to do that? But by getting yourself the Royal Pass, invest on it one time, and if you complete all your missions, the UC is going to get refunded and you are going to get more and more cosmetics every single time. But coming back inside of the game once again, I see two matches are done and dusted, Rondo and Erangel. I'm pretty sure that the big names who are at the bottom of the leaderboard did not expect themselves to be seen over there. What is potentially going wrong with teams like Phoenix Esports, maybe teams like Reckoning Esports who are not really getting those performance on board?
I think it just comes down to just confidence as well. Obviously, there is a lot of situations where the circle doesn't really favor them too much here, but I think now they just need to pick themselves up here. Like, if today these first 3 games didn't really go well, make sure go figure things out for tomorrow. So you need to have some sort of base mark as of yet, get like 5 to 7 points from this next half game, then fix things for tomorrow. But for now, let's talk about a little bit of substitution here. I think Reckoning Esports is making the adjustments right now. They are bringing in GodX and replacing Lovish, which not a fan of, but at the same time, it makes a lot of sense. Like, sometimes you have players who don't really play really well. Sometimes you have players who just go over the top here. In particular, I think Vajra did step it up in the first game in Rondo.
Absolutely. Vajra just absolutely broke all barriers and expectations of what an undergod team is supposed to do. But I feel like Reckoning Esports, they are a special crew, to be honest, because even I discussed this with Johnny in his segment before, that in an interview today, Roman just mentioned that he does not have a dedicated substitute player over there or a dedicated fifth. It's a team comprising of 5 players and he wants to make the combination just according to what he feels, quote unquote. So I am assuming that Reckoning Esports, they might have been feeling under the pressure. That is the reason why a substitution, GodX with a fresh mindset, fresh mentality, fresh fingers, it might just boost your performance.
Yeah, I perfectly agree as well here. If sometimes you have good days, you have bad days, right? Sometimes if you go to the gym, you're feeling strong. Sometimes you go to the gym and you're feeling really, really weak. It happens as well. And it's the same here coming from competitive for BGMI. There is another particular player that I noticed that wasn't feeling himself in particular. It was actually Wildfangs coming from Spray God, which ironically, hey, this is Spray God we're talking about. Today he doesn't feel very comfortable for some reason, especially when Rondo came in as well. He just made one very small minor mistakes, and I think that mistake kind of ate him up this previous 2 games.
You know, but the thing about Spray God is today he might not be feeling himself, so he's probably going to get about 3 to 4 eliminations. Tomorrow he's going to feel himself, he's going to get 16 in one just match. So I'm never going to count out Wildfangs, to be honest. I'm never going to count out Spray God himself. But I think for Wildfangs, the problem that had occurred inside of the grind, that they are not being able to convert their starts to chicken dinners, it seems like that problem is once again coming back. With the one last game left to go, I feel like it's going to be extremely important for them to convert this match and potentially move inside the top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the map of Erangel. Let's watch out what happens.
One final match for today for Group A is on its way for the quarterfinals. This is going to be Game 3 for Group A as they fight to set the halfway benchmark before they set their journey and continuing on for tomorrow. This match is going to be extremely crucial for teams who are eyeing to be in the top 4, considering the fact that the qualification is based off all 4 groups instead of just one particular group. The points is going to be extremely crucial for teams at the top.
Absolutely, and especially imagine the amount of tiebreakers we'll have to go through as well. Your position points matter a lot. If you are a team like Wildfangs who understand that, alright, fine, we're going to get about 8 to 10 eliminations every single game, well, sad to break it out to you, you might be safe inside of your own group, but then on the overall standings, situation might just be completely different. So the best way to actually go about it is just gain position points along the way. And to do that, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the flight path coming in from Georgopol towards Milta Power, a couple of those birds have already set sails towards the Northern Georgia Pole region. You've got Autobots and Aura Esports who might just be duking it out.
Well, that's going to be interesting as well. Considering that Autobots does play a lot towards North George, they have set themselves there for quite some time. We occasionally see a lot of skirmishes, a lot of tensions there in terms of drop clashes, but are they going to hard commit is going to be the question. But True Rippers, they are going to be playing on towards the hospital region around the Everest vicinity, but the circle does play around ruins as well. So we are going to be expecting in Gatka circle. We haven't seen a single Everest circle this year in particular yet, which is ironic considering that it was the most popular endgame zones last year in particular. But for now, let's see. Seems like Aura and Autobots, they are going to be having a little bit of tension here. Does Autobots actually go for the fight, or do they actually back off is going to be the question. But as of yet, they are kind of spread out. Has to be a little bit careful as well. Prod is just minding his own business, going to stock up as much as he can before he proceeds. But it seems like Lobster, he's going to try and mask his step here to try and scout out a potential enemy, which I'm not a big fan of, but better safe than sorry, I'd say. Campers are always a big issue in the game.
And they certainly are, but imagine the teams who are going head-to-head right now. It's Autobots and Aura Esports. Tabletoppers versus the ones who are at the dead bottom. Not really sure how this battle is going to pan out, especially for the likes of Aura, to be honest. I mean, we've seen Jackson pull off plays before in the past as well, towards the grind, towards in the early stages where Aura Esports did participate. And it seems like that firepower has somehow vanished. We saw that fight in the last game as well against True Rippers. Team Aura Esports kind of potentially had the upper hand in that fight. I see they had the high ground advantage, but their needs still not landed. Issues are going on. I guess Aura Esports, they won't really get a lot of opportunities to fix themselves up. The same can be said with Team Alpha, another team that we expected to do really well. They started off on their BGIS 2026 journey, showing their domination on the map of Miramar. Now on the map of Erangel, I see they certainly are struggling.
Well, I would say, you know, Miramar is going to be for tomorrow to prepare themselves. So I would say tomorrow is going to be another day. Today is going to be another day as well. So obviously practice makes a little bit of importance here, especially there is no team going to be eliminated somewhat. Of course, they are going to be fighting for the teams that is going to be qualifying directly, or do they go towards the wildcards? So it's going to be a completely second problem that they have to worry about.
They do have to prepare for not being inside of the bottom 24, to be honest. Team Alpha, especially if they are playing like this. Imagine being from position 41st to 64th on the overall standing. Now, that is where dreams are going to come to a crashing end. Imagine being at the quarterfinals, you're almost one step away from playing virtually your first LAN event, right? Being called away from your homes and staying in a fancy hotel, doing fancy athlete stuff, and then going in front of the stage, playing in front of the crowd. It's a beautiful moment, especially, but Team Alpha, after such a journey, if they fall out from the quarterfinals, it's definitely going to sting.
Well, I've got a very interesting stat as well. I think last year BGIS, the qualification for the top 16 was 47 points.
Yeah.
But that's without Rondo. It was in the map of Sandhawk as well. So this time, do you think it's going to be a little bit higher here in terms of cutoff?
100%. I think Rondo has completely set the barriers up. Now, it's not just going to be for a few teams who create that vacuum up top. I think we saw that scorecard. We see the finish and the damage report coming in from Rondo as well. Every team has a much higher damage and finish graph, courtesy to, of course, the recalls as well. I feel like it's 46 points. It's not going to be enough, Izzy. In my opinion, if you are looking to be somewhere safe, potentially making it directly to the semifinals, you will have to get at least 60 points from the 6 matches that you've played so far.
Well, 60 is going to be a big ass. I was expecting 50 points, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, see, if you get to the 60 mark, you're potentially sure of being inside of the semifinals. 50, I'm not really sure, to be honest. There are going to be a lot of teams, especially the ones coming in from the grind, the ones coming in through the IGQ as well. So many new names up there, comprising of the teams who potentially can go to the wildcards. And to be honest, I see wildcards, in my opinion, it's going to be a wild, wild west. Imagine this, 32 teams make it to the wildcards, only 8 qualify inside of the semifinals. That is brutal.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal. Shouldn't be that... Should be an issue for the grind teams, I would say, especially those who came in from Group 1 in particular. But what's a little bit lackluster here is True Rippers. Because they really surprised me during grind stages as well. Last year, they were a little bit shy of, I would say, doing their overall performance, but they still qualified towards the Globals and BGMI on the second place. But after that, you know, I thought they were going to choke again. Then during the grind stages, they kind of surprised me. I was like, wait a minute, this is a team that just completely dominated a T1 lobby. And then now, coming these 2 games, something just went wrong. They definitely surprised me.
Yeah, again, I mean, it's kind of usual as well. We've seen Orangutan struggle in the round 4 stages, at least in the early few matches. They've got a higher of 60 points from the 6 matches that they've played, but I still remember there was a time when OG was battling for qualification. Then, of course, the last few games, they just went absolutely hammed and qualified. That is a completely different issue altogether. But the point is that these underdog teams, they certainly have got an X factor in them. The difference in strategies, the lack of practice in similar lobbies, it is certainly going to make life difficult for all of these big dogs. Phoenix Esports out there, Viper has been a big man in the past, a big man inside of round 4, big man on the grind as well. He's always been that top fragger for Phoenix Esports. Shots were fired against Ungod Nika, but majority of those shots are going to mix. Phoenix Esports, I feel like this is one of the teams that I feel needs to step up big time.
Well, they definitely do, but as of yet, they are kind of spread out outside of Kachinki. And speaking of the circle, it still hasn't really shown too much yet, but a majority of teams are already trying to get center control, which is a very different approach compared to round 4 and round 3 stages. And I think Johnny did mention up as well, there is a huge disparity in skill gap coming from round 3 to round 4. A huge jump here for round 4 and also the quarterfinals. And it seems like the meta is going to be falling back towards the T1 strategy, where before Circle 1, get center control and then rotate on the fly for Circle 2. And it seems like teams on the edges in particular is going to struggle a little bit more. But for some reason, Vajra was able to capitalize it on the first game itself in Rondo. Game 2, drop clash completely caused them to actually burn out. But this game, I want to see whether or not Vajra is going to be able to maintain the consistency, because the key to being one of the greatest teams in India is all about consistency.
Yeah. And I feel like it is how you adapt to your current lobby, how you adapt to the meta and the circle, always shifting and going all haywire. I feel like Vajra Esports certainly will be one of the outfits to look out for. Currently they are in Yasnaya Poliana. Wasn't really expecting that, but Vajra do this very often. They're very late in their rotation. They're one of the latest entrances inside of the circle, and I want to find out if that gives them any space or no. But this time, like you said, majority of those teams, they are fighting for Gatka Circle and the central spots, because that is the only place you find those compounds. Anywhere else, you're potentially fighting from open grasslands, and that is not a good place to fight from.
Well, speaking of which, let's talk about the table toppers here. The 2 teams, that is going to be Sinway and also Autobots. Autobots is still outside the zone. They're looting for North George. But interesting enough, Everest is completely unoccupied. That's number 1. Number 2, Sinway already in position to try and punish rotations down underneath the compounds of Everest. So I think this is going to be a very tricky spot for teams rotating from the west side. But everyone is dodging the west side. Everyone is kind of congested onto his ruins here, expecting the circle not to pull into his Everest. Which makes a lot of sense, considering that there is not a lot of good track record onto his Everest. But let's see how Wildfangs takes this approach. They are going to be playing the compounds outside of ruins. This is a great spot to punish rotations as well. This is something that Wildfangs does a lot. It seems like there is not going to be a lot of teams rotating in. Meanwhile, Mysterious 4, they're going to be playing the north side across the river of Georgia Bowl, trying to cut off teams from the north side. And Victoria Summers is going to be one of those teams that is going to be stuck here. Seems like they are going to be forced to rotate back towards Rozok before pushing inside the zone.
This kind of happened in the last game as well, Victoria Summers. They were outside the circle, they're completely stuck, but from that position onwards, it almost seemed like Victoria Summers were on a punishment streak, to be honest. They were just punishing teams left, right and center. Still could not really fight for the circle, but got a lot of finishes along the way. On the other side, it seems like Team Alpha and their convoy has been stopped as Punisher 11, dead on his tracks, has been shut down. Team Alpha, what is going wrong with them? Mid-rotation, wasn't really expecting this, completely outside the circle. They are hot in the blue zone right now, but still danger always seems to swivel on top of their heads. It's not really a good sign. The 3 players still surviving it. It should be an easy injection. Right up front, they have got the gatekeepers in the form of Aura Esports. But look who's here. There's Vajra, who is on the knee, Smoker reviving his fallen comrades, but who was the one who struck them? Don't tell me it's a circle.
Yeah, it's actually a circle as well. I think they might have taken a little bit of fall damage here from the vehicle themselves, but oh my goodness, they are out of meds. Yasnaya, Ponaya, 6 bandages all the way to the zone. That's like, what, almost 2 kilometers. Well, to be exact, it's going to be 1.5 kilometers away-ish. 1.8.
Look at the HP bars on the DOA status. It's barely non-existent.
Yeah, stage 3 is about to move in as well. That's gonna hurt. Hopefully they will make it safely. One of the teammates are there, and the circle actually shifts down towards the south side of Everest. Sinway, prime position as well. Same can be said for Team Tamilas. And also, I think Reckoning has got a good spot as well.
Reckoning Esports, for them, this game is going to be so crucial. I mean, they've done decently so far, but it seems like they are going to be expecting a lot more when it comes from the overall points tally. They certainly have got a little bit of a position on the far eastern end of the circle. Wildfangs looking to approach them from their back lines. Shots, I'm assuming, are going to get fired. Wildfangs will be shooed away. There will be no fight for sure. But for Reckoning Esports, it seems like 7 points from the first 2 games is not the ideal start that Roman was looking out for.
I think this is a perfect game for Reckoning to actually make a bounce back here. Considering the positions they have, they've got a decent amount of ammunition to work with. As long as they keep everybody away from the east side or near towards their compound, they should be good. As long as nobody gets knocked, at least until stage 5, they should be able to make it to the end game zone. Because everybody is going to be stuck on the north side. And that's going to be a problem for them. But again, forcing them to be stuck outside and getting points is 2 separate matters. Are you going for placement points, or are you looking for the finishes? In this case, Vatra, okay, on the finish rate, seems like Team Alpha actually backed out of the north rotation, passed by Rosa, and actually ran into his Vatra and takes one out.
Yeah.
This is not great for Vatra. Same can be for Alpha as well. It seems like they are running low on bandages themselves. They're still outside the zone.
They've got 2 finishes. They know the third one is quite low as well. They're looking to finish off this fight before they move forward. I mean, at least for them, it's not really that long of a distance. They will have to travel across around like 200 to 300 meters at max to enter the same zone. But have a look at this, Autobots. Not exactly in the smack center, but they are somewhere near it. It seems like against Mixed 4, Naksh, they are taking shots. Ralphie this time is looking to convert a couple of these openings. And with the way Autobots have been playing so far, it just seems like one knock getting converted. They are going to set up the ambush as well. Talk about the ambush. Spartan comes in front of our screen, and 1 HP is all that he has, and I'm pretty sure True Rippers, as soon as they heard their footsteps, they're going to take shots against him. I see what a crazy start to this map of Erangel that we have. I mean, it is one of the slowest maps that we have seen so far. Stage 3, we still have 57 players left alive. A team just got eliminated. Vajra Esports, but barring them, all of them are majorly alive.
Yeah, but at the same time, Vajra, they were just trying to rotate inside the zone. They were already stuck as well and getting caught by Team Alpha. This is going to be the replay on how that happened as well. So very, very unfortunate run here from Vajra. 2 games back-to-back. What a bomb, considering the fact that they have one of the greatest starts here in Game 1 in Rondo. Seems like all the safety cushion is pretty much thrown out the window. It is going to be back to the drawing board for tomorrow for them. Meanwhile, inside the game here, 15 teams still remaining. True Reaper is going to be coming down from Everest, but trailing behind them is going to be BTD, who is looking to try and punish them as well. So True Rippers, they have to make the call here. Fight BTD or rotate in. Seems like they've got 2 down inside the circle and 2 left behind to keep BTD in check.
It's going to be interesting. BTD back in the blue. Not really going to have a lot of mobility to move about from that position, so better watch out. Watch your backlines as well, because there can be anybody. And of course, Team True Rippers, they are looking to pile up on that pressure. I can see those 2 players moving in as well. Elsewhere, Wildfangs knock on the doors of Reckoning Esports. Now this is a fight they have been looking to escape for a while now. Avoidance not for long as Sensei strikes first. Levi has been taken down. Wildfangs, a little bit of retaliation coming through. Goten has been knocked out as well. Team Alpha from the sidelines, they are looking at the third part of this fight. And I'm liking this. Wildfangs, they finally have found a way to give back their fallen comrade, but Reckoning Esports, are they going to venture outside? It's going to be too much of a risk, to be honest. And look at Sensei. Through the smokes, he's looking to cover all the gaps. Trying to find the confirmation. Reckoning Esports are in a deep world of trouble, I see.
Yeah, they truly are, but Wildfangs now, they're going to be taking the spots where Reckoning is, and they shut down Team Alpha themselves. They find themselves a couple points. And it seems like Reckoning Esports, they're in a lot of trouble themselves. They are able to pick up Levi from the far horizon as they regroup back to safety, trying to play for center control, but their positions are completely exposed, and Wildfangs is going to be their kryptonite, as Reckoning Esports now's biggest threat is going to be coming from Wildfangs. Seems like Reckoning Esports, they were a little bit greedy for space as they get punished for this, and now Team Alpha is going to be the point of interest here for Wildfangs. Once they clean them out, they are going to be on the hunt here for Reckoning Esports from the southeast corner. But the northeast here, we have Phoenix versus Victoria Summers. And Scary John gets out-traded by Smoker. Mafia looking to try and retrade that. He's going to be able to go for drive-by, but he loses one in the process as well. What a fight between Victoria Summers and Phoenix.
That is not good news for Victoria Summers, to be honest. Phoenix Esports just running loose, and Sim this time is going to take down Mafia. One man left alive, and that is going to be always finds the first knock, needs two more. Victoria Summers, keeping your players at bay, it's going to be a tough ask. A Sim coming in from the sidelines. It is a 1v1, in fact. Have a look at this. Sim goes down. Victoria Summers gain advantage in this fight and win this fight. What a massive bounce back it has been. But for Phoenix Esports, problems seem to be never ending, I see.
Well, it's back to the drawing board here for Phoenix, at least for tomorrow. But Victoria Summers, they keep things alive, and they are going to be A-okay. Scary John should be able to be picked up, but right at the edge zones. Fortunately for them, it is stage 4, so it's rather slow. He should be able to pick themselves up and reset. And on the minimap as well, it's pretty much quite empty. But here comes a slam from Mysterious 4. Unfortunately, gets cut off by True Rippers as they try to go in down from the Everest vicinity. But True Rippers, they hang on. They are inside the zone and they are safe. But not for now, because the ones that heard all these commotions is going to be Sinway from the south side of those compounds, and they know exactly what True Rippers is up. It seems like True Rippers, they're unsure on what to do next.
I'm actually very surprised because True Rippers, they were huddled up against next to BTD, but that fight got distinguished. And True Rippers, they're down with the man and shot. And now I don't really understand what just happened over there. We were too focused on another fight. Team Tamilas elsewhere on towards the western corner of the circle. This time they are taking shots against Autobots. A little bit of a revenge arc coming through for Team Tamilas. Can they make their payback? It seems like they will. Fox Hopi with that one nade is going to eliminate Team Autobots, send them backpacking to the lobby. 5 finishes is all that they have. Team Tamilas, they're looking solid so far. They've got control on the western terrain. Seems like the central spots are still left unoccupied elsewhere. In the middle of almost nowhere, Venom tried to gain a little bit of that circle control, but it seems like it's been denied. Red Force Esports, they have been like eagles around inside of the circle so far, looking for scavengers, looking for these outliers, and guarding the circle like an absolute guardian angel. But can Victoria Summers break past their defenses will be a big question.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well, but considering that Red Force Esports, they have been laying low for quite some time, and now people are going to be coming in. Victoria Summers seems like they are going to try and make a safer here on Venom here from Oways, but they don't really have a choice. Nades are coming in. Oways should be knocked here from this nade. Seems like it's a little bit out of range, so Oways will live to tell the tale. But seems like he is going to try and smoke things up, because now a third party comes from the side as True Ripper scares off RFS. So this might be the reset that Victoria Summers gets because of this potential third party.
True Rippers can't really put them in a state of risk, but elsewhere, Wildfangs once again, they come knocking on the doors of Levi, and the front line falls once again. Time and time again, we've talked about how crucial Levi is for their performance. It seems like this time, Wildfangs, they're going to take a massive hit. Needs coming through from Reckoning Esports, takes down Kana. Spray God is the only man who's been left alive. Takes down Roman. It's going to be a 1v2 for him. Sahil looking to shut him down through the smoke itself. Spray God maneuver, shotgun strikes, and Team Reckoning Esports, they break the back of Wildfang, this time sending them back to the lobby. 5 eliminations for Reckoning Esports, and it's been fantastic. Just one man lost, I see.
Huge comeback here coming from Reckoning Esports. This substitution coming from GodX is clutch and crucial, and it's working well for Reckoning Esports. Their Kryptonite has been countered, and now they've got full control of the southeast corner, and they should make it into the endgame zone. Meanwhile, teams on the north side, they haven't concluded their fight yet here. RFC still deciding who they're going to be focusing on. True Rippers looking at the BTD as well. It seems like BTD was able to clean out Victoria Summers on the east side. And on the west side, Sinway has been poking from afar. No eliminations yet for Sinway. And it seems like Sinway, they're also going to be looking for a potential third party to try and take this fight. But True Rippers, they realize there is just too many teams from here.
Yeah.
It seems like they don't really have a way out.
Absolutely. They are guarded from all sides. They are manned from every single angle. Look at that. You've got BTD on your right-hand flank. You've got team Red Force Esports up front. But having said that, it seems like flanks can be broken. Nishant shot with a nade has been brought down. True Rippers, they're looking solid. Shots from Red Force Esports from their front lines. It seems like it's hurting True Rippers. A couple of their players have been knocked out. True Rippers, this time Jelly has been knocked out. The rest too. Can they keep it alive? Hydro taking so much damage from the nade itself, and Ronnie will have a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. True Rippers still managed to hold on, but with True players, it seems like it's going to be a tough task to breach past his defenses. Red Force are looking extremely solid. BTD is looking solid, and then of course the circle just takes a curveballing shift to the south. It's just so unfortunate.
Yeah, it truly is as well. And I think BR is going to be very happy about it on the south side. And Victoria Summers, somehow Scary George is able to snake his way inside the zone. That's going to be some placement points for them. But again, clutching the chicken dinner seems to be, I would say, impossible here for Scary George. For the north side, True Rippers, one of the potential targets to be taken out from this game just because of how pinned they are. And Team Tamilas is going to be adding another layer of gatekeep here with Fox OP all by himself to shut down Sinway's rotations in. And even Sinway can't really get out into the zone. A tricky spot to be in. Fox continues to add on pressure. He's dropped all his utils. He is going to back off, but this nade, ooh, it is going to scare off Ninju for a bit. But Team Tamilas, they know Sinway is stuck out in the open. Well, True Rippers, we do see on the finish feed, Hydro has been taken out. And just like that, Red Force is going to be able to shut down the team on the north side.
Yeah. Having said that, have a look at this. Anyway, Esports, they are looking consistent as ever. Their third match, potentially aiming for the top 3 as well. This time, they climb stairs. They are on that second position in terms of the overall leaderboard. 28 points on the card. Reckoning Esports coming in from the west, from the east, pardon me for that. It seems like they are seeming to be a big threat. They've got compounds to actually control. BDD taking in a lot of shots from 2 different sides, in fact. Anyway, Esports from their west and Reckoning from the east. And both in together. Take down BTD, just 1 man left alive. Red Force Esports looking to breach past everyone and leapfrog themselves inside the circle. It seems like that will get denied. Reckoning Esports are on a finish frenzy at this point.
Oh, BTD with the nades. Oh, Farad. He was able to shut him down as well. Red Force Esports in a lot of trouble now. But if they are able to get the reset, they should be fine. But as of yet, everybody's focusing on them. And while this is happening, look at the minimap as well. Sinway actually drives past BTD and they get center control.
But is it going to give them dividends? Big question. Reckoning Esports also slowly making moves. Levi is going to be the man leading the shots. Taking shots against BTD. 1 man has been taken down. 7 eliminations on the board. But how will Reckoning Esports reach the center? Big question, of course. Smokes can be utilized. Vehicles can be utilized. These rice fields, they're going to turn into an open grassland. They're going to turn into open graveyards. Team Tamilas from the western flank. This time, Sinway Esports, are they going to keep hold of their positions? As nades come in from Fox OP, Ninja, inside of their smoke. I'm not really sure if he's going to be able to hold on to it for a long time. And of course, like I said, he fell. Sinway Esports have been shut down. Team Tamilas looking extremely solid. 4 men standing, 3rd position, 27 points on board.
Wow, full control of a game here from Team Tamilas. They saw everything, they came, they conquered, and they abused everybody in this game. This is just phenomenal gameplay coming from Team Tamilas. But now, the stage has been set by them. They dominated everyone from the north. No entry from the west side. They've got a wide spread, and they've got information on every single one in this game. And the circle now actually somewhat favors them as well, as they are one of the closest from inside the zone, as they are going to be shooting outside. Scary Jot all by himself gets himself some placement points. Now on the top 5, but can he get some more points is going to be the question here. He sees the people on the northeast corner. He's barely on the edge of the zone, but seems like the biggest priority here is going to be the guys coming from his back. And that's going to be BR going to be coming in inside the zone. The first person they are going to spot is going to be Scary Jot. He is in a tough spot to begin with, but Blind Reapers, they are also afraid of teams shooting from afar, so they have to be a little bit careful here. The shots has been made. Reckoning Esports getting spotted out, but no connection yet, but they do find Hacker on the side, so that's going to be a point here for Levi.
Yeah.
Levi.
But have a look at this though. Blind Rippers from the sidelines. They've been lying low for a while. Finally, they open themselves up. Sahil OP has been absolutely shut down. Reckoning Esports are being given no room for mercy, to be honest. no mobility. They've been shut down. Blind Rippers are looking to keep them pinned in that particular corner. Talk about Reckoning Esports. Levi has been looking extremely proactive. It's been a slow start for him inside of this particular game, but once he fell a couple of times, then he certainly picked himself and his game up by quite a lot. Have a look at this. Team Tamilas from the sidelines as well has always been a big threat. And here we are left with the top three, ladies and gentlemen. It is Team Tamilas, you've got Blind Rippers, and then of course you've got Reckoning Esports. Blind Rippers, they certainly are not catching where exactly the hurt is coming from. It seems like Team Tamilas, they're hurting from where it actually is a blind. Spots haven't really been checked, and from the corners as well, Blind Rippers, they're getting ripped out. It's just two men, Sikno as well as his comrades who are still standing tall. But shall they go in for a revive, I see?
Oh, Signo, he had the perfect sight, but the invisible wall from the buggy just stopped all those bullets. So unfortunate. But just like that, Blind Reapers now losing a body. They need to push up. And Reckoning Esports, they can't really challenge Team Tamilas. And as of yet, Team Tamilas, they're going to be very happy from their positions. But well, as soon as they say this, guess that Signo finds a different angle. Gets a knock onto his Reaper, and seems like they're not going to be able to pick him up here. So Team Tamilas might just be picking out here, but Reckoning Esports, seems like Blind Reapers. Signo finding another player in the back. They're barely at the edge of the zone. It seems like this time the circle actually favors them, so this time Team Tamilas has to push into zone.
Yeah, potentially, yes. They are going to be the farthest away from the circle itself, but Reckoning Esports, Blind Rippers, none of these teams have the circle, to be honest. So it is anybody's game from this point on. Reckoning Esports, of course, they had a player up front. Sahil has been knocked out from the sidelines, I'm believing. Team Tamilas has always been that threat from the sidelines. Reckoning Esports, as they keep throwing bodies at the fight, they keep losing them as well. And now it's just left with a one-man squad. In the form of Levi, can certainly turn this game around. Reckoning Esports, can they gain the amount of points they need? Team Tamilas has been nigh unstoppable today. 3 matches, 3 consecutive outings, and 3 consistent performances coming in from Team Tamilas. It's been a brilliant showcasing of how you are supposed to play inside of the quarterfinals. But the game isn't over yet. We've got Blind Rippers, and these lads, they are also aiming for a chicken. If they do get those points on board, I believe they will have recovered all the points they've lost from Rondo and, of course, from the first matchup of Erangel. It's going to be tight. We are left with top 2. 3v4. Team Tamilas at a man at disadvantage, and they certainly are taking a lot of hurt as well, I see.
Oh, they're smoking up a lot as well, but seems like it is going to be a 3 versus 3 potentially. No, actually not. It's going to be a 4v3, but Team Tamilas, they're running out of mats, they're running out of utilities as well. Their vehicles has been disabled. The only way Team Tamilas wins this is they get a knock, but fortunately, here's going to be 2 knocks here coming from Signo. It's 2 down from Team Tamilas, and they are stuck in one of the worst possible situations. And now another knock again from Blind Reapers. Now a 3 versus 1, and even Reaper gets scouted out, and just like that, Blind Rippers clutches the winner chicken dinner.
What was that play at the end, to be honest? Blind Rippers didn't even give an opportunity to Team Tamilas try and even fight back. The ground clear was just enough for Blind Rippers to take away the chicken dinner. And of course, what a fantastic end. Team Tamilas, they're going to be a little salty about that finish for sure, because they had the man advantage, they had the circle advantage as well. Everything was supposed to be in their favor in terms of experience, in terms of firepower, in terms of, I don't know, quote-unquote luck. But then Blind Rippers just absolutely snatched it away from them.
It's a little bit unfortunate as well, considering that Circle was favoring Team Tamilas throughout, like, what, Circle 5, Circle 6, and then down towards the last minute as well. Blind Reapers, oh wait, the Circle has hard shift south, and they barely needed to move. I was like, okay, you know, this is very nice here coming from Blind Reapers. And the only way Blind Reapers would have lost that was that when Team Tamilas got the initial knock and went for the rush, they would have won the fight, but they couldn't because Reckoning Esports was still alive on the north side, which gave enough time for Blind Reapers to go in for the reset, which again, you see, Reaper getting these 2 knocks was so crucial. This was goal time for them, but they just could not do so.
Absolutely, and then of course Signo round the rock, just hard punishing every single player out there. Not just from Reckoning Esports, but also from Team Tamilas. These 2 behind the Lamborghini was just absolutely fantastic. Then of course, have a look at this. Fox OP was spotted, player was marked by a friend, and then of course, he was the one to execute everyone. Signo with 4 eliminations, Johnny is live with 4 eliminations. Blind Rippers, they close out the game with 9 finishes and the chicken dinner, 19 points from this particular one. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be extremely happy. They're going to be celebrating because now imagine this, you've done half the job already, you're potentially chasing for a semi-final slot. at a max, you might actually slip down, but at least you've secured anything but the wild cards. You're not going to get having the threat of getting eliminated. But for the rest of the teams in the lobby, for the big names out there who are yet to make an impact, I'm talking about Phoenix Esports, I'm talking about Somraj and the rest of the boys right now. I feel like for them, the job gets so much more difficult.
I think the current situation for each and every single team is that now there's 6 matches. Regardless of how bad you do, get one chicken dinner, you're not going to be eliminated for now. Like, it's either you go to semifinals or you go into wildcards. I think that's the mentality throughout a majority of the teams. But for the teams who was fighting for semifinals here, I think Autobots, Team Tamilas are the 2 teams from this respective group that is fighting for it as well. And I think Team Tamilas, they are looking very strong right now.
They certainly are looking very strong. It's not just Team Tamilas, to be honest. Even Autobots is looking pretty good. Victor Summers, I think we can't really forget about them as well. They are kind of up there. I think it was a little bit of a platform, and tomorrow they might actually be able to bounce back from there as well. Now, one team I really want to talk about has to be Vajra Esports, because I've never really seen a team like this, right? Right from the get-go, inside of Rondo, they get such a beautiful performance on board, 17 eliminations, and then right off the get-go in the next 2 matches, you get completely dished out. Like, what is going wrong with them?
I don't know, man. Like, game 2, getting drop clash and then losing the fight is one thing. Sure, fine. Game 3, okay, you know, they weren't really drop clash, but they were late to the zone, out of bandages, getting picked off, and then just completely bombed the fight here. So that was a little bit of an awkward situation here coming from Vajra Esports, but they still have the foundations here. For now, they're not exactly in a bad spot. They still have the safety cushion, but the safety cushion is slowly dwindling away. But for now, let's talk about the top players from that respective match. Obviously, Signal is going to be the guy to watch out for as well. He does have the 4 elimination with 586 damage. Aim God coming from Team Tamilas. Johnny is live coming from BR also with 413. Levi from Reckoning with 550. And Fox also 480. So I was expecting a little bit more of a one-sided domination coming from Team Tamilas, considering that they've had so many finish points in that game.
But it was shared. Look at this. I mean, look at Blind Rippers with 19 points, 9 eliminations. You've got Team Tamilas in the second spot with 11 and 17 points in totality. You've got Reckoning Esports on the 3rd spot, and I feel like this was a good bounce back coming in from them. 9 elimination points, 5 position points, 14 points in total. And then, of course, from Victor Summers, you've got 10 points as well. The only teams who could actually miss out on the big openings in this one has to be Team Alpha, Phoenix Esports, and Wildfangs. And I feel like problems are going to be compounding for Team Alpha, for Phoenix Esports, and so is going to be the case for Wildfangs as well, because we've always talked about how Wildfangs are such a big threat in the early stages of the tournament, but there comes once a day where Sensei does not feel like it, and the team absolutely gets punished for it. Wildfangs, for them qualifying to the semi-finals, is going to take a massive leap tomorrow.
You know what's really impressive is that we have Mysterious Fall, we have RFE, and also Wildfangs, who are in 9, 10, and 11 position just based off finish points. That's just really impressive. So they do have the firepower to win the fights, but they just could not convert themselves in towards the later stage of the game, which is very, very unfortunate as well. But as for Victoria Summers, you can see the small little position points that they were able to pick up bits and crumbs here is what is the reason why they are in the top 5. So I would say the chase is still on here for Victoria Summers for the semifinals.
Absolutely, and Victoria Summers is such a beautiful example, to be honest. They never really had the circle in both those games of Erangel, but still found a way to come out with at least something, get at least finish points or position points, whatever suits the best. And to be honest, I feel like Wildfangs need to find that safety cushion, need to find that even ground as well, need to negotiate with the BGMI god that, hey, I want finish points as well as position points, not just one of them. But it's going to be tough for sure. But for Team Alpha, tomorrow they will get their set of Miramar. I'm pretty sure the lads are going to be extremely happy, but to jump from a position where they are right now, 14th position, to a qualification scenario, it's going to be tough, but at least I guess they can scare away the elimination brackets. Hopefully, at least. I'm not really sure.
Well, or they could actually pull down the overall cutoff for the qualification as well. Because think about it, is right. There's 4 groups, only 16 teams make it into the semifinals directly. So,
and 24 teams get eliminated, by the way. So it's more teams getting eliminated than actually qualifying to the semifinals. That's how it's supposed to be, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. So I think tomorrow is going to be another day. But for now, we're going to be bringing in a fresh new group right after this break. And that is going to be Group C coming into the picture here as they start their journey here in the quarterfinals. See you guys right after this. Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026. You guys are currently watching the quarterfinals and of course the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be I, Super Johnny, as we take you through the commentaries for this upcoming matches. We've seen Group A pretty much concluded their day for today. Here, 3 matches done and dusted for them. And now we're going to be bringing a fresh new group. And this upcoming group is going to be Group C, and I know you're going to be excited for this year because I personally want to see how Seoul is going to deal with this.
It's not just Seoul, man. It's God's Reign as well. It's Troy Tamilian Esports versus Orangutan last Saturday. A lot of big names present in the mix for Group C. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about the mix of your contribution to the prize pool of BGIS 2026. Well, guess what? We have just hit, in fact, 3.5 crores of total prize money for BGIS 2026 while the matches for Group A were going on, by the way. So thank you so much. But the maximum goal is still achievable for us. Few more days remain. Go on in BGMI and just play your classic matches because Discovery Island, it is still active. You could get a few exciting rewards for yourself and of course make a massive contribution to the overall prize pool of BGIS 2026 without spending any UC.
Hey, for you guys watching at home, we need your help right here, right now. The more you play, the more prize pool we're going to be adding into the prize pool as well, because last year I think it was like what, 3.2 crores in total. So can we get 4 crores by the end of this next coming 2 to 3 weeks? The more you play, the more rewards, the more prize. Hey,
but hey, talk about playing. We have teams that will be playing the next 3 games, Group C, on our screens. And of course, we're going to kick things off with teams like Orangutan, Evox is going to be there. Then we have VST, Oops Official, God's Reign, Lastare, Soul, AX, Vasista Esports, Kalinga Esports, 4EC, Rapid Chaos, Troy Tamilian, Learn From Past, 5 Comets, and Crescent Wolf Esports. The top 16 teams, the 16 teams of Group C on our screens. And I just have to say, as I said, Group A turned out to be the group of total annihilation. Well, Group C is going to be the group of total chaos.
Well, it is truly going to be chaotic as well here coming from this group as well. But of course, the reason why I'm bringing up crew with Seoul here, because again, they came in from the grind stages alongside with God's Reign, which ironically, I think this BGIS, I've never seen God's Reign ever become so dominating, making it towards the quarterfinals directly, because normally, you know, they kind of start things very slow. Round 2, round 3, barely qualifying to next round stages. That was pretty much their entire journey. Even their journey towards BMIC was exactly just that. You know, no one expected them to qualify, but out of nowhere, they stick in the top 8. Oh wait, I got in. But this year was a little bit different as well. So I'm curious to see how they perform, but let's talk about our predictions here. Obviously, I'm going to favor Seoul a little bit more because they are very explosive. You went for OG, huh?
I think I've seen improvements from Orangutan. It seems like all of the players are coming back to their prime form. And OG, it's a story similar to the one for God's Reign that he just described, wherein the starters are going to be slow, but towards the mid-stage of the tournament is where they get aggressive and explosive. But we have the predictions for the Hindi desk, and I think that face you made, was it for Maisie, who has gone for 4EC?
Yeah, I was very, very surprised with that pickup as well, because, we did catch a little bit of glimpse here coming from 4EC from the round stages, but I wasn't very convinced yet. Like, against one of the T1 teams, you know, it's going to be tough. I've never seen under God teams actually do well, especially coming to the quarterfinals, the semifinals as well. But again, now making the quarterfinals, obviously they are somewhat of a pro level already. Now it's just about proving themselves.
Yeah, pretty much. I think, again, if you are able to clear the quarterfinals and directly move to the semis, that's a big statement. But even if you head towards the wildcard and you are able to survive those wildcard stages and then make it to the semifinals, I think that itself is going to be quite exciting to see. But the question is, will 4EC be able to accomplish this?
Here's the question as well. For the past 2 years, I think only one team has ever achieved that, right? From in-game qualifiers all to the grand finals.
Yeah. For the last 3 years.
Yeah.
It's just been Revenant X-Pac. Well,
nobody else.
Team X-Pac back then and no one else.
Yeah, that's a little bit tough to actually go for of an ass here, I would say.
I mean, it is a tough ask, but hey, that's what the fight is about, right? It's an open tournament. It's the biggest open tournament in the country. Either it's all the glory and the fame you want, all the success, or it's going to be oblivion in the future. But let's see how the journey for Group C commences as we head towards Erangel.
Well, the quarterfinals begin here for Group C. It is going to be the map of Erangel for today, and they will only have one match for today. So this is going to be a very crucial match here for them to actually set up for tomorrow's homework at least. As right after this, they are going to be joining in towards back-to-back maps of Miramar. So this is going to be very, very important for them. They cannot afford to drop the bomb here. But in case, if you are looking to pull a couple of secret strategies tomorrow, well, all those strategies are going to be completely analyzed by the coaches.
Yeah, pretty much. And as you were talking about it, I think it's important to start off strong because depending on the rotation that you are given for the day, there are two mindsets that you can look at the three matches that you have played towards. One is going to be the explosive start if you get that Rondo, Erangel, and then it will be about the slower start on Erangel, and then looking to be consistent on the two Miramars that follow if you get the second half of the day, which is what I believe should be the state of mind for Group C. So I'm expecting a little bit of a slow start to this match, but right off the bat, interesting plane exits. We are seeing Oops Official go for, I think that's going to be a Stalber Kamishki split from the team. Savage should be looking for vehicles. I don't know why he's out into the open. But Kalinga Esports. Now, Kalinga Esports is a team that has shown massive improvements during the rounds themselves. But this four-man widespread from Mansion all the way towards Shelter has me a little bit worried, Icy.
Oh, for a second, I was about to make a prediction on the circle. I was expecting a military base once again. We had one of the most amount of military bases throughout the entire, I don't know, grind all the way to round 4 itself. But today, we did see one just now, but this time it is going to shift all towards the northwest corner, and I think this is going to be a North George ending. I've never seen a Zarki ending, even last year as well.
I don't think I've seen a Zarki end in my entire career, and it's been a very long one at that as well, but Zarki endgames are the rarest endgame that you will come across in BGMI.
I think last whole year we didn't even see a single Zarki at all.
No.
Like 2 years back we did see, but last year no. And last year we actually saw the two islands in Military Island. In Miramar, sorry. That was one of the rarest circles.
Yeah, few positions inside of the game, and I think it's no surprise as we spoke about it that since the end game does not go towards Zarki, majority, literally 99.9% of the teams that play competitive BGMI do not even consider Zarki as a viable starting spot. Unless you are struggling very badly inside of a tournament, you do not go to Zarki. But as you mentioned, high probability that we might get either a North Giorgio or maybe an Everest or even shooting range for that matter as an endgame play zone for this particular match. We are seeing those clusters of teams that wave of bodies move from the east to the west. And in fact, one of the teams that has the prime position in stage 1 right now is Visista Esports, who are on our screens. The 4-man unit takes control of the northern Georgia Pole City, and they're going to be quite comfortable in here.
And they're going to be very happy about this as well, considering the circle may or may not actually traverse into the North George. But let's talk more frequency here based on this current zone. Obviously, shooting range, we had a lot of circles heading towards that vicinity. North George is a lot as well. We have seen, I think, one ruin so far. We haven't seen a Rozok ending, so most likely it is going to be shifting up north based on this. We did see far north onto Severny shorelines as well, so that's going to be a little bit of an interesting spot to be in. But it seems like OG is going to be playing Severny, so I am actually curious to see how they're going to be performing here. But before that, let's talk about the stars to watch here. We have Joker, we have Oxide from Troy Dublin, we have Cheyenne from Vasista Esports, we have AKOP from OG, and also we have Devotee from Team AX. These are the 5-star players to watch out for in this match. Joker
has been incredible as an individual throughout his entire career, cornerstone for the side of Team Soul to rely on. But we saw AKOP make the list as well, and I think this is the one player that OG always needs if they want to make it to the finals, or if they even want to do well in the grand finals in general. Orangutan need AKOP to fire to the best of his abilities, and it's not just him. You need Wizgod and Atanki as well. Aru, the brains of the team. Firepower missing from his end does not really reflect on the overall scoreboard that much, but his job is different. He's supposed to be the one gathering info and getting the team into a fighting position.
Now, I'm going to pose a very interesting question to you here. In particular, is that we do see teams having preferences of their usual drop spot, obviously for Gulfstream's military base. But this time, OG's preferable spot is Rozok. But because AX is inside this team, this lobby, they've conceded Rozok, and they went for Severny. But now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is that whose favorite hometown Severny belongs to? It has to be K9.
Yeah, pretty much.
So what happens in the semifinals where if AX, OG, and K9 comes in, where does OG go?
I think if that happens, they are going to try and head towards Rozhok again, because we have seen OG in a situation like that last year as well, where they were facing heavy drop clash towards Rozhok from same team AX. There used to be the older roster for Reckoning Esports that used to go there. Seoul used to take control of the school apartments area. So OG is used to situations like that. But I think this drop towards Severny might have been an adaptive one, considering they had a look at the flight path, realized like, all right, Severny might be empty. Not a lot of teams like to go for Severny, by the way. It's an isolated position. I think one of the big names is K9 Esports that starts from Severny, and they're not even there in this lobby. So I believe this is an adaptive start from OG, which I kind of like, because I mean, it's in the circle, right? You have the northern edge in your control. There's no one there to challenge you. So we'll have to see how this reactive play from OG sort of concludes in this start to Erangel. Because if they can make this adaptive strat work, then it's going to be a phenomenal performance from OG. Because a team that is that unpredictable at the very start of the game becomes very difficult to deal with, because you do not know where they're going to start from. What if they're coming for you next?
Well, fair enough. In this case, that is what Seoul did as well, because Seoul did actually mess up OG pretty bad during the grind stages as well. I think both AX and Seoul were the teams that just completely attacked OG and Rozhok all together. And seeing that they are in the same group, seems like makes a lot of sense why OG decides to make a dodge. But interesting enough, seems like AX, they are going to be taking control of those watchtowers or outside of North George, just to cut rotations from teams trying to cross the bridge from the south side. But I think Kalinga Esports coming from the east side is okay. OG is going to be playing Severny and also shooting range. But this is a very weird rotation that I just spotted out as well. For those guys watching on the screen right now, if you pay attention to a map stream, open up the window, you will see Seoul actually making their way directly into Zarki. Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I've never seen them done that.
That's a very long way to rotate towards. And again, I think based on where the circle is, maybe they're trying the level best to avoid all the chaos. But I think that's enough. Now you can close the map feed and come back to the English broadcast. The map is there on our feed as well.
Yeah,
why are you sending our viewers away? Actually, what are you doing, man?
No, well, we're duplicating the viewership for both map stream and also English broadcast.
Nah, I think if you went to the map stream, just bring all the viewers from there to here.
Okay.
It's probably all the coaches.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, again, why is Seoul in Zarki? I've never seen them rotate there, ever.
Yeah, but that's a question for any team that goes to Zarki. No one goes to Zarki. It's just to play safe.
Okay. Better safe than sorry, I would say, considering that it is one game and they haven't exactly tested the lobby. But I'm very surprised that OG was able to get 70 for free.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit surprising, but I'm more surprised by what OG is trying to do over here, because you look at that 2-2 split, AK and Atanki still holding towards the northern shorelines, and then you have Wiz and Aru, who are surrounded right now by the players of Kalinga Esports from one end and the players from AX from the other. So Orangutan, they have to hold these compounds and hold on to their dear lives, but look at that shift of the zone. What is this?
Are we actually going to see our first ever Zaki circle?
Maybe, man. I hope so.
Is it me, or is Seoul able to predict the future?
There is no prediction of the zone, I see. Stop teaching people wrong things.
They can see the future, I would say, but as of yet, teams in the south side is going to be in trouble as well. For EC, going to be taking jabs on the CW, as seems like they are going to lose a player just like that. A couple of trades are coming in, 1-for-1 trade, but seems like for EC is going to be able to get the reset instead. But every single team is struggling to push into the north side as well. Zarki completely up for grabs, North George completely abandoned. We are going to see the shorelines, and absolute chaos is happening in this map right now.
Yeah, it's getting extremely chaotic, especially with that stage 2 shift, which no one, absolutely no one accounted for. We saw that cluster form towards the east of northern Georgia Pole, and now everyone is trying to make a mad dash into the play zone itself. A clash between Rapid Chaos and God's Reign, and Rapid Chaos, they are falling apart in this one. They still have numbers to work with, but it's the Danger Man Neo from the side of God's Reign that's still on his feet. But I don't think it's going to be possible for him to save his teammates from here. Maybe we're going to see God's Reign take a very early exit in this game. Also, by the way, it just made me realize that for the first time, we are seeing God's Reign rotate in Stage 2 itself. They're not on the military island anymore. They are going down towards ruins.
Could you really blame them as well, considering that they are so far away from the zone? But yeah. Neo is not over. True is till it's truly over as well. Neo, he's got to pull a big one as well. He's got 7 nades. He still has about, what, 15 seconds, 20 seconds left before just trying to save Delta to try and keep the odds alive here. As Rapid Chaos Esports, they're still stuck outside the zone. They don't really want to commit to this fight. You can see Flash trying to pick up his compadre on the outskirts. But Neo, he needs to clutch things big time right now because Psycho is in front of him. But seems like the zone coming through is not going to help them out a little bit too much here. But Neo, he's torn apart with decisions here. There's only so much he can do. Seems like he's going to try and take another jab here. Here comes a shot Flash. Gets tagged up low, but no knocks yet. Numbers still favoring towards Rapid Chaos Esports.
I think Neo is done for. It's very difficult to isolate these fights. Arjun has recovered as well. Now Flash will put on a first aid and be ready to join in. And Rapid Chaos, they've done a phenomenal job just wasting Neo's time and getting their numbers back up. It's a 3 versus 1 situation. S12K at the ready. He goes for the peak, loses a big chunk of his HP, and the nade from Arjun. The splash damage was enough. God's Reign eliminated from the game. The first team to go out, by the way.
Oh boy, a little bit unfortunate run here for them, but the Crescent Wolf Esports seems like he is going to be toyed here by 5 Comets with the hovercraft. He's pretty much stuck out by himself. He's got a S12K, but the hovercraft still relatively healthy. Seems like he is going to be forced to push out and open, but he does take one out. But that's going to be a knock, but no conversions for him. So 5 Comets, they will claim that points and get the reset. And seems like the Zarky still includes... The circle actually still includes Zarky. What? Zarky includes circle? Wait, what am I talking about? I can't believe this.
I pray to all of the gods that exist in any amount of heavens that humanity believes in that we get a Zarky endgame right now. It's going to be so hilarious. Seeing the panic in all of these teams. Because everyone believes the same thing we do, I see. We are seeing the cluster form towards the eastern edge of the play zone, and Zarky is towards the west. Imagine a hard shift in stage 5. Back to the city you go. Oh, that's going to be intense. But I think with the second shift and the third shift of the play zone taking us towards the northern shorelines, intensity has it's already close to its peak. Because we are seeing a lot of bodies fall. 2 teams already eliminated from the game. And it seems like Rapid Chaos were able to gather the most value out of this chaotic situation, eliminating God's Reign and securing 4 eliminations very early in Erangel.
This is going to be a tricky place to play with as well here. Vehicle is going to be extremely crucial for those dogfighting. It seems like you can see Evox, they're not looking to try and hard commit this, knowing that there's just too many people here. But it seems like they're playing on the compounds right in the middle of it all, and they've got all control of all vision, unless, well, in this case, Kalinga Esports is going to be knocking in, Nicole. Be forced to try and challenge this, but it seems like Soul. Goblin is looking trying to get high ground here. Seems like he's going to be able to find it, but this is so awkward for Goblin. He's kind of exposed, but it makes a lot of sense. He wants to try and capitalize the jump on Kalinga Esports. Nako now has 2 nades. Needs to find the perfect timing. But I don't think Kalinga Esports needs to push this as well. They can't share this compound, considering that it is still middle of the zone and everybody around him is still alive as well.
What you said is going to be the ideal advice. Do not over-aggress. Just stay in the backline, stay in cover, keep yourself safe. But Rapid Chaos, they did not have this luxury. They were outside in the blue, making that push. Gets spotted out by Oops Official first, but falling to the players of Evox as Garland finds the knock. Oops Official, though, they do not want to let these finishes slip out of their hands. Few shots fired by Riots, but no contact made. But here comes the army of Troy Tamil and Esports, and there's going to be a little bit of a clash against the players of Evox. Chaos in the middle of nowhere. Hesperos, the first man to fall. Lens follows up. Oxen, the third man to go down. And Troy Tamil and Esports, in a blink, eliminated from this game. Finishes shared by Shadow and Spy as Evox are still left standing.
Well, great defense coming from Evox as well. They've got a wide spread, and Troy Tamil Esports could not focus, and they just get completely picked apart. But look at this, the circle still includes Zarky once more as it shifts up towards the north side. Vasista Esports having control of the north side, and the teams to the south. We have Seoul and Kalinga Esports in those compounds, making sure nobody enters from the south side. This is a tricky spot to be in here, and like you said, at least 20 teams, I would say more than 50% is on the east side. You look at this chaos. What am I watching?
I think this is over. It's down to a 1v1, and VST, They're losing bodies, man. AX knocking on the door as well. Brilliant opportunity, third party. But look at the radar, I see. Along with AX, Oops official are also going to move in. Well, that's all she wrote for VST as they get taken out by 4EC, a team that Maisie, by the way, has shown a lot of support for. And I think 4EC are going to bite the dust next because Oops is very close to them. Oh, but Oops, they do not want to fall again in the same mix. Right now, what's going on inside of the game is if you stay back due to aggression, due to looking for finishes, you are getting taken out in the very next shift of the play zone. Oops somehow quickly pick off those 2 elimination points from 4EC and are looking to make this bounce. They need to move out right now, or AX is going to be in a position for third party, but OG in the back lines also can cause trouble for both these two names. And there is the kickoff as AK finds a pick onto Henry.
Oh my goodness, AX was like the 5th party, the 3rd party in that fight as well. But
Pretty
Oops
much
is able to get out. But like you said, OG looking to 6th party this. And everybody's still stuck in the open. But seems like with the circle moving in, they've realized that, hey, let's not stick around. Let's just push inside the zone. And OG, they are going to be making the call to push in for shorelines. We have WizGod trying to sneak in the way out in the open. But they're not exactly in zone. Because right now in front of them, the biggest problem is going to be Vasista Esports. And OG, they've decided to say, you know what, let's just play around shorelines here. Hopefully there's nobody here as they push inch by inch. AKOB going to take a step further to try and get a little bit more space. It seems like they don't see anyone. And this might be a safe spot for OG to kind of hunker down and reset for this next circle.
I just realized something, Aishi. Whenever it's you and me doing Erangels, the most weirdest things happen on this map. The last time we did a Erangel together, we had the first finish of the game happen at 12 minutes and 50 seconds. The slowest Erangel first finish we have ever seen. And today we are getting to see, again, fingers crossed, Zarki's circle endgame maybe. We're still hoping for that, but look at that, 17 minutes and 9 teams, 33 players still alive.
This has got to be one of the most chaotic circles to see here. But
Pretty
let's look at the replay here. And it seems like, oh, actually So took a fight with Kalinka Esports and they decided to take a jab on this. And Kalinka Esports actually lost out on the fight. So they have full control of the southern compound right now.
I'm just surprised Vasista didn't choose to third party that entire fiasco because they had the top of the hill, had they pushed down south, they could have had a line of fire to pick off the players from Seoul. But it seems like Vasista is feeling pressure from the eastern edge of the play zone as players from OG are looking to move in. But Seoul gonna keep their spirits up, and well, their eyes up front as they have spotted out the players from Team AX, and even Rapid Chaos on the flank is pinned right now thanks to the players of Seoul. Adrian knocked out, Henry knocked out, down to Aimbot and Devotee, but they are taking a lot of fire from the players of Seoul, and it seems like AX is on the verge of getting completely wiped in this game.
Oh boy, so they still have those compounds in favor as well. Every single team from the south has to push through. And so is just completely peppering shots from across this entire southern region. RCE going to be next in the target here in the chopping block for Goblin. He's down to his last 2 final clip. If he gets the knock, that's it for Rapid Chaos Esports. But seems like he is going to take a little bit of a slow game here. As Naku is going to push out. Interesting enough, seems like he is going to focus onto his AX first and try and stock up those ammunition. He gets spotted out, but seems like he is going to be able to clean them all out as Joker from afar with the cover fire actually cleans out AX.
Wow, that is just phenomenal. And again, Seoul off to a great start. 6 eliminations. They find their way inside of the top 7 of this game. But I am very impressed that Rapid Chaos Esports somehow have stayed alive all this time. Maybe not anymore. Knuckle finds Flash. Rapid Chaos down to 2 players. Flash almost on the verge of getting finished off. And even from the backlines, Rapid Chaos feeling a lot more pressure. Psycho dropped by Legit. It's still Seoul eyeing those eliminations. And in fact, they clean house. Rapid Chaos completely eliminated by the players of Seoul. And now they're up to 9 eliminations.
Well, this is a big game here coming from Evox Esports as well. Seems like they are going to be sharing a bit Seoul, but seems like Seoul, they don't really want to share some points as they are looking to send Goblin out to scout ahead instead of Nicole. It seems like Goblin knows that Evox is going to be there. Compound still in their favor. No reason to actually push out. But Vasista Esports having circle control as of yet. They are going for the 2-2 split as of now. They do want to play both the compounds and the outside here with Beast and Hector going to be roaming around. But let's take a look at the replay here of what happened between OG and Evox. Seems like OG tried to push down south instead of challenging Vasista Esports as they get knocked off.
I can't tell you how grateful I am to the production for showing all of this. Wow. My goodness, Ewoks just annihilate orangutan over there. And, well, I don't even say I saw a way out for the players of OG out of it, because taking the fight against Ewoks was the only way. If they tried to keep on pushing towards the west, they would have been sandwiched between Ewoks and Vasista Esports. But yeah, OG, that was an unfortunate outing. Just 2 eliminations from this match.
Yeah, I thought they were going to play the shorelines as well.
Me too, yeah.
I think Vasista Esports was able to pepper them with shots to a point that it actually forced them to rotate a different route.
They still had a little bit of ridge to work with to keep moving up north. So I agree with you. I thought that is what was going to happen. OG would stick around towards the edge of the zone, move towards the shoreline, and then maybe make plays from the northern part of the circle. But I think they were feeling, maybe this is a theory now, maybe they were feeling that even if they try to play passive, they are going to be lacking in eliminations, and they just wanted to have that momentous start to the day. Maybe they wanted to go for eliminations and kind of just failed the fight against Ewoks.
I think it just came down towards the 2-2 split coming from Vasista Esports. Actually, it was a 2-1-1 split. They left Cheyenne on the shorelines, which resulted in OG thinking that there is 2 teams in there. And maybe that's the reason why they made the call to say, you know what, this is not worth it.
Yeah, could be, man. I mean, now it's down to the coach of OG to figure out what went wrong. We're going to focus on learn from past. And oops, that nade was very close. Max, he was lucky to be standing on his feet for a few more seconds, but then it's last started. Joey Ash from the backlines, who has a clear line of sight on both those 2 individuals, finds a finish for himself. Now Rush Boy up ahead. And Joey Ash knows where this man from Learn From Past is. Flushes him out with the utility. He wants to go for a spray, but Soul, oh no! Zentrix, that confidence might just be the last playmaking opportunity for him, but no, he carefully falls back and buys a little bit more breathing room for his team to work with by picking off Goblin from the side of Soul, by the way. Yeah. That's impressive.
Wow, I think they should be fine as well. They've got cover fire to work with. Just doesn't have manpower. But Lastade Esports, ooh, almost getting the clip there, but seems like it is going to be Oops that actually takes the alley-oop there in that fight.
Yeah.
As they secure the point against Learn From Past, and that's going to be the next team to fall. We're down towards the final 5 teams, and Lastade Esports has been laying low for quite some time. They've got 2 finishes. It seems like they will take their entry from the northwest corner. Oops official was able to scout things out, but not taking a direct fight in this fight here, as this game is down towards the final 5 teams, and Vasista Esports having center control. And ironic enough, they've only got they've got 0 finishes.
Exactly. That's quite surprising, considering there were a lot of teams that kind of presented themselves and Vasista Esports with the fighting opportunity to go for those finishes. But talking about fights, Oops still going up against Soul and Zentrix. What is this man on? The confidence he has to go up against the players of Soul like this is incredible, but that also causes him to fail. Picks off Legit, knocks out Goblin, but Oops still get eliminated on the 5th position in this match. We're down to the top 4, 15 players still alive. Soul down to a 3-man roster. They're looking for revives, but Evox, they show up knocking on their door, and within a split second, Team Soul, they're going to be eliminated from this match. Trades coming through as Lastade are finally looking for a 3rd party, and Evox, they are losing players everywhere.
Well, nicely done here from Lastade, but Evox, they still have Spy. The counter nades are coming in, but Kalan has abandoned ship, leaving Spy all by himself to try and play for placements, but Lastade looking to clean them all out. Spy, he's left out of option as well. The nades are coming in. He goes down as well as Lastade claims those points. But Kalan, last man standing on the far horizon, gets scouted out by Hector, and Hector takes him out. And just like that, we're down towards the final 2 teams. It is going to be a 4 versus 4 between Lastade Esports and Vasista Esports.
Yeah, I like that call being taken by Kalan and his teammate, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Ewoks trying the level best. I think the idea was to help Kalan fall back, and then that man from Ewoks is staying there, distracting Lastade, but unfortunately Kalan had a little bit of a run-in with Vasista Esports, who just now have secured their first finish of the game. So best case scenario for Vasista Esports here is ending this game with 15 points if they manage to wipe house with Lastade Esports. But this was a discussion that me and Necro and Maisie were having in the back lines. If I was Lastade, icy. I mean, and I felt like I was about to lose this fight if I got pushed towards the edge of the blue. I would just take myself out and not give the points to Vasista Esports. I have 6 points on the board.
Well, we saw one team actually do that. That's going to be Vajra Esports in the map of Rondo
Yes.
right from the get-go. So that was a very interesting one here. But for all things considered, right now it's still 50-50 for both sides. This next circle is going to be moving in 10 seconds. Now, stage 8 is going to be very crucial because right now, why I say it's going to be 50-50 is because Lestade, they have the high ground in their favor, and Vasista Esports has the compound. So either or, the circle shifts left or right is going to determine who has that advantage, and that is going to be between either. If it shifts to the hills, Lestade is going to pretty much win this. But if it shifts to the compound, Vasista Esports just needs to just wait.
Pretty much. This is a game of patience now, and a lot of it needs to be used by these two last surviving teams. It's stage 7, 1 minute and 10 seconds before you know where the stage 8 of this game is going to be. And Lestade Esports patiently waiting. Where's Gyro God shooting? I think just...
You know what? I'm going to flip a coin right now.
All
Heads
right.
or tail. Heads for Lestade. Tails for Vasista Esports. You pick. Heads or tails.
I'm going to go heads.
Okay,
Ching.
seems like
Yeah.
it's tails.
It's tails.
Yeah.
Oh, now you are rooting for Vasista Esports, huh?
Well, no.
If I win, I take that coin.
Okay, we shall see. Because as of yet, 35 seconds left. The circle
Yeah.
is about to shift. And seems like, well, there's nothing much you can really do. Seems like Hector is going to be looking for an alternative off angle far back, which I think Gyrogon is able to spot out the vehicle from far horizon. Vasista Esports going to fake this out into a potential 3v4v1 situation to kind of, I would say, lie to Lestade.
Could be. I mean, yeah, they need a player in an off position. But want to hear something fun?
What?
If Vasista Esports end up winning this game, even if they take out Lestade Esports, I think Ewoks is going to be number 1. Because if I remember correctly, I think we saw Ewoks with like 11 eliminations and they finished 3rd in this game. So that's 5 for placement. That's 16 points. And if Vasista take out Lestade, they add 4 more. That's 15 for finishes and then 10 for placement. That's 15 points. Evox has had a great start to their day. They've just had a phenomenal start. Now, can they keep this going on? Miramar's next.
Yeah, I agree. But now seeing how the circle actually shifts onto his Vasista Esports, seems like my coin flip actually kind of won.
Yeah, you get to keep your coin.
But now Lestade Esports, their only alternative here is to try and find space. And right now, that supply crate is okay, but can they get 3 men there is going to be one question. Is it worth it? Absolutely not. Number 2, can they get the knock on Hector and then get control from a flank from the south side? Because as of yet, they're running out of options. It seems like Lestade Esports finds a little nook of cranny in that corner. And I think for Vasista Esports, if they're close enough from Salme, he's going to be able to nade his way through. He's got 2 nades, but he's got to make every nade count.
I was just about to say that yeah, position seems decent, but Lestade might have just walked into util range for Vasista Esports. The problem is, I think Salme might have to go for a jump throw from here, which is going to be extremely risky because then the 2 players in the backlines can just peek out from behind the ridge and take shots right on your face, and you can't even react to that. But bad OP, spurred out, loses a big chunk of his HP, and this could be the cue for Vasista Esports to just start throwing utils in the face of Lestade. Vasista, what is this caution? I do not understand. They even have Beast playing an off angle as well.
Yeah, I think they're just afraid of the potential high ground on top as well. They're waiting for the circle to actually control their way through. But it seems like nades are coming in. Lestade in range. So technically, Salme is able to nade them all out. He was able to spot out 2 guys. Almost 3 though. So they know they have a rough idea of what's happening as well. Here comes the pick. The 3 fires are there. That's going to be the first knock from Salme. And Vasista Esports are able to find the opener. Now second shots are coming in. But the smokes as well from Lestade to try and drag this out, but here comes the tandem nades from Vasista Esports.
Yeah, this is their cue now. Just lob all the utility behind this ridge, and you will find those picks. Look at that Lestade. They have lost 2 players. Gyro God, sliver of HP remains, and Joyesh also gets taken out. I believe the chicken dinner is done and dusted. Vasista Esports, they pile on Joyesh, and Lestade, well, they can't make their last stand a successful one. Vasista walks away with the chicken dinner. Decent one as well. 15-point start for them. Lestade, I think for them it's going to be a 12-point start. And Ewoks is going to start off with 16 points to their name. So Group C, group of chaos, group of calamities. 3 teams with a double-digit, beautiful start to their journey of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one as well here. But when we talk about the quarterfinals, I did not expect 2 groups to show the intensity of games so far. And you can see absolute chaos in this game as well. And even towards the final 2 moments as well, I really like that Vasista Esports is so patient in these situations. Yes, they got the chicken dinner, but they're still not going to be the table toppers from this game. I think it is going to be a different team because it's just absolute pandemonium. And I believe Seoul is very close to number 1. It should be Seoul, maybe not.
I don't remember how many finishes Team Seoul got, to be honest.
It might be Evox as well.
I think it's going to be Evox, just because of an extra placement point maybe. But we'll get the standings. That's why we have computers now in the 21st century to do all the calculations for us in real time. But as you were saying about Vasista Esports and their patience, I disagree. I don't like the amount of patience that they have. I understand in the early stages, yes, OG, Evox was there, you were feeling too much pressure, you stayed back, you protected yourself, that's fine. But in that last stand against Lestade, especially when you saw those 2 vehicles move out behind the ridge, they could have ended this game a little bit quicker. They prioritize their safety, which is good in the longer run, but there needs to be moments where the team also feels confidence in themselves to just move out and make a play happen. And yeah, that felt missing from the side of Vasista Esports multiple times in this game, not just towards the end.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, you know, for Vasista Esports, the only conflict that they actually had was that, yes, Circle kind of favored them, was OG from north side. And they were able to push OG all the way down south side. And then from then on, it's just playing in those compounds.
I see a man walk in the studio and he reminds me of this one word which I want to use for a team. You know, which is going to be the saltiest team in this game?
In what sense?
In the sense that they kind of started on a great note with the play zone being on their heads, but then they moved out a little bit quicker. That is Team Seoul.
Yeah.
They were the first ones to control Zarki. They were the first ones to move out into the open. Just a little bit south of where Vasista actually held till the end of the game, but they missed out on their chicken dinner.
Well, it could be a little bit sad for them, but let's take a look towards the top players from that game. Shadow from Evox with 6 finishes, we've got Nako with 5, Zentrix with 4, Legit with 3, and Manny Jot with 3. So I think Seoul was able to claim up a lot of points from those sound and compounds in particular. And like you said as well, it's got to be the Salters team, right?
Yeah.
But do they get number 1? No, they're actually tied with Vasista on number 3 here with 15 points, but Evox wins by 1 point just based off finish points.
Oh, and Seoul is third, by the way. They had 11 eliminations, and Lestade gets pushed to 4th. My goodness. But what is Group C on, man? The amount of aggression we saw and the way the teams were able to react to that stage 2 shift right on the hills of Northern Giorgio and Zarki was absolutely phenomenal. But not really a great outing for the bottom 5, I have to say. Anyone under 3 points, yeah, you're going to have to put in the work on the upcoming 2 Miramars, and it's not going to be easy.
Well, I think I'm going to quote this off a very, very once wise man told me. Still is a wise man.
He's not wise
here.
Anymore.
Well, he's still wise.
All right.
Okay, still wise here. I think Robin did tell me before, sometimes skill, luck, planning, everything is in favor. But this game, I feel like luck has to be not in favor in God's Reign here, just considering that they had one of the furthest rotation from Military Island all the way to Zarki.
Yeah, and I think they just got caught off guard real bad. That fight could have gone their way, but the overcommitment, I think for this game, God's Reign needs to look at that 4v4, what went wrong over there, because I really like the rotation timing. Me and Necro, we have been talking about this for ages now, ever since the meta sort of shifted over towards the amp of the zone damage and the change in the zone timings. That God's Reign, their delay in rotation from Military Island was costing them a lot of early game position control. This game they rotated out early, but that 4v4 did not go their way. But I liked the intent that was there, and maybe hopefully they do well in the next game.
I think it's just unlucky, right? Considering the fact that the first team they ran through was Rapid Chaos Esports, and coincidentally they were just camping.
Yeah.
Had the line aside. Instead of rotating away, they decided to camp and just got freebies.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Caught off guard, could not answer back. But again, this is just the start of your journey in the quarterfinals and just the start to the day for teams that were taken out early, be it Rapid Chaos, be it God's Reign, or be it a team that wasn't able to get a lot of elimination like Vasista Esports for that matter. But we have 2 more matches left. They're going to be the maps of Miramar, but after this very short break.
Welcome back after that short break. And yes, there's a bit of a switch on the panel now.
Yep.
But watching that previous game with Sister Esports in the Smack Center, the circle as well constantly favoring them. Lost out of Esports, had to fight their way through. They didn't really have a lot of elimination points to close things off with, but that's a great way to kick things off.
Honestly, I think it was a great game for Lastade as well as Vasista. The fact that they could stay inside the circle at the dead center without really having any finished numbers on top of them, I feel like that was so lucky to be in that position at the right time. But then for Vasista Esports, I think this is not going to be an everyday occasion. This is just one first map which has been awarded to you. Next up, of course, will be the maps of Miramar. And I feel like this is where Lastade Esports and the rest of the lobby can certainly make a comeback.
One thing is for sure, Vasista Esports needs to amp up the firepower a little bit more if they do want to stand a chance to move on directly towards the semifinals. But if you guys want to look pretty cool inside of your games, get your hands on the Royal Pass. You guys can look at that entire set, which is the Rebel Rogue Fox. It looks beautiful.
It certainly looks beautiful. I mean, I've said enough that she used to be my crushes of all the skins out there. So make sure you actually get the Royal Pass for yourself. Might actually invest some money and then get the benefit out of it every single time. Because if you complete all your missions, you just get the refund back as well. But coming back in the group of things, it seems like a couple of big names out there, namely Team AX as well. Barring Team Soul, I think majority of the teams who had come in from the grind had a lot of struggles to work with.
Without a doubt. For Soul, the way they have been playing so far, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Even in the previous game, Soul got a decent amount of elimination points to kick things off with, and that's going to be more than enough to at least reach that stable standpoint in the overall standings. As we know, moving on forward, they've still got 5 more games to prove themselves, and even if they get one massive chicken dinner off any of those 5 games, Soul can instantly propel themselves on the first spot. They've already got a really good base setup. While speaking of teams like OG, in the recent times for OG, things haven't really been looking that great. And OG as well, bombing the first game, that's going to be a little bit of a concern.
I think if we take their round 4 performance as a benchmark, Orangutan did struggle on their first couple of matches inside of round 4 as well. And then, of course, in the last 3 games, there was the bounce back. They had about 68 points from the 6 matches that they had played. If Orangutan is looking at a similar stretch, I believe for them, it is extremely important to start up strong. And I feel like for Orangutan, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But for one team, it's going to be massive. And I'm talking about God's Reign right now because it's been ages I've actually seen God's Reign dominate the way they used to, especially inside 2023. Now, I'm not even sure if they are going to be competing.
I mean, God's Reign directly qualified, right, from the grind. So that's going to be another plus point that they've got. Yes, another negative point that God's Reign has is that they do not have enough practice against these teams. So maybe you can say first couple of games, God's Reign's going to try to warm up a little bit more, understand the pace of the lobby, get the groove of the lobby as well, know exactly how it's going to be functioning, and then maybe in the upcoming games, God's Reign could do a lot better. And since we know it's also going to be the map of Miramar, anything can happen. Still a lot of question marks, and they will be answered now. As we've got the plane once again hitting the skies, and it's going to be the map of Miramar for this group for the first time, which is going to be Group C itself. Still a lot of teams looking to find that proper groove, looking to get things under the belt, including Team AX, Oops Official, Rapid Chaos Esports. The previous game wasn't that great, but I'm pretty sure now they want to get a good game in their hands.
They certainly want to. Looking at the flight path, it is starting off from Valle del Mar towards La Cabrera. Majority of the map has sort of been covered. If you are looking to go towards the western edge, of course, you're going to be in the good shoes. But if you want to actually move towards the eastern front, then problems will occur. And that is exactly what we want to see, to be honest, those early clashes. Meanwhile, if you have a look at the south, then God's Reign have definitely taken an exit. They are towards Minas del Sur and Partona. It's going to be interesting to find out how they managed their way back inside of the mainland, though. Orangutan, they are going to be in their usual drop spots. It is going to be the lands of Chumasera, no real threat around them. And VST, in the last game, we were expecting a little from VST, to be honest, Necro, but couldn't really show up. Maybe on the map of Miramar, they can do something.
Definitely there's a chance, but looking at the way they've started things off, it's a little bit on the extremity of the map. It really comes down to the circle itself. The first pop. Is it going to be popping up north? Is it going to be moving down south? If it's going to be on the southern side, then for VST, it's going to be the ideal start. If it's going to be a little bit on the opposite side of the spectrum, then for VST, it's going to be a bad start. For OG, starting things off all the way from Chumasera, that's going to be a decent standpoint. But looking at the circle, heading all the way towards the top right, now it's going to be catching these teams off guard.
Absolutely, and the first team that comes in my mind has to be God's Reign right now. Where used to be the days where they used to drop down at Impala and dominate these circles, but now they will have to make their way from Partona, go past so many names, of course, and then reach past the circle. It's not going to be easy, but right on our screens, we do have 5 comets in. This has been a new name rather inside of the circuit who definitely has impressed us, especially in the later stages of the elimination brackets.
Yeah.
Now inside of the quarterfinals, they've got a couple of those names right around the corner. They have got, I believe, Rapid Chaos and Evox, but we'll find out if the fight does take place. For now, I think it seems like 5 Comets. They are moving away from this fight, so no real compulsion for them to take shots.
Looking okay as of now. What's this Esports starting things off all the way from Picado. And they're extremely lucky that there's no Revenant X-Park in this group. Or else there would have been a drop clash once again. For Wasista Esports, it's not really going their way. But as of now, it's all good and dandy. No Revenant X-Park to play against with. They can contest Picado, get their hands on some decent loot, then move inside of the circle. And I'm pretty sure that's what the game plan's going to be. Speaking of Soul, Firepower's working amazingly. And they're pretty much going to try to rely on that factor once again. All the way towards El Pozo, you've also got a name like Kalinga Esports. And right next to Kalinga Esports, you've also got Oops Official.
Yeah. Even Gosrain, they themselves are on the move. And I like the fact that they realize it extremely quick. Not too late in looting out. They understand that the circle is quite too far away from them. Journey needs to start early if they want to finish.
Yeah.
And it seems like God's Reign, they are going to take that eastern highway and find a direct entry point inside the circle. It is going to be almost efficient for them to actually make their way in. But elsewhere, it seems like 5 Comets, they are in a world of hurt. One of their players, Garud, has been taken down. It seems like retaliation is there. One man from the other team has been knocked out as well, Necro.
Yeah, trades back and forth. That's what's going on. Broken knocked out from the front. Algard is knocked out on the side of 5 Comets. Crescent, they need to get things underway. And the way 5 Comets playing this entire fight, it's really good. Gutsy moves being made over and over again, but eventually Chote gets knocked out. And that's definitely going to be a little bit of a concern. Gerd gets re-knocked once again. 5 Comets, they're getting ripped apart slowly and steadily. Shredded to pieces. Crescent Wolves really making it happen for themselves.
Yeah, 3 men just standing tall. Just 1 man left alive. That has to be Venom from 5 Comets. Especially after that reset, it seems like 5 Comets, they never really had a chance in this fight. Now it's a 2v3 for sure, and have a look at this. The push comes in. Just 1 man left alive. Dustin looking to put the final nail in the coffin, and Punisher will get mealeed out. Crescent Wolf Esports. Now that is a statement.
Wow. Shooting the death crate as well. It's a statement that's being made.
That was a crowbar, man.
Salt on top of the wounds, and now also emoting on top of that death crate. Wow. Love to see it coming through from the Undergods. The rookies on the block definitely dominating.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, the day literally started off with a rookie dominating the entire game of Rondo. And since then, it's just been them taking over the entire show.
Still can't forget that performance coming in from Vajra Esports, but Crescent Wolf Esports, can they outshine them? Certainly will be a question. I mean, 5 Comets, it's still very hard for me to believe that they lost that fight. They had the early advantage. They had the first knock going in their favor as well. There was a revive happening in the squad of Crescent Wolf Esports, but then 5 Comets just took too many wrong measures out there. Chote just extending far and wide, getting taken down, and all of those things just going against their favor. Hopefully they will learn and bounce back in the next game of Miramar. But for now, of course, we are looking at Vasista Esports, who are cruising across these dirt fields. They are moving to the central parts of the circle, which does take them to Cruz de Val. But is it where the circle is going to end, though? Big question.
Look at this Wild Soul Warden set. Head inside of the game and try and get your hands onto it right now. It looks absolutely beautiful. But back towards the game and the conversation. AX all the way around truck stop. As of now, AX is uncontested. But I'm pretty sure as the game keeps on moving on, AX will be contested soon. And you spoke about God's Reign a while ago. God's Reign usually tries to drop towards Impala, but since the plane flat path was a little bit far away from that drop location, God's Reign went for a pit stop all the way towards Prison Island. Got their hands on the basic loot, got their hands on the vehicles, and now they're all the way towards Impala.
They will have the presence of Evox right next to them, but of course, injection points are going to be completely free of threats. Team AX on their move. They are going to be coming across a couple of teams along the way, but I don't really think it is going to be massive. They have a good spot in the circle, but as we do check out the replay once again, this is exactly the move that I didn't really fancy, to be honest. Chote extending far and wide, thought that he's going to go in for a flank, but then hesitated for a second, and I think that was the moment where everything just came crashing down. And then, of course,
Yeah.
I thought it was the crowbar, but it was actually the sword that came through.
Kind of crazy. One thing is for sure, though, that's definitely a statement to the opposing team that you cannot just drop on top of us like that. We will punish you. Try to win Esports. The first game, it was down the drain. 0 points accumulated out of that. Definitely got to be a stinger. The way I learned from past as well was playing. Not able to secure a lot either. Now this game has to be the recovery for the previous one. Only the top 16 from the overall standings head on towards the semis. And then the 24, they move on towards wildcard.
And the point is, Necro, it's not even like you're competing within your own group, right? You are competing against the overall standing. So you're not even going to be sure if you are into the top 16. All you can do potentially is just try and get the best. Potentially get yourself early starts, good games early on. Build the foundation from that point on. But 4EC Esports, they've been brilliant in the past, but now they are being hurt. Kalinga Esports from the sidelines. The shot was brilliant coming in from BMWI IGL.
Yeah, Kalinga Esports definitely squeezing in those knocks. Confirmation, though, still a bit far away. The man's just constantly spamming away. Not able to find those proper connections yet on the body. For Kalinga Esports, retreating is now going to be the option. Oh, you've got Vasista Esports now chiming inside of the action as well and stealing that elimination point away.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, definitely got to be a bit of a stinger.
But Vasista, I think they have been eyeing this fight for a while now. They were in this region for almost eternity and were waiting for this fight to break open. Could only secure that one extra finish point for themselves, but that's completely fine. I think they did set themselves up in the first game. Now have a look at the circle. Now this is going to be extremely exciting. The circle moves up north. Toru Amada as well as Campo Militar is going to be inside of the circle right now. But majority of the teams, they are going to be flooding the gates of the south. And that is exactly where majority of the commotion lies, Necro. Wow. Teams who are going to be gatekeeping the southern part of the circle, I am not sure. I think it's going to be hell raining upon them.
It's been a while since we've seen a Tierra Bronca circle.
Yeah.
And we're finally getting to see that one. Rapid Chaos Esports, they've got a really good control. But nothing taken away from Seoul either. They do possess some good ground. 4EC Esports around the close proximity, but they're not going to be the difference maker. Kalinga Esports 2 now breaching it from the entry point. You've also got God's Reign potentially colliding against Evox. One thing is for sure, now you're going to see a lot of bodies drop down. Devotee from Team AX falls prey once again. Man wants to back away to safety, but try to lead Esports once again. They start to make those mistakes. Oxen knocked out. Confirmation not that far away from being squeezed in. Aryan getting shot at from the back lines. It's not a good spot to be in. It's Evox knocking on the doors. AX now they need to reposition themselves and be a little bit more safer.
Aryan does find that small little ridge for himself, but Evox in the back lines has been a constant threat for them. Right up front, like we had witnessed already. Rapid Chaos Esports are looking to take their shots against Team AX as well, and it's not a good place to be. Almost like a sandwich situation for Team AX, and I don't see an exit strategy out for them. Elsewhere, of course, we do have yet another fight. This is going to be Kalinga Esports taking shots against Lastade. Last match was brilliant for them. Lastade Esports looking to bank on that momentum. Manijot was in top form, to be honest, in that one. Map of Erangel, lovely little ridges. They had so much circle control to play with, but this time they are battling for space in Kalinga Esports. They are denying more of it.
LSD making mistake. Kalinga Esports. Even they have been playing quite a passive game. A while ago, they did chime inside one of the action, but the elimination point was actually stolen away from Vasista. So they've got a pretty good spot around Toriamuda. Elimination feed as well, it's starting to get kicked off. Kalinga Esports on the receiving end. Speaking of Seoul, it's been a slow start for them.
Yeah.
Not the idealistic start for a team like Seoul, since they possess so much firepower. The next zone shift, it's also going to be curve-falling one. Centers on up a little bit more, but tilts up north.
Still wondering, Necro, how these teams are going to leapfrog that cluster on the south. Look at God's Reign, they're going around the circle. They are outside the circle for now, but they're going around the safe play area, hugging to the blue. I think it's going to be a rotation path which can give them dividends. But for now, though, Vasista Esports in a world of trouble. Still have about 50 meters to travel inside of the circle, and Hector seems to have found a trap already. Kalinga Esports, they lie in wait and expect Vasista Esports to just come and take the fight to them. And there's no other way out, actually. Even if Vasista kind of hesitate to take this fight, I feel like they are not going to find any other entry point. The only way in has to be through Kalinga Esports. So they will have to win the fight if they want to carry on that Erangel momentum.
Pretty much. And all the good spots will soon be taken away as well. Look at OG pulling off such a major rotation. It's a long one too. Probably want to find the breaching point all the way from the northern side. And there's no one there. So the thought process is pretty good. Evox taking a fight against God's Rain. Once again, 2 men down. Neo and Destro not in the game anymore. Put out of commission as of now. There's another man a little bit in close proximity. And even though shots are taken against him, Shadow almost finds a knock against that player. Spy up close and personal wants to end the misery for God's Rain. But it's not going to be an easy one. Even Evox has taken a lot of damage. And just like that, eventually, Justin as well gets put to sleep. God's Rain eliminated from the game.
First match of Erangel, they're the first team to get eliminated. The second match of Erangel, or rather Miramar, they're the second team to get wiped out. This is not good news for GDR, to be honest. 2 matches played, just 1 point on board. Haven't really troubled the scorers that much. And in spite of so much rotation, in spite of so much of that survival instinct, it seems like GDR, they're still having problems in their firefights. This was a typical 4v4, to be honest, Necro. This was Evox's compound, of course. GDR were the one to slam in. But the way they orchestrated that fight, I'm not really a big fan of it. This time, the Rapid Chaos are going to be the ones. Or rather, Crescent Wolves Esports. My apologies. It seems like it doesn't even matter. For Evox, whoever comes in front of them right now will get punished.
CWE taking too much damage. Look at that player hiding behind cover. Evox. They've got the warehouse to play with. Since they took over the spot of God's Rain, now Evox is going to be feeling much better. A lot of these teams not even prioritizing the centric part, which makes a lot of sense. No cover to play with. Just want to play around the outskirts. The next circle shift is also going to be important. Is it going to be shifting up north, shifting down south? If it's going to be southern shift, we will not see a lot of action happen. And that's what happens. Tilts on the right side a little bit more, but it is a southern shift. The Esports now need to breach in as well. And that's when you will see a little bit of that chaos start. Kalinga Esports taking those shots too against Learn from Past. Even Oops Official taking heavy blows upon themselves. It's Hyper from 4EC taking those shots.
Heavy fire coming in from 4EC Esports. Not really looking good for Oops, to be honest, elsewhere. Learn from Past. They've been brilliant in the past inside of the grind as well, but now inside of the quarterfinals, can they replicate the performance? Vasista is looking to chase them. Beast this time gets taken down. Shots being fired, and of course in tandem in a 1v2 situation, there's nothing much that Beast could have done, but Hector and Cheyenne. We've seen this duo actually pull off brilliant moves inside in the past as well, but Vasista Esports, for them to survive and also get finishes, being a 2-man roster, it's going to be a tough task.
Indeed will be.
Look at the way they are being surrounded right now, Necro. On their left-hand flank, they've got Kalinga. On their right, they've got Learn from Past. It's an immense trap, which Vasista, I'm not really sure if they can deal with.
Yeah, too many teams around them, and they're going to be sandwiched soon. Shots are being taken even from the side of Kalinga. It even Learn from Past is constantly peppering through. Shayane's already taken down, barely any sort of HP. The man's still barely alive. Vasista Esports on the constant run. Don't even want to stop against the foes. Instead, just want to continue their journey. And eventually, Hector gets knocked out. The man pays the price. Vasista is on the verge of being completely eliminated from this game. There's still that one person standing, which is going to be Cheyenne. But playing it passive every single time is not going to get you the cake. Sometimes you need to prioritize those fights.
You know, I think this was bound to happen for Vasista, to be honest. Not really testing out their firepower in the first game. Now this time as well, just playing it safe. They were bound to lose out, especially when such a tough situation comes up in front of them. Learn from Past and Kalinga Esports, both in tandem taking shots against Vasista. They did try to fight back, but just one finish point is all that they could acquire from this particular matchup. It's still not over yet. Learn from Past and Kalinga, they're still duking it out against each other. And Arshit in the front lines, My oh my, this is open ground. This man has some guts.
Seems like it. Arshad, as of now, at least he's got his teammates with him, so that's going to be a bit of a coverage. Learn from past is definitely going to be the target for Kalinga. If they want freedom, eliminate learn from past. That's the goal, simple. But learn from past themselves, just evacuating the areas and now focusing on a smooth rotation themselves. They do barely make it inside of the circle, but the Blues on the move.
Yeah.
And that's when you will see a sudden shift.
Still too many teams on the south, to be honest. AX just lining around that south part of the circle. Learn from past will be in their radars. Have a look at that. In the north, it is Team Orangutan and their home ground. They've spotted the lads from 4EC Esports. And also the ones from Team Seoul as well. Shots were fired. Brilliant. Split coming in from Orangutan, to be honest. Wants to get majority of that control. Aru is extremely close to the lads from Team Seoul. He can distract them. Meanwhile, Atanki from the flank can shut them down. This sounds like a brilliant strategy on paper, but can Orangutan convert it?
Good question. The next circle, once again, just shifting in the smack center. And let's be honest, the center ground, you cannot even play it. Too exposed. And it's also a bit of a dip. So it's never going to get you the advantage that's needed to win a game. Learn from past. Barrage of utilities coming through. But Turby's still standing. The man's safe. Nate's not exactly finding the proper mark, and Kalinga Esports, they cannot even make the pounce just yet. Turby's the man that's constantly making that threat. And now Kalinga Esports slowly and steadily moving towards the target. Utilities were being tossed against him as well, and learn from past. He was still able to find that first knock. But it's completely fine. The trades do come through as well. Learn from past, dropping down to too many bodies. The second man gets knocked as well. Kalinga Esports playing this fight perfectly well, but the Blues going to be on the move. And Archit, you need to be quick.
Needs to be quick. Kalinga Esports, I'm so happy for this team, to be honest. They are always brilliant on the map of Miramar. It seems like that run from the elimination stages, from the round stages, still carries forward in the quarterfinals right now. Challenges do exist in the form of Team AX in the backlines. Towards on the right-hand flank, shots have been taken multiple times, but it seems like they've dealt with the threat so far. Orangutan themselves are taking a little bit of that hurt. AKOP has been knocked out, but I feel like Team OG, they are quite safe and they are going to be able to move inside the circle. But the question is, there are too many teams who are fixated on against Team OG.
Yeah.
Surviving this onslaught is going to be too tough.
The main problem is the cover. There's not a lot of cover available for a team like OG. Yes, a few ridges, but those ridges are being covered by the foes. Evox, even now they move on a little bit more beyond the aggressive front, taking those fights too. Realizing that eliminating threat early on is probably going to get you the most advantage. Smoke's tossed out, utilities there on point from CWE. And that man who's just all by himself, he makes that pounce and eventually gets eliminated too. Bites the dust. Spy needs to get the revival on the fallen comrade. It's all good for Evox as of now, but they're also being surrounded from the back line, so they need to be a little bit more cautious. Sidelines filled up with too many foes. They're Soul in the close proximity, and you've also got Rapid Chaos Esports on the board. Where do you go? Last Tade, they make the pounce against Oops, and Oops, they've already taken heavy damage. Return damage inflicted even from the side of Oops, but that's not going to be the difference maker, as the last man as well gets wrapped up in a sheet.
Absolutely for LSDE, though. They can switch targets and take shots against a team right next to them. That is going to be VST. Visibility was there. Crosses were aimed against them. Look at VST, though. I wasn't really expecting this. Fragger as well as Vengeance, they are looking to take that first blow. Jovish has been absolutely smoked up, but the man, look at this gyro guard from the sidelines. Brilliant cover fire for the rest of his comrade. VST are in deep trouble as Faith and Fragger, both of these players have been taken down. Another beautiful nade comes in. VST are down in the dirt. Last Tade Esports, they seem to dominate every phase of that battle. But still, one man has been left alive in the back lines. Can Choiragod spot him out? 1 casualty, 3 finish points. It's been a positive trade for Last Tade Esports, but they want more of it.
Yeah, Kalinga from the far fray. Even they're just constantly peppering away. Tapping away those shots in the hopes of finding some connection. Last Tade Esports. The previous game was decent, but this one has to be on point. Last out of Esports, they find one loose straggler from the side of 4EC Esports, and that one man is now creating a lot of issues. Manny Jod knocked out for Lastare. Not a good start to the fight, and Manny's actually moving up to get that elimination point secured. There we go. Death blow. Lastare Esports dropping the ball in that one. They should have been a little bit more quicker to provide that cover. But instead, they're not even going to try to eliminate that one man. Just going to play it passive. Play for the survival.
Look at the stark difference of this group, Necro. Last game, Stage 6, we only had 2 teams surviving. Now we've got 11 teams and 32 players inside of Stage 6 right now. This is immense. Majority of them are in fact fighting outside of the blue right now. Have a look at this 4EC. Abhay is going to get spotted and of course being shut down as well. Last start, they're looking extremely solid. So far, 4 points have been secured, but 16 on the overall standings. They're constantly pushing for that semi-final slot, of course. A lot of job is yet to be done. The circle is, of course, quite close to them, but of course, closer will be the force from Orangutan.
One thing is for sure, today the circle has been playing a lot of mind games.
Yeah.
The way it's taking those shifts as well, it's catching all these teams off guard.
I was not expecting that Zarki circle. It was absurd, to be honest.
And you love to see one of those off circles, right? But today, the entire day has been off. Team's not exactly prepared for these zone shifts. Utilities tossed out once again. Vasista Esports from the backlines, third-partying that entire fight. Team AX sort of getting a helping hand. Unknowingly. Quarterfinals Esports 2 wanting to push down the players of Kalinga Esports even more. Aiden out in the open, catching a lot of hurt upon himself. Needs to be cautious. Quarterfinals Esports also making sure that the sideline's going to be secured. There's a man in the smack center from VST. And his job is to play that survival game. Evox, Evil is knocked out. A lot of smokes tossed out. Just want to get the revival back up. And it will be possible too. They've found themselves in the circle. They've got enough time.
Yeah, Evox has been on fire today. 10 eliminations already. They are sitting at 27 points. And they just had eliminated Team Soul. So they've got barely any threats left for them right now. Of course, the long-distance engagements will come through. Shots are being taken against Evox right now. Last out of Esports, Showish has a brilliant angle for them. Evox taking a little bit of the hurt, but it seems like it's not really going to bother them elsewhere. Team AX, they are being challenged by Kalinga.
This was ought to happen.
What? Both players, Archit as well as Pasha, just fell in tandem. Team AX, it didn't even feel like they broke a sweat in taking down Kalinga.
Way too easy for them. That split was played to perfection from AX.
Wow.
Ariano was the only person that was taken down, but that was pretty early. The next zone shift. Where's it going to go? Is it going to be shifting out in the open? Is it going to be on top of the foes? What's going to happen? And technically, it does shift out in the open.
Yeah.
Majority of the circle is not even contested by any of these teams. For Lost Out of Esports, it's a big split they're playing with. One man all the way up north, the other one inside of the circle in the smack center. Soon there's also going to be that one player of VST moving in. But it's Quarterfinals Esports going to check that player.
Just recreating their approach from the last game, huh? But looking at Rapid Chaos Esports, I'm not really liking this so far. They had the high ground. They had a massive advantage to actually deal with, but not really a lot of finishes to show for it. Finally, it is going to be Team AX who come knocking on their doors. One of their players has been caught napping. Henry was almost about to punish him. Flash did survive on that instance, but Team AX, they are seemingly having a dominant stance in this one. Psycho, False, Devotee, brilliant. Nade comes in. Rapid Chaos, they're brought down to 3 men. Team AX just dominating the fight on all fronts. Yet another nade sails in. Arjun still trying to hold on to his position. It seems like Quarterfinals Esports as well. They want a piece of the pie.
Precision, it's there from the utilities. Quarterfinals Esports, even they want to step inside of the playing field. Get that third party rolling. Rapid Chaos Esports against Team AX. Devotee still knocked out. Aimbot and Henry. Massive burden on the shoulders, and Aimbot was overextending a little bit. Arjun gets taken down real low from Rapid Chaos Esports, and the man's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. And there we go. Arjun still single-handedly dominating the fight. Rapid Chaos Esports getting caught from the back, and AX getting a helping hand from Quarterfinals Esports. But it's just Henry left standing, and soon there's probably going to be a third party as well coming through from Quarterfinals.
But fortunately for them, it seems like Quarterfinals, they've got different approaches for them. Big nade comes in from Team Evox. Shadow just takes down 2 players from Team Orangutan. Just 1 has been left alive in the form of Visgod. We were talking about Troy Tamilian Esports, and they are actually fixated. Takes down that finish coming in from Orangutan. Evox, it's going to be Spy. He gets knocked out. I think he was still standing tall, but it seems like WizGod has been shut down. Evox were fighting for their lives, but it seems like everyone from around them has been looking for it. The life has been scoured. They have been absolutely shut down.
Heads were on the swivel the moment they were out in the open. Evox did have a lot of elimination points to compensate for it, so it's all good. Troy Tamilian Esports, even they've got 11 finishes on the board. They've been looking pretty dominant. Hesperos laying his out in the front. He's got the boys of AX locked in the sights. And AX, every single move they make, Hesperos knows what exactly is happening. For Lost Tade, it's just that one person left standing, but even he can be the spoiler. AX with a two-man squad. This action's now going to be delayed even more.
My
Everyone's
God.
going to wait for the next circle to pop up, and when the zone is going to be shifting away from every possible person, that's when you will see a bit of that sweat break out.
It's the last circle, Necro. After
Yeah.
this, it's going to be close out. Lights out. 3v2v1 is all that we've left with. Troy Tamilian, they've got a massive advantage. And what a performance, to be honest. 11 finishes in the bag. They were at the bottom of the standings at the start of this game. At the end of it, I believe if they do back the chicken, they might actually top the group as well. Fantastic stuff coming in from them, but of course, credit has to be given to Team AX as well. The way they battled all foes in all circumstances. A lot of hurdles along the way to reach that final circle, but it seems like they've done the heavy lifting. 3v2. Not impossible, to be honest, especially for men like Aimbot as well as Henry. They've been fantastic. Aimbot.
Yeah, but if you look at the position, though, that's when you start to feel a little bit concerned.
You know, after that first map of Rondo, I'm so sorry to cut you off over there, but after that first map where we saw Autobots go against Team Tamilas, I believe all situations are possible.
Yeah, I think it can actually be Lost Tade Esports just stealing the game away as well.
Potentially.
The circle's going to be shrinking down soon. And the only person who does not need to move till the late is going to be Gyrogod. And there's a chance he can be the one to snatch it away. Everyone's going to be running out in the open, and Gyrogod, if he plays his cards right, he can steal it away. AX is going to be the first team to make that move around the center part. All the shots missed. Hesperos, he cannot afford that. But eventually the connections do come through. That's going to be the first man shredded through. AX, Henry was just moving out in the open. He could not do anything. And now it's taken down to a 1-on-3 scenario. Lost Tade, they've only got that one final glimmer of hope left standing, and he's done his job, securing that second spot for his team.
Absolutely, 100%. I feel like Lost Tade Esports, they're going to be happy because the first map they played, they got the second point, the second position with a lot of finish points. This one as well, they get the second position at least. And then, of course, there's a chance for a 1v3 for Gyrogod. Which, of course, is going to be nigh impossible the way Team Troy Tamilian have been playing so far, but nothing taken away. I think Lost Tade Esports, they've had a fantastic outing, especially in the first two games. Chicken dinner, but for Troy Tamilian Esports, and what a performance it has been. 14 eliminations acquired from this particular game, and 10 position points, 24 points from just one particular matchup. It was brilliant.
Definitely a massive game coming through from Troy Tamilian Esports. And speaking of Lost Tade, the previous game they had 12 points. This game they had 11 points. So you can't say they've got a consistent average of 12 to 11 points per game, which is a great thing for them. If you really want to move on directly towards the semifinals, I would say you need 8 to 9 points per game. And as of now, at least they're doing a pretty good average. Speaking of the teams that were inconsistent, Seoul's going to be part of it as well, since Seoul were not able to get a lot of elimination point. And in general, this game was a little bit passive compared to the previous one.
I think both the games have been extremely passive, but then this one, yeah, it was Miramar and the circle actually forced majority of these teams to delay their pushes and the way they moved up as well. We saw how God's Reign moved up from Parthona towards inside of the circle as well, but just instantly get taken down by Evox. That is the firepower that Evox have, especially on the map of Miramar. But I feel like for GDR, they've got a lot of job left to be done. Talking about the one who actually got the chicken dinner, it is going to be Troy Tamilian Esports, and 14 eliminations shared, Hesperos with 6. I think it's been a brilliant outing for them.
Oxen was not able to get a lot done since he was the first man to fall off as well, but Troy Tamilian Esports, the remaining 3 players, Lance, Aiden, Hesperos, really doing a fantastic job in making sure that the boat's going to be afloat. Now, moving the conversation on towards Vasista Esports, the previous game, Chicken Dinner. This game, instantly dropping the ball once again. That's going to be a bit of a concern for Vasista. If you know, since Vasista Esports, the moment they drop the ball in the game, you always know the consistency's not going to be carried on.
Yeah.
That has been the issue.
especially I feel like a team of the stature of Vasista Esports, the kind of players that they have, there's going to be an audience pressure as well. People will be expecting them to making it to the semi-finals directly from the quarterfinals itself. But performing like that, I feel like, yes, of course, you did get the chicken dinner in the first one, but I feel like a little bit of a consistent measure was expected out of them, especially on the map of Miramar. Not a lot of points secured on the map of Erangel. Absolutely nothing on the map of Miramar. It seems like Vasista Esports, they can certainly crumble.
But hey, looking at the brighter side though, for AX, definitely a bit of a recovery, right? They were there in the top 3, AX securing a decent bit of elimination points too, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
And of course, since they were inside of the top 3, they got okay amount of placement points too. So you can say it's in a recovery, but it's not a good enough recovery. AX needs a lot more points to actually compensate for that first game of Erangel they played. Looking at the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Hesperos getting 6 finishes racked up and even 510 damage dished out.
Absolutely, Troy Tamilian Esports just outshining everyone inside of this lobby, inside of this map. Aiden and Hesperos, that partnership had 11 finishes shared between them. And then, of course, you had Carlin coming in from Evox, 4 finishes on him, Lens coming in with 3, and Spy with 3 as well. Now, this is exactly the Evox that I've been talking about since the grind as well. The aggression wasn't really there inside of the grind, but finally, inside of the quarterfinals, Evox seems to be completely stable. But the point standings are in front of our screen, ladies and gentlemen, and Troy Tamilian Esports, 24 points that they have secured. I think it kind of compensates for the first 2 games. They are going to be in an extremely good spot. Evox with 17, AX with 12, and Lastade with 11 points. These are going to be the 4 teams who are going to be extremely happy with Miramar.
Yeah, it really makes you question, though, what exactly is going wrong with OG? Just getting 4 points out of this game as well. For OG, the start's not that great. Maybe the game plan is to move on towards wildcard, get a bit more practice.
I'm not really sure if any of these teams want to move towards a wildcard, man. I mean, imagine this, 32 teams are going to move inside the wildcard, only 8 qualify for the semi-finals. It's going to be too much of a competition. But speaking of competition, the finish and the damage report in front of us, majority of the teams did compete for building bigger towers, but it seems like Seoul and their 1,176 pointed tower just did no dividends at all. 0 finishes on the board.
Exactly, for Seoul, as I mentioned as well a while ago, it was a flop game, and that's why for Seoul the consistency is not going to be maintained. The same thing can be said for Vasista Esports too, and you can instantly see in the overall standings as well, they've dropped the ball. But for Evox, it's been a consistent spree of game. The first game as well had a lot of points, the second game too, they were playing pretty good. Troy Tamilian Esports with that 24-pointer, they're going to find themselves on the second spot directly. Lastade Esports, the first game they had 12 points, the second game they had 11 points, so even they're looking pretty consistent.
Hey, when I was watching the group draws last night, somebody told me that Group C was supposed to be the group of death, but nobody expected this top 3 after the first 2 games, to be honest. Evox, Troy Tamilian, and Lastade Esports, 33, 24, and 23 points. And then on the 16th, you've got champions from BGIS 2023 GDR out there with just 1 point after having played 2 matches. Something is terribly going wrong with them.
Yeah, what exactly is going wrong with God's Reign? The first game, understandable. The circle moved away from them. They drop all the way down south towards the military base. So maybe that was the factor that really caught them off guard. The second game as well, the circle moved away from their drop location, and even the plane fly path wasn't exactly on top of it. It's understandable. They went for that pit stop, got their hands on the basic, headed on towards Impala, but still the conversion is something that's needed. If the circle is not playing with you, you might as well just start focusing on the elimination points and get the average.
And I think that is exactly where the problem lies for GDR, to be honest, because there hasn't really been a single 4v4 inside of the quarterfinals right now. The GDR have won so far. I think majority of the fights that they've taken either casualties or they have given away the entire team's points along with the fight as well. So for GDR, I feel like it's still a work in process, but they're not going to get a lot of opportunities. They have to do something to stay at least out of the bottom 24 because they get eliminated, by the way.
Another name I'm really surprised to see on the latter half of the board is also going to be Learn From Past. What exactly is going on with them? They were so consistent, so good with their performances, but now for some reason Learn From Past is not able to replicate the same performance from the past.
Might just be the case that they're depending too much on Termi, to be honest. Termi was on a blinder performance inside of the grind, by the way. He was one of the top fraggers, but inside of the quarterfinal this time he certainly is struggling. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing is not struggling, and that is going to be the matches. One more remains, but that happens after a very short break.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy with me on the panel. And Icy, after watching that consistent spree coming through from the side of Lastade, and even Evox is doing really good for themselves.
Yeah, it's really surprising to see Evox and Lastade, you know, kind of stepping out as well. Despite their debut coming from Grind, it was a little bit shaky. We know these are the teams that has done well last year, but I think the Grind was a little bit of warm-up here, because now when the competition is serious, when things matters the most, even a team like Troy Tamilin Esports is also stepping up as well. Because think about it, Team Tamilas did it in the previous group. Troy Tamilin Esports, they dropped the ball on game 1, but game 2, okay, this is a small little comeback here.
Yeah.
I'm liking what I'm seeing.
They got a massive game in their hands, and that's what I'm saying. All it takes is one game to bring that change in the overall standings. But since we know only the top 16 from the overall standings off the quarterfinals move on towards the semis, you got to be consistent. And as of now, for Troy Tamilin Esports, nothing can be said. What can definitely be said is that there is the Discovery Island available inside of the game, and because of you guys, the prize pool of this tournament is already boosted all the way up to 3.5 CR. You can play your classic matches even more and contribute even more. Make sure that the prize pool is going to be boosted all the way up to 4 CR, because that's going to be the limit.
Exactly. The more you play, the more, well, the prize pool is going to grow. And at the same time, you guys are going to earn even more rewards as well. Last year, we achieved 3.2. Isn't too shabby, but we need your help. We need each and every one of you at home to keep playing, keep supporting your favorite game. Yeah. And the more you play, the more we are going to be achieving as well, because we have never, in the history of India, have one of the biggest prize pool this big ever. 4 crores is huge. I want to see it happen.
And the crazy part is it's in your hands, so do it right now. Play the classic games, and while playing the classic games, you can also earn the exploration points, and you can use those points to actually get in-game rewards, you know, absolutely for free.
Here's a random thought. I think Krafton is not going to approve this. If we hit 4 crores, why not we include Guinness World Record? Why not we put, you know, India's Guinness World Record for the biggest amount of prize pool in esports?
Well, that's a conversation for later.
2026, yeah.
That's a conversation for later. Idea. We don't exactly know how the criteria works or what exactly it is, but one thing we definitely know is that the upcoming game is also going to be the final game of this entire day, and it's also going to be the final game for the entirety of Group C in today's day. Tomorrow they're going to play 3 more games, and they're also going to start things off on the map of Rondo, which means the teams on the latter half of the board will have a chance to pull off that comeback. But as of now, it's time for us to head on towards the final game, which is going to be the map of Miramar. The planes in the skies once again, and it's going to be the one last time for today's day. As we know, for Group C, things have been looking pretty good. A few teams lacking that consistency, but there's a lot of known names on the latter half of the board still trying to wake up, and God's Rain is going to be one of them. A veteran team not able to perform that well. What exactly is going wrong with them?
Well, only time will tell, because as of yet, this is going to be their last game here as well. If they want to stand a chance to actually qualify, it's now or never, at least for God's Rain here. A wise man once told me, sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's plan, but at the end of the day, it's all about luck. Was luck in their favor? Absolutely not.
Maybe it would have been if they would have started winning their firefights. That could have definitely contributed towards a positive momentum in the overall standings. But as of now, looking at the plane fly path, starting all the way from Oasis towards Impala, heavily tilted on the top right side of the map. If the teams do want to head on towards Chimasera, now that's going to be a tough stretch.
Well, you know what's really surprising me is that when we talk about comfort maps, right? Obviously, Team Alpha has been the talking point here since last year all the way to this year as well. Seoul is also going to be one of those teams. Obviously, it was a little bit of a different roster, but Nako is still part of that legendary roster from last year as well. And I'm really surprised that Seoul hasn't brought a record-breaking moment here in the map of Miramar.
I mean, the way Seoul was playing in the first game, yes, they started things off on a really good note. But then that transition towards the map of Miramar was a little bit shaky. We did not see Seoul go frag heavy. Once again, Seoul messed up big time, not able to secure even a single point.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well, but it's now or never for Seoul.
And those sort of performances definitely do drop the ball completely and drop the momentum. And the same thing can also be said for Vasista Esports. First game, chicken dinner. Second game, no points. And that also is going to be a point of concern, because whenever Vasista Esports in the past, the moment they've dropped the ball, recovery has been tough.
Yeah, but Vasista Esports was taking a little bit of a different approach here, but hold that thought for now. Seems like VSD off the map as well was spotted out by Oops Official. Right from the start here, seems like they will lose a player, and that is going to be VSD starting the journey here with only 3 players. Eclipse is down, and I don't think VSD is going to be able to recover from this. Well, Boots Official, seems like they're taking a little bit of a cautious approach. Maybe VSD might be able to buy enough time trying to capitalize on this, but no, looks like that's not going to happen. They are going to abandon Eclipse. But oops, are you not going to confirm your finish?
Oh, they're on the run, actually. They saw the foes approach.
Okay.
And they just don't really want to play with that risk. That's why they just backed away even before that.
Wait a minute. Why is Seoul doing here as well? Seems like Seoul is going to be on the hunt as well.
Yeah, Seoul, they definitely do want a bit of that piece of the pie. Get the elimination point secured. That's going to be the early boost. And for Seoul, firepower has been the way to go. First game had a lot of elimination points. Second game, no chance for conversion. But this game, they definitely can make it happen. Goblins take it down real low. Not sure what the man was doing out in the open, but Joker's got his hands on the M249, and he can mow them down just with the iron sight. He's doing a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness, no knock whatsoever, but Goblin is out in the open as well as Joker. He needs some backup. He's surrounded as well. He sees the push coming from Centrix. He does have a little bit of upper hand with the M249, but the pre-fire from Uzi was able to tag him up, and he's down pretty low. He's going to be all by himself. Pre-fire is holding those angles. He needs backup really soon. Knuckle is here to save the day. Legit is able to find a knock off the other side of the map. But Joker holds the fort, defends the fight, and now it comes down towards a 2v2, and he fights one more. Joker, you're a madman. He fights the third one as well. What a clutch from Joker. So.
This is something completely insane. Joker fiddling with the opponents. Did not even have a lot of HP to play with, but still eliminating 3 players all by himself. The backup was there, but a bit too late. Joker single-handedly just manhandles the opponent and makes a massive statement. Seoul is not someone that you can just play around with like that. Even though they were down, they were still beating the opponents.
Hey man, we always thought Goblin Legit Combo was the team, the players to watch out for, but Joker, he's making a mark right here. He's definitely pushing the limits in this game, but what a 1v3 clutch coming from him. Insane stuff from Joker.
Joker does not need a combo. The man is good enough all by himself. That's insane.
It's been a while since I've seen this Joker. Like the last time I saw it was, you know, last year, well, 2024's, no, 2024's BMPS when they walked away with the championship.
Okay. Well, that's up now, though. The way Joker really played that scenario was perfect. The way he was repositioning himself inside of the fights, too. No mistakes made. Initially, yes, there was a bit of that mistake, but Joker just so quick with his fingers. The second knock as well, right on the dome the shot was. The third man, too, just had no idea where Joker repositioned. Every single move the man made was to perfection.
Damn, everything was a pre-fire as well. That was just insane stuff coming from Joker. Nicely done. But we are going to be putting that pause here for there. There is going to be one team down, but inside Los Leones is going to be a little bit of a fight here. CWE going up against 5 Comets. And CWE does have 1 player down. So Crescent Wolf Esports wants to try and pick up, but I don't think they can actually do so as well. They are kind of surrounded. Garud is able to find those confirmation, and that is going to be 1 point in the back for 5 Comets.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an awkward fight, that's for sure. Los Leones is such a massive city. The question still remains, do you want to press on the matters even more? Or just back away and continue looting? I think the second option is going to be better. Involves less risk, and at the same time, you can stand a chance to move inside of the circle and play for the late game. But as of now, it seems like 5 Comets, since they've already found the man advantage in the situation, they just want to press upon the matters even more. Surprise the opponents, catch him off guard. Which also makes sense, but that's going to involve a lot of risk, and that's also going to burn through a lot of time.
Oh boy. What are we watching in the quarterfinals, man? Holy moly. There's just a lot of stuff happening here throughout this entirety of the game. But as of yet, 5 Comets, they're really taking their own sweet time with this fight as well. Crescent Wolf Esports, they're stuck all the way to the top. They are trying to find a way to get out, but they just cannot do so. Cooking up a couple nades here, trying to fake out a couple of shots in. But nothing major they can do. But it looks like Garud knows exactly where they are. Decides to actually, you know, put the pin down. Dusted with the counter nades, no connection so far. And this long drawn out fight is going to be tricky here. Dustin spots a small pixel, knows exactly where he is. Now with the counter nade, but oh, he may have got it to perfection. That's the knock they need. 1-for-1 trade.
Really good knock. Second nade as well being cooked. Oh no, Dustin, what are you doing? It's such a risky play the man's trying to execute, and I just can't believe he's actually trying to pull it off as well. The man's got the pump shotgun to play with. There's chances also going to be approached by the foes soon. Dustin just trying to fiddle with the foes once again. confirmations too starting to follow up. Crescent Wolf, they're now starting to drop down bodies even more. But even for 5 Comets, it's not looking that great. Blows being exchanged, and eventually it's going to be the boys of 5 Comet to come out on top. And yes, a bit of the victory dance as well.
What a clutch from Venom as well. Pixel Perfect Picks instantly takes down 2 of the players. Very, very good stuff. But 5 Comets, they've got themselves 4 points in the back. But 5 Comets down to the last 2 players. It seems like they are going to just kick them all out. They are just having a good time right now. I do not know why, but all right. 5 Comets, 4 points.
Let him have fun. I like that. 4 eliminations already secured. That's going to be a decent start, but the problem is now you've only got 2 men to kick things off with. How do you play the late game? Probably have to be safe. That's what the main game plan's going to be.
Well, let's look on the bright side as well, considering the fact that they've only got 4 points in 2 games. Now in the 3rd game, they covered it up. That's 4 points in 1 game. So they have 8 points in total now.
I don't know if I should be happy for that, or if I should be sad for that.
Well, we gotta be optimistic, man. Do what you gotta do.
If you look at the broader picture, though, definitely a positive run. But if you look at the overall picture, it's not a good one. They need a lot more points.
Fair enough. But speaking of which, for EC, going to be playing inside the zone this time. They are a little bit early from the west side, and seems like the circle is going to be shifting on towards Picado, maybe even San Martin as well. AX is going to be staying in San Martin, but Sista going to be running back towards Picado, while God's Ring going to be making a little bit of entry point to try and get center control themselves. So it is going to be a huge splash of colors around the San Martin region.
Yeah, Kalinga Esports 2 finally approaching the centric part. Fraudulent Esports. Oh, look at the spray. What are you even spraying at? Nothing connects. Luckily enough, the man's got his hands on the extended barrel. He's got 50 bullets in one of the mags, so that's good. But he's also burning through a lot of ammunition. And I hope he's got some backup ammo ready. Just 73 bullets in the mag, that's not something you really want. You need a lot more, especially moving inside of the late game. You're going to be burning through bullets.
Well, as of yet, there's nothing much you can do. Aside from the fact that they are going to try to deny a couple of mobilities here and there. That's information gathered, but like you said, ammunition is going to be a big problem. But let's see how OG actually approaches this as well, because considering that OG came in from the grind team, this is the team to watch out for. And things are still not looking good for them. 6 points in 2 games, and this is 3rd game. OG could be playing on the sides as well. This is not a great vantage point to be in as well. It is kind of exposed, and Vasista Esports is able to see this. Salmi is right at the tippity top. Seems like they are going to take a couple shots in. A little bit afraid to pick this. But OG definitely in a lot of trouble if they do not find a good spot to work with.
And once again, to let you guys know, Discovery Island's available in the game. Boost BGIS 2026 prize pool and win exciting rewards absolutely for free. Just keep on playing the classic matches. That's all you need to do. Evox. Looking at their run so far, they have been extremely consistent. And there's a reason why Evox stands on the first spot. Separating from the rest of the competition, they've got a lot of points. And that's a remarkable lead too.
It's interesting to see how Evox has kind of evolved back to their old version of themselves. Because we were hyping them up during the grind stages, and it was a very disappointing run from them.
Yeah.
But now they're back in action.
Last year, they were playing under the banner of Los Hermanos.
Yeah, they were really good as well.
They were.
They were so close for that BMPS run. Unfortunately, fell a little bit short.
Yeah, but inside a showdown, they were doing pretty good for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
The conversion later on, though, we saw the dip in the performance clearly. And that was really affecting them. Circle shifting on top of Assista Esports. They found themselves in a real good spot. God's Reign 2 around Graveyard, but all the 4 players just accumulating inside of that one house. Not a big fan of that. Looking at 5 Comet.
But as of yet, I really don't like what OG's positions are. They're kind of out and open. They haven't really found a good spot to actually hunker down and defend. And Vasista Esports is going to be the biggest threat because of those mountain terrains just now from Salme's perspective.
Indeed.
But for the rest of the world, seems like the circle is going to be expecting to play around Vasista Esports being the biggest bully in this map. How will they tackle it is going to be the question here. Seems like you said, Evox is going to be coming down, trying knocking in. And guess what? Shadow was the first one to get knocked. So Vasista Esports is going to shift their focus for the teams pushing from the south side before they hit towards the end game. Beast is able to find one. That's going to be Shadow down. And the rest of Evox says, you know what? It's just not worth pushing it.
Yeah. Vasista Esports, that's going to be 3 elimination points secured. Looking at the surroundings, still filled up with a couple of foes. One of them is also going to be Evox. But the amount of points Evox have gotten in the span of 2 games, it's been great. Even if they do drop the ball in this game, they're still going to be in the top 3 easily. And that's what matters. But if you speak of that safety cushion, that's going to be erased. And maybe that's why Evox needs another consistent game on the board. At least get 8 points in this one, and that's going to pin that first spot down.
I think right now they're playing safe just because of the fact that they realize that this mountain terrain is, again,
Risky.
Risky to push is one thing, but is the strongest position to have right now. And Vasista Esports is going to be the ones with the highest ground. And of course, if the circle shifts away from them, great. But if the circle still stays around them, Evox has no choice.
Oh, look at 5 Comets. Clear line of
boy.
sight.
Oh boy,
It is
not
way
good.
too risky. Colin demands positions compromised.
I don't think 5 Comets is going to take this fight. Just because of the fact that, number 1, they're 2 players. Number 2, if they shoot now, their position is exposed, everybody is going to try and take jab at them. So I would say trailing behind Evox is the smarter play, and then third party from there.
I mean, look, if they can find a clear knock and a finish, they would probably go for it.
Yeah, but you kind of need position points as well. So, I don't know. Do you want to risk getting eliminated right here with 52 players still alive?
The way they've positioned themselves, anyways, placing themselves in a good spot inside of the circle is going to be tough.
Yeah, I agree.
They're all the way down south, so you might as well just take the odds and take the chances and start eliminating players. Even if you manage to get away with 5 or 6 elimination points, that's going to be okay.
Okay, seems like you might just get your wish here. I think they're barely at the edge of the zone, so they should be able to hunker down to play a little bit of placement. But for now, Vasista Esports still have the highest ground. Power Grid still in play. OG decided to swing onto his Power Grid to try and scuffle down towards the west side rather than challenging Vasista Esports. Good call from them.
Man,
but hopefully they don't get picked by Vasista.
It's going to be a real slow game. Circle centering on up once again. Teams don't even need to move an inch. Everyone's pretty much inside of the circle, other than VST. That's the only team that's going to be outside of their comfort zone soon. Learn from Pastas out in the open, even they're on the move. Just want to find a good spot to hunker down in. And there we go. Finding that individual compound, at least as of now. But they're also in the smack center, which also means that they can be the center of attraction soon.
Speaking of center of attraction, Seoul right now, they are expecting company teams coming from the north. They do need to push out from zone, but they have to clear out these teams first. Knuckle looking to try and spot a freebie. They know there is a vehicle running around. The moment this vehicle gets shot at, the rest of the players coming from VST is going to be looking for a trade. But you can see Legit and Joker, they're so focused on denying that mobility. But here he comes, the sprays are coming in. A couple of connections, but Vengeance gets the knock onto his Legit instead. And this is why I'm talking about the bait and switch coming in from VST. And that's the opener. And now the flank comes in. VST's got Soul pinned.
Yeah, they're doing too much damage against Soul. VST somehow is on the verge of winning the fight as well. They've already managed to knock out a couple of players. And just like that, they also hand out the death blow. Elimination point secured, and Fate, it's not going to be stopping right there. He just keeps on pressing the charges even more. Wants to push up close and personal, eliminate a few more players. But now putting the full stop, applying the brakes on that push. VST, they've also got the recovery. All the players looking good and dandy, looking healthy. Top of the HP is off with the boost as well. For Soul, there's only 2 men standing. But let's be honest, these 2 players, Knuckle and Goblin, they're more than enough to eliminate the entirety of VST, so they need to be a little bit careful and also use a lot of brains in the fight.
Well, speaking of eliminating them, guess what? Team AX is going to be chiming in to try and deny those points, but from the other side as well, we do have Troy Dominant Esports that actually stole the points instead. So they are pinned. A nice nade here coming from Goblin to find the knock. But the question here is, do they go for the push? It seems like Goblin is very, very eager to show himself out, but they're just stuck. They're pinned. PST's got them locked down from the sides on the other side of the compounds. We've got Troy Dominant Esports on the other side. AX also going to be looking down. They are running out of options as they're not exactly in zone. Knuckle and Goblin barely at the edge. It's going to buy them a little bit more time, but they're stuck. There's no way out.
Everyone's stuck. I believe even VST stuck. No one can move out until they eliminate each other. And as of now for VST, they're also getting peppered from the top. That's going to be X constantly taking those shots and suppressing the boys down.
Yeah, I think AX just ran out of ammunition here. They just emptied the final clip on one of those guys, and this might be the opener here for VST and Seoul. Small little window, but they have to deal with each other first, the zone.
Oh no.
Just right on the edge. Knuckle hoping to get lucky with those knocks, but no knocks so far. All the smokes has been set up for every single team to look into this two teams fighting. So still playing around those houses. They still have a lot of time and cover to work with, but VST looking for those nades, and that's going to be the nade coming from Eclipse.
Circle as well shifting away. Now they need to wrap up the fight as soon as possible. Look at this nade from Knuckle. It's not going to find anything. Pulls out the shotgun, and he still wins that duel. Almost took down the third guy as well, but Knuckle single-handedly was able to handle two players. But VST, the trade potential was much better since they had the man advantage inside of the fight.
Well, nice try here coming from Seoul, but VST, problems are not over. AX heard the entire commotion, and they know there is still the team inside those small compounds. And Harry actually bringing a Car 98 in play with those 8X, looking to try and pop some heads off. Deny those helmets. He just needs the perfect shot, though.
It's been a while, right? Since we've seen a bolt-action sniper in play.
Here we go.
No shot was taken, no connection yet. Now pulls out the M4. Spamming away on that player, but no connections found. For VST, Fragger's going to be able to make it back to safety, but the moment I say so, that's going to be Aiden knocking on the doors. Fragger knocked out and confirmed. VST's already taken too much damage from the blue, and now everyone's out in the open, too exposed. Eclipse is on the run too, right behind his teammate, and Triton Esports, they're there to disrupt the flow.
It's going to be tough, but while they're happening here, seems like they are rotating for the zone control, and Power Grid still in play for EC, having a good control, but Kalinga Esports now getting attacked here from multiple angles. It's going to be Team AX joining the fray, VST right beside them, and there is going to be so many teams around them, and they are going to be stuck here. Troy Temnin Esports peppering shots from the northwest corner. Finds the pick here on VST. There's going to be one more down for VST.
Oh no, that's got to blow. Constant switches. And that's where you will see Kalinga Esports drop down a man. For Team AX, they probably do want to press upon the matters, but how do you? When you've got a team like Triton Esports holding down the line, for VST, it's just that one-man faith, and everyone is now putting their faith in that one player. Aiden is right on top of Faith. Shots were taken, but that's still not going to matter. As Aiden eliminates Faith, and that was the final man standing for VST. With that, the entirety of VST, they crumble.
Yeah, they're stuck. But Troy Temnin Esports is going to be very happy about this, but as of yet, I think Henry was able to spot this out. Aiden gonna try a little bit of a slow approach here to try and make a jump onto his it, but let's take a look at the replay on what's happening on the other side of the map as well. Seems like OG was able to get a couple of nice shots in onto his learn from pass. That seems like they were pinned as OG was trying to tackle the teams from the south side. Versus the Esports getting threatened here from those high grounds despite an off angle from OG.
X is already down bad. Two players knocked out, from which one of them is confirmed, and even the second confirmation follows through. But Devotee, they inflict the pain and hurt back on the boys at Triton Esports. It's not going to be that easy piece of a cake. That's what Team AX says. AX is just constantly hammering through, constantly peppering through. Spraying down the boys. The next circle. Wilson are up once again. Not a lot of cover to play with. A few ridges are definitely there, but it's still too exposed.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. They need to push into the zone as well, but despite the amount of gun shots that has been made from Team AX, Godfrey was able to hear all these commotions as they want to try and push into the zone themselves. But let's talk about the zone and what's happening as well. I think Vasista Esports still has the best spot possible in those mountain terrains, and OG is not too happy about that.
Look at AX. Oh no, now getting pushed on by God's Rain. Devotee and Henry trying to play in tandem. Nade was tossed, but it's not going to be exactly on the mark. Neo now knows exactly where AX positioned. This nade's going to be on the point, and that's going to be perfect knock on Devotee. AX now starting to crumble. It's just Henry left standing, and he's constantly tossing those utilities in the hopes of finding at least one knock, but he's not even able to connect a single nade. And eventually Destro is going to be the one to lead the pack. And yes, damage was dished out against God's Rain, but the recovery is still there.
Exactly. Neo is going to try and provide cover fire against Troy Temlin Esports because they know for a fact that teammates is down. And here he comes. Oxane finds the knock here. Lens was picked off, but Troy Temlin Esports, they want to gobble up all those points. God's Rain trying to make a run inside the zone. Delta pushes up forward. But he is going to be expecting company Aiden, providing those cover fire. Wants to find those confirmations, but seems like he is going to be forced to play the numbers game and try and pick up Lens instead.
They're too hurt. God's Rain cannot press on the matters just yet. They cannot be aggressive yet. They're still trying to go for that reset. Delta in the front. He's there to just cause a bit of that distraction. He's not going to go for a head-on duel. He's going to wait for the right moment. He's going to wait for the Cavalrito approach, and that's what's going on. But Kalinga Esports from the sidelines. Oh, they pepper in. And just like that, God's Rain, they've been eliminated from the game. Kalinga Esports digging a massive grave for the boys of God's Rain.
Well, true enough. But Troy Temlin Esports, they live to tell another day as they try to get even more points to be consistent. And as of yet, Troy Temlin Esports with 9 finishes in the bag. Now, as we wrap up this fight, let's talk about the fights in the mountain terrain down south. Vasista Esports, the biggest threat in this game. They've only got 1 elimination in this game. And every single team from the south side has been rotating around them. Evox trailing right under the mountain terrains of Vasista Esports, now about to meet Rapid Chaos Esports. And even then, they're so afraid to fight each other because Vasista Esports may be peeking down low.
Yeah, they're playing another passive game here. It's been so long, and Vasista Esports has only secured 1 elimination point from that high ground. If you think about it, they could have done a lot more if they wanted. Could have contributed a lot more. But they're still just trying to stay away from all the smoke they can. For EC Esports, a really good knock coming through from OG, and that's also going to be the confirmation. For OG, that's going to be the initiator. Rapid Chaos Esports, Arjun was the only person, and even he gets wrapped up. Rapid Chaos Esports 2 have been in a concerning spot from the start.
Oh, nicely done there, coming from Evox Esports. Using Papa Vasista Esports on top to kind of babysit them. And Rapid Chaos Esports had no choice but to push in and got demolished here. Meanwhile, OG also picked apart the teams on the west side. Seems like they are slowly pivoting away from Vasista Esports. But how this is happening as well, the circle does give them a little bit of cover to work with. Tenki is going to try and slow down Troy Temlin Esports before they reposition. Aru is already in position, but now the bigger question here is, will they be spotted out by Vasista Esports? Because as of yet, Troy Temlin Esports, they only have 2 options. Push OG or push Kalinga Esports.
Looking at the position of OG, it's quite a vital one. They cannot just let it go like that. Utilities from the side of Kalinga Esports do exactly on the mark. And they're also finding a lot of success with that. Nate's finding those knocks. Kalinga Esports being the Grim Reapers in the fight. And Troy Temlin Esports, no possible way they can move. Cannot even have a breather in the game. Omega now is going to be forced by the blue. Gets the fresh magazine too, he knows. If he wants to stop the boys of Troy Temlin Esports, this is going to be the only chance. But instead he messes up big. Overcommitting towards that spray. And what a return knock that was. With that, even lost out of Esports, they come crashing down.
What a shot from Lens. The only way to survive that was just crucial here. And with that being said, they will be able to rotate it safely from zone. Their biggest threat is going to be OG, but on screen now, learn from pass, pushes onto his Vasista Esports, and now the counter nade comes in from Hector to take him out. And now another one comes through, and that's going to be Vasista Esports finding another, looking for the triple here. As they continue on with those nades to try and deny learn from pass, and just like that, they get eliminated. 3 points in the back from Vasista Esports, totaling up to 6 as of now.
Yeah, learn from past. They tried their best, but their best was not enough. Another flop game. Just 1 elimination point secured from this. Pretty bad, pretty bad. Kalinga Esports, even they're chiming inside of the fight slowly and steadily. Troy Temlin Esports, they're constantly on the receiving side of the spectrum. Eventually, Kalinga Esports, they've been eliminated from the game. OG now controls a massive terrain. The same thing can be said even for the boys of VST. Vasista Esports, Sama is all the way on top. Evox, they've all just hurdled up. And Evox just wants to make sure that Salme is not going to have that line of sight.
Yeah, but at the same time, Salme is here to being left there intentionally by Vasista Esports to keep Evox in check. As they try to make it in the zone, Vasista Esports will have a little bit of one here, but OG now focusing on Troy Temlin Esports. It's been a while, but OG looking to try and get the chicken dinner in this game. But you can see the smokes being set up for Artenki to try and take this fight against Troy Temlin Esports before they focus on towards Vasista Esports. And right now, Circle is not in play for Salme. As you can see, OG taking their own sweet time for the Circle to try and force Vasista Esports to lose that vantage point and then allow OG to dominate.
Oh my god. That nade was so close. Another once tossed around that same line.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be an overshoot. OG, they're getting real close. And look at Evox. The man's ready to execute the entire team of OG.
Oh no.
Shots were taken, but the man just whiffed. OG gets a second shot at life. All the 4 players still standing. For Evox, they've got 3 men standing. For Vasista Esports, all the 4 players on the block. But still, it can be anyone's cup of tea.
Wait a minute. I thought Salme is going to be on top here. Seems like he actually chose to regroup with his teammates. So that means Evox will have a little bit of room to actually push into the zone. So we are down towards the final 3 teams. OG, Vasista Esports, and Evox. 4 versus 3. And just like that, Vasista Esports actually shifts their focus onto his OG instead.
Can be anyone's game.
Wow. Evox just might be able to inch in, but now Evox's biggest threat is going to be AKOP. But as soon as I say this, Kalan gets spotted out by Hector.
Yeah, and that's going to be Vasista Esports, as they are the one to pretty much bring the fuel to the fire. Hector is the one to kickstart the action. Just like that, even the confirmation instantly follows up by OG. Elimination point stolen away. Evox down to a 2-man squad. The Blues on the move. They don't really have a lot of room for error. And just like that, even Evox has started to drop bodies. Spy gets eliminated from the game. Evil, he moves up close and personal. He's got the shotgun to work with, but even that's not going to matter. As OG, they eliminate the remnants of Evox. And now it's going to be a standoff between OG and Vasista Esports. And as of now, the man advantage is with the boys of Vasista.
Well, they have to make the play right now. Aru is down low, but OG, they still have the widespread. Artenki is in the front lines. They can intercept as well, but Vasista, they make the call, they make the push, and they are going to run in for Aru. WizGod gets taken down. Now it's going to be a 4v2.
This is pretty much Vasista's game. The way Vasista Esports has been making the decisions, it's exactly on the marker. Perfect plays coming through from Vasista in the final few moments. Knew exactly what fight needed to be prioritized. And that's how they were the one to steal the game away from OG. And speaking of OG, this was the recovery they were looking for.
Exactly, but all things considered here, very, very consistent stuff coming from Vasista Esports here. Patience definitely pays off. 2 chicken dinners for today. And guess what? I think, sometimes you gotta play, have Circle in your favor. And I'm really glad it actually happened as well.
Yeah, I mean, Vasista Esports is not really a team that likes to bank upon the elimination points. Instead, just stay alive till the final few moments. Hope that the Circle is going to be on top of you. And if the Circle is favoring you, you will be the one to pretty much come out on top. The way they had the high ground to play with as well at the final few moments, that really worked out well for them. Salme from the top, it was just constantly conveying the information. And they knew that OG was split up big time.
Now, speaking of potential splits here, obviously the final moments here is going to be between Evox, Vasista Esports, and OG. But let's talk about the overall picture on how things happen as well, because you have to give credit to both Evox and OG, because these were the 2 teams that immediately identified that the biggest threat in this entire game was Vasista Esports when there was 60 over players still alive. Because the moment they identified that mountain terrain is what is going to decide the entire game of game flow of how the end games is going to be looking like here, they immediately played around Vasista Esports and then pick off everybody from the sides. Evox was able to trail underneath here, survive towards late game. OG immediately pivoted their focus away from Vasista Esports and clean out the teams on Power Grid, which led towards this final 3 teams.
And speaking of Evox too, it's quite a consistent game from them, right? 3 games back-to-back, consistency is being delivered from Evox. They're also getting the elimination points, constantly getting the placement points too. So Evox has been one of those teams that hasn't broken the consistency even in one game. For Vasista Esports now getting 20 points out of this game, it's pretty much the recovery that they needed for the previous game as well. And then you move on towards OG. Yes, now at least you can say the comeback is initiated. This was the best game they've had so far.
I think this game has given me a little bit of hope here for OG, because they finally understood that in this game, sometimes you need to be able to identify biggest issues and identify who is going to be helping you to win the game. And them identifying Vasista Esports alongside Evox was one of the crucial methods which allowed them to win the games. And I'm really liking what I see here. Unfortunately for teams like Seoul, teams for
AX,
everybody, AX
yeah.
as well. They were completely distracted on how the endgame zone were looking like because they were so caught up in fights outside on the edges.
Yeah, and I'm really not happy with what's happening with the boys of AX. I expect a lot more from them, constantly dropping the ball in the fights. Yes, they're able to secure a few scrappy points. A few scrappy points is not going to make it. You need an average point flow of 8 to 9 points per game, and the first 3 games, they're off to a bad start. Looking at the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Hector with 5 elimination points secured. This time, the IGL himself steps up big time. Then you've also got Lens OG coming through from Troy Esports, getting 5. Thinky as well from OG, getting 4. AKOP, 2 right there on the board, getting 4. And Beast from Vasista Esports as well, getting 4.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting game with points here, especially for the run for tomorrow. But with that being said, Vasista Esports, 2 chicken dinners today, and now another one from this game. And also 10 finish points, that's 20 points. So Vasista Esports, I would say, is very, very close to their qualification for semifinals.
Really good start, not gonna lie. It's out of the quarterfinals for Vasista Esports, and I'm pretty sure exactly what they were searching for as well. For Troy Esports, it's been the ideal start that you expect from a banner like that. Evox, the most consistent without a doubt. Kalinga Esports, they're constantly trying their best to get those points, but a few fights is what really causing them the entire game. 5 Comets also just getting 5 points for VST. They have been a flop throughout the entire day. Soul as well, not able to get enough points. For Learn from Past, I expected a lot more, but today's day was not that great.
Well, with that being said, let's talk about the overall standings as well. You talked about Evox's consistency. They are still placed at the top here with 44 points alongside with Troy Diamond and Esports on the second place here with 39 points. But Vasista Esports, despite having 2 chicken dinners, they are still placed at number 3. What a turn of events here.
Yeah, it's mainly because Vasista Esports is not a team that's focusing on the elimination points, right? Look at their positioning points. It's more than their elimination points. And you rarely see that, right? A team having more placement points than the elimination points. It used to happen all the way back in 2023 when the point structure was different, when you used to get 15 points for a chicken dinner. But now even if you get 10 points, VE still has more placement points than the eliminations.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well, considering the fact that now they do have one of the best positioning so far, just because they take advantage of terrain, but definitely need to start picking up on those finish points. But with that being said, OG also making a little bit of recovery from that game itself. They are able to push themselves in towards the top 5. Is it enough for the semifinals? Well, tomorrow's remaining 3 games is going to be up for them. Same can be said for Soul as well. 1 bad game, despite a clutch moment coming from Joker. Unfortunately, could not convert into it more points.
And look at God's Reign. Just 3
boy.
points in the span of 3 games. Tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the side of God's Reign. Head's going to be on the swivel too. Just make sure in the overall standings you're not ending up in the bottom 24. No matter what happens, just do not end up in the bottom 24. That should be the goal.
You know, I may have jinxed God's Reign as well, considering the fact that at the start of the day, before they actually began, you know, I was very surprised at their performance from Grind. You know, they were very aggressive. They were fragging out really, really heavy. And yeah, they directly qualify towards quarterfinals. Looking great. But now we're back into the trend where the entire journey last year, especially for BMSD, BMPS, is always like narrowly qualifying to the next phase.
Yeah.
And I feel like right now, in their last remaining 3 matches, they're gonna narrowly qualify to wildcards, and then from wildcards, narrowly qualify into the semifinals, and then from there, narrowly qualify to grand finals.
Just barely keep on creeping and crawling your way towards the upcoming rounds. And as long as you make it, that's all that matters, right? That's all that matters. As long as you win, that's all that matters. And once again, speaking of God's Reign, now tomorrow at least they've got a map of Rondo. If they get a massive game of Rondo, they can instantly hand out that recovery, move on around the top docks. But I think now getting inside of the top 16 for God's Reign is going to be next to impossible.
Yeah,
There's
I
too
agree.
many points they need, and if they're not going to be able to squeeze in that many points, it's done for.
Only way, 3 chicken dinners in a row
Back
with
to back.
minimum 10 finishes.
Yeah, and inside of the map of Rondo, you need 15 finishes and a chicken dinner. That's going to give you 25 points in total, and then in the upcoming games, they can get 15 points per game.
You're asking for a near-perfect game for tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, that's what they need to do. I mean, the way they've been playing the first 3 games, 1 point per game is not the average a team is supposed to have. And pretty much the same thing can be said for teams like VST too. I had a lot of expectations coming through from VST, but the performance was not exactly on the block. But with that being said, the day as well comes to an end. That's going to be it for me, Necro, and IC. We'll see you guys tomorrow.